Crossing Tokyo. Waking up to a voluptuous wife pinning me down on the bed. Satoru Takagi slowly woke from his dream, only to open his eyes to a sight that nearly made his nose bleed. His head was resting on a woman's lap. Ah, Satoru-kun, you're awake. Satoru was utterly bewildered. Hadn't he just been staying up late gaming at home? How did he end up here after falling asleep? Then it hit him he had crossed over into another world. He'd read plenty of transmigration novels before, so the concept wasn't too unfamiliar. At that moment, the original hostess memories flooded into his mind. This body's original owner was also named Satoru Takagi, a top-tier honor student in his second year at the University of Tokyo. He had been tutoring this lady's son when, for some reason, he suddenly passed out mid-lesson. Affection system binding in progress. String of text flashed in Satoru's mind. His heart leaped with joy. The system had arrived. A must-have for any transmigrator. Binding female lead binding successful. Female lead 001, Mieko Hirakawa. Age, 38. Affection level, 10. Female leadess wish list happy smiley. 1. Wants her son to rank at the top of his class X. 2. Wants to find someone reliable to depend on in Tokyo X. 3. Wants to secure a stable job in Tokyo X. 4. Wants to ease the loneliness in her heart X. Satoru stared blankly at the system panel, unsure of what it all meant. The system's mechanical voice rang out again. This is the affection system. Each time the host completes a task, the corresponding affection level will increase, and rewards will be issued. After the explanation, the system interface divided into 3 sections: a lottery draw, an inventory, and a black question mark icon. System, what is that question mark? It will unlock once Mieko Hirakawa's affection reaches 60. Fine. Satoru had no choice but to drop it. Mieko, noticing his silence, grew worried. Satoru-kun, are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? Uh-oh. Satoru snapped back to reality. Don't worry, ma-am. I'm fine. I probably just skipped breakfast, so I passed out. Mieko let out a sigh of relief. If something had really happened to Satoru under her care, she wouldn't have known what to do. Hearing that he had come to tutor her hopeless son without even eating breakfast, she felt a pang of guilt and warmth. Ding. Affection +2. Current affection level, 12. For every 10-point increase in affection, the host will receive 1 lottery draw. Since this is the host's first time, an additional draw is granted. Satoru's eyes lit up. Perfect. System, I could kiss you right now. Host, save the sweet talk. Warning. The host must raise Mieko Hirakawa's affection to 20 as soon as possible. If it drops below 10, the host will face punishment. Damn it. I take back what I just said. Mieko's cheeks flushed pink like a ripe peach. But Satoru held back. If he took a bite now, her affection would plummet, and he'd deface the system's wrath. He had no idea how harsh the punishment would be, so it was better not to risk it. Satoru-kun, maybe you should, sit up first. Mieko's voice was soft and flustered. Satoru played dumb. Ma-am, I think I'm feeling a little dizzy again. Eh? Mieko covered her mouth, her eyes filled with concern. Is it serious? Should we call a doctor? Oh, no, ma-am. It's just an old issue. I'll be fine. Let me get up. Satoru really didn't want to get up. He'd love to stay in this tender embrace forever, but if he didn't, her affection might drop. Oh, okay. Mieko hurriedly tried to help him up. But at 165 centimeters and delicate, how could she support a 180 centimeters guy like Satoru? She lost her balance before even pulling him up and suddenly tipped to the side. Satoru reacted instantly, grabbing her, but the momentum sent them both tumbling down. Just woke up, and already getting pinned down. I'm one lucky guy. If he could, Satoru would happily stayed like this forever. Mieko's eyes widened in panic, her already flushed face turning even redder. But then, thud. Sound came from the door. Voice called out, crystal clear. Mom. Mieko's son was back, and he was about to walk in on them. Chapter 2, about to be exposed. Hearing her son, Shiro Hirakawa's voice, Mieko panicked. If he saw his mother in this position with his friend, that would be disastrous. Shiro must not see this. Satoru, on the other hand, was stunned. Maybe becoming my classmate's stepdad wouldn't be so bad. He remembered joking before, I'll be your dad one day. Who knew it might actually come true? As Satoru's thoughts wandered, Mieko quickly pushed herself up, her face flushed. Satoru-kun, are you alright? No, I'm fine. Satoru savored the lingering warmth on his chest. Mom, I got the medicine. Shiro handed the medicine to Mieko. Turns out, when Satoru had fainted earlier, Mieko had immediately sent Shiro to buy medicine. If he hadn't gone, none of this would have happened. Mieko Hirakawa's emotions shifted from worry to shyness. Emotional points gained, 50. Current emotional points, 50. System, what are emotional points for? The host will find out later. Satoru sighed at the system's cryptic response. Well, if the system said it was useful, it must be. Mom, I told you I don't need tutoring. Now look what happened. Shiro complained. Shiro was a typical problem child barely scraping by in college, wasting his days away. To be fair, outside of elite universities, most students in Japan just coasted through. Satoru, on the other hand, was the golden boy, top grades, impeccable manners, the whole package. Mieko had raised Shiro alone, struggling to make ends meet. In Japan, academic success was everything, and tutoring was expensive, something she couldn't afford. That's why she hired Satoru, cheaper than a tutor, and way more effective. Hearing Shiro's disrespect, Satoru frowned. Who does this brat think he is? Shiro, watch your tone. Your mom's doing this for you. If you had any self-respect, you wouldn't be acting like this. Oh yeah? You looking for a beating? Seeing the tension escalate, Mieko quickly stepped in. Satoru-kun, it's fine. Deep down, she was touched. It had been so long since anyone stood up for her like this. Satoru couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for her. Ding. Mieko Hirakawa's affection +2. Current affection level, 14. Satoru's eyes lit up. Bonus points. Satoru-kun, why don't you rest for a bit? I'll go make lunch. Mieko gestured toward the kitchen, remembering that Satoru hadn't eaten yet. She tied on her apron and disappeared inside, leaving Satoru and Shiro alone in the living room. Satoru ignored Shiro, picking up a textbook instead. Both of them attended the University of Tokyo, one of Japan's most prestigious schools. In Japan, academic pedigree was everything. Graduating from a top university meant entry into high society. That's why Mieko cared so much about Shiro's grades. If he graduated near the top of his class, he'd land a great job. But now, there was a problem. Satoru stared at the math problems in front of him. I don't know any of this. He'd forgotten everything he'd learned in college, and university-level coursework was hard. In short, he was in no position to tutor Shiro. Right now, their skill levels were probably the same, equally terrible. This wouldn't do. If this kept up, he'd be exposed, and then how could he keep getting closer to Mieko? Shiro, meanwhile, refused to acknowledge Satoru's presence. Soon, the aroma of food filled the air. Shiro, Satoru-kun, lunch is ready. Mieko called. Shiro grunted and trudged over. Yeah. Coming. Satoru couldn't help but feel like he was the son here, not Shiro. Sitting across from Mieko, he finally got a good look at her. Willow leaf brows, fox-like eyes, lips like ripe cherries. She was every bit as alluring as in her youth, only getting more captivating with age. Satoru quickly averted his gaze before he accidentally blurted out that classic line. Ma-am, you wouldn't want your son to fail, would you? He shoveled rice into his mouth to suppress the thought. Mieko picked up a piece of creamy stew and placed it in his bowl. Her dimples appeared as she smiled. Satoru-kun, eat up. If you wake up early, you can come here for breakfast. Skipping meals isn't good for you. Satoru waved his hands. Ah, you're too kind, ma-am. Shiro, watching this exchange, scoffed and shot Satoru a glare. This guy's the reason I can't slack off. Gotta teach him a lesson so he quits tutoring me. Mieko kept piling food onto Satoru's plate until he was stuffed. She was genuinely grateful he'd saved her a fortune on tutors. For a struggling widow in Tokyo, that meant everything. Mieko Hirakawa's emotions shifted from shyness to gratitude. Emotional points gained, 60. Current emotional points, 110. Gratitude? Satoru grinned. Perfect. That LL make it easier to proceed. He opened the system and checked Mieko's 4 wishlist items. 1. Wants her son to rank at the top of his class X. 2. Wants to find someone reliable to depend on in Tokyo X. 3. Wants to secure a stable job in Tokyo X. 4. Wants to ease the loneliness in her heart X. System, if I fulfill these 4 wishes, will her affection skyrocket? Affirmative. Satoru studied the list. Finding a job in Tokyo? He had no leads on that yet. But someone to depend on. That's me reliable as they come. And as for easing loneliness, well, he was more than willing to help, if Mieko was open to it. Snapping out of his daydream, Satoru refocused. The most immediate goal was improving Shiro's grades, but he had no idea how to tutor him. And after lunch, the lessons would resume. If he got exposed, Mieko would never let him stay. Maybe I should fake a stomachache and bail. After the meal, Mieko cleared the dishes. Satoru had initially offered to help wash them, mostly to farm affection points, but Mieko refused. Her big, watery eyes pleaded as she said in that soft, flustered voice, "Satoru-kun, I can't let you do this." Absolutely not. Defeated, Satoru left the kitchen, only to face Shiro's scowling expression and a pile of incomprehensible math problems. I'm so screwed. Chapter 3 Apology. Takagi Satoru looked at the math problem, and the math problem looked at him. Pingchuan Ji, who was standing by, became impatient and asked loudly, "What are you doing?" Takagi Satoru was speechless to Hirakawa Shi. What are you calling him here? But when he thought that he would be his own son in the future, he felt very happy. Oh, right. Don't I have a chance to win a lottery? Takagi Satoru remembered. Jieomuwu said to Hirakawa Ji, who was sitting next to him, "I'm going to the bathroom. You can look at the questions for a while." After saying that, he got up and went to the bathroom. After Takagi Satoru closed the bathroom door, he immediately called out the system. "System, I want to draw a lottery." As soon as he finished speaking, a lottery page appeared in Jieomuwu's mind. Whether to choose the lucky draw. Yes. Takagi Satoru said without hesitation. Since this is the host's first time using the lottery, the host's luck value will increase. The higher the luck, the greater the probability of the host winning the item they hope to win. There were stars in Takagi Satoru's eyes. Is this the novice protection period? Please increase the protection efforts and don't stop. Takagi Satoru looked at the huge turntable, which was divided into 4 categories: consumables, attributes, skills, and another category that has anything written on it, which accounts for a very small proportion. As soon as Takagi Satoru saw it, he knew that this smallest category was the real stuff. The turntable turned slowly, faster and faster, and then gradually slowed down. The pointer slowly landed on the skills category, and Takagi Satoru felt a little disappointed. But it is acceptable. After all, to move to the 4th category, I am afraid I will have to sacrifice something. A flash of golden light. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God of Learning skill. At the same time, there is a line of small words below explaining the skills. God of Learning skills, extremely fast learning speed. Whenever the host flips through a book, he will absorb the knowledge inside. Damn. Takagi Satoru's eyes lit up and a pillow was delivered to him just when he was about to go to sleep. System, I love you. Takagi Satoru walked out of the bathroom, his steps moving with the wind. After Takagi Satoru came back, Hirakawa Ji quickly put away his phone. Oh, what's going on? According to Jieomuwu's experience, he was either chatting with his girlfriend or watching something that he was not allowed to watch. Of course, Jieomuwu is more inclined to the former. Because someone like Hirakawa, she definitely has a girlfriend in college. Hey, are you going to teach this lesson or not? Hirakawa, she said to Takagi Satoru in dissatisfaction. Of course I will tell you. I will tell you so much that you will confuse your brain. Hirakawa Shi's math level can be described in one sentence. Slightly better than an elementary school student. A little better, that's all. Takagi Satoru ignored him and picked up Mathematics 1 on the table and started flipping through it. He read the book like flowing water and soon finished it. At the same time, knowledge quickly flooded into Takagi Satoru's mind, and he analyzed and understood it thoroughly. Takagi Satoru's current level of understanding of Mathematics 1 is not much worse than that of the person who set the test. Hirakawa, she looked at Takagi Satoru, who was flipping through the book in front of him, his eyes first filled with confusion, and then anger. You are teasing the child here. You are turning the pages so quickly, it's obvious that you are joking. Hey, are you kidding me? Hirakawa Ji said dissatisfiedly. Takagi Satoru ignored him, pushed his glasses on the tip of his nose, and pushed a question directly in front of Hirakawa Shi. Once you enter the realm of academic genius, even a small problem can be easily solved. Takagi Satoru explained the math problem to him, but Hirakawa, she didn't understand it at all. Are you born dumber than others? You don't even understand this. You don't even know it's so simple. No, are you a normal human being? You can't understand something so simple. So stupid. No one is dumber than you. Takagi Satoru talked about Hirakawa Shi for more than 10 minutes with full output. The most important thing is that Hirakawa Shigeki can't do anything to him, and everything Takagi Satoru said is correct. He could only clench his fists and look at Takagi Satoru viciously, as if he wanted to eat him up. After a while, footsteps were heard outside. Mieko Hirakawa came and brought some fruits with her. Mieko Hirakawa put the fruit plate on the table and said as she walked away, "Takagi Satoru must be tired. Eat some fruit." When she bent down, all her charm was revealed. Gao Muwu once again understood the meaning of these 4 words. There are gaps in the heart. Tolerance is greatness. Tolerance is greatness. Mieko Hirakawa stood up and said to Ji Hirakawa, "Xiaoji, you have to listen carefully, okay?" Mieko cherishes the opportunity to tutor the top student in her grade. Hirakawa Ji had heard such words to Mieko so many times that his ears were almost calloused. He said impatiently, "Oh, I see." Gio Musua smiled and said, "Mrs. Mieko, Hirakawa is very smart. He can learn what I teach very quickly. I believe that with my help, his grades will improve quickly." After hearing this, Mieko Hirakawa's eyes widened. For her, knowing that her son's grades could improve made her happier than anything else. "Really? Thank you so much, Takagi Satoru-kun." After saying this, Mieko Hirakawa bowed to Takagi Satoru. "A bow is not a big deal, but the ravines in my heart reappear." Takagi Satoru's eyes widened, and he said that this kind of gratitude could be expressed more by Mrs. Mieko. Hirakawa Ji on the side was dumbfounded. How could Takagi Satoru have 2 faces? Just now I was scolding myself, calling myself stupid and asking myself if I was a normal human being. When he turned around, he seemed like a different person. Although Hirakawa was surprised at his change, he didn't want to delve into it further. "I have something to do, so I'll go out first." After saying that, Hirakawa Shiri ignored Hirakawa Mieko and walked out of the house. What he just said sounded more like a notification than a question. This kid must be reformed. Takagi Satoru is certain of this. Mieko Hirakawa smiled, rubbed her hands together awkwardly, and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Gao Mu Satoru's father died when he was young, so he is a little rebellious, but I know he is kind-hearted, so please don't mind it, Gao Mu Satoru." After saying that, he bowed again. Reappearance of the ravine. Takagi Satoru feels that this kind of apology should be used more often. In fact, Takagi Satoru didn't take care at all. He was 27 in his previous life, which would be 30 if rounded up. As the saying goes, a man should be independent at the age of 30. In his eyes, what Pinkwansi did was nothing more than adolescent rebellion. On the contrary, Takagi Satoru felt sorry for Mieko. She has been a widower for more than 10 years and has been raising a child alone. Who can tell me how sad she feels? When Mieko Hirakawa saw that Takagi Satoru didn't say anything, she thought he was angry and started to panic. What if Gao Musuo stops teaching Xiaoji in a fit of anger? What if Xiaoji can't find a good job in the future? What if? The more Mieko Hirakawa thought about it, the more scared she became. She wanted to apologize to Takagi Satoru again. At this time, Gao Mu also spoke. Chapter 4. I feel sorry for you. Mrs. Mieko. Takagi Satoru, please don't take it seriously. Mieko Hirakawa said again, her cheeks flushed and very tempting, making people want to take a bite. After hearing this, Takagi Satoru scratched his head. It seemed that he had underestimated how much Mieko valued her son's studies. "Mrs. Mieko, you don't have to call me Takagi Satoru all the time. Just call me Xiaowu." Mieko Hirakawa tilted her head in surprise, her face getting even redder. If she called him Xiaowu, wouldn't their relationship be a little too close? Xiaowu. Mieko Hirakawa was obviously not used to this new name and felt strange in her heart. Takagi Satoru is very handsome and delicate. He raised his head and smiled. "Mrs. Mieko, I'm not angry." Not angry. Mieko Hirakawa was stunned. She now looks like a stunned kitten, so cute. Jiamuu smiled and said, "Of course it's true. How could I lie to Miss Mieko?" Takagi Satoru has quietly changed her address to Miss Mieko. At first, it was Hirakawa Mieko, then Mrs. Mieko, and now it is Miss Mieko. It changed 3 times, but Mieko Hirakawa didn't realize it. Mieko Hirakawa didn't quite believe what Takagi Satoru said. After all, what Hirakawa she did was really too much. Takagi Satoru continued, "Ms. Mieko, I'm really not angry. In fact, I feel sorry for Xiaoji as well." "I feel more sorry for you." Takagi Satoru's words hit Hirakawa Mieko's heart accurately. It had been a long time since anyone had said such words to her. It has been more than 10 years since we started this journey, and she is the only one who knows the sadness involved. But now there is someone who feels sorry for her and even understands her, and a warm feeling flows through Miyako Hirakawa's heart. Before long, her eyes turned red. "Oh, I'm sorry, Takagi-sato, I'm a little excited." Hirakawa Miyako sobbed. When Jieomuwu heard her say this, he knew that her inner defenses had been broken. He gently hugged Miyako Hirakawa and patted her back with his hand. He knew that this was the most vulnerable time for Hirakawa Miyako, so Takagi Satoru said softly, "Miyako-chan. Can I call you that?" His voice was soft and gentle, very seductive. Chan-chan is a nickname between very close people. Takagi Satoru is trying to open the way to Miyako's heart. Of course, Jieomuwu firmly believed that the best way to bring them closer was the avenue that led to heaven. Yes. Miyako just felt that her heart was very confused, like a tangled mess, and she even forgot to push away Takagi Satoru. "Miyako-chan, now, please let me comfort you as your junior." Takagi Satoru is trying to reduce Miyako's psychological burden and tell her not to care about these thoughts. "I know you've had a hard time. But it doesn't matter. I'm here now. Just trust me, Miyako-chan." Takagi Satoru said as he gently patted her back. Miyako Hirakawa's tears fell, and Takagi Satoru reached out and wiped her tears away. In fact, there is paper next to it, and he can touch it with just a touch, but wiping with paper cannot enhance the relationship as much as wiping with hands. Miyako Hirakawa was heartbroken. It was the first time that someone could understand and sympathize with her like this. Ding! Hirakawa Miyako's favorability increased by 10, currently at 24, one more chance to win a lottery. Hirakawa Miyako's emotion changes from shy to touched, generating an emotion value of 500. The current emotion value is 610. Takagi Satoru's eyes lit up. This was not a loss at all. Not only did he get a chance to draw a lottery for free, but he also got 500 emotion points. This state did not last long. The reaction has already taken place. Miyako Hirakawa also felt that something was wrong with Takagi Satoru. As a wife, she was very familiar with this. A ding! Hirakawa Miyako's emotion changes from touch to shy, generating an emotion value of 100. The current emotion value is 710. Handy. After realizing something was wrong, Miyako Hirakawa distanced herself from Takagi Satoru. After all, Takagi Satoru was young, handsome, and in the prime of his youth. Boys of this age are the most restless. Seeing this, Takagi Satoru knew that he should retreat and could not stay here any longer. Looks like Xiaoji won't be back for a while. How about I come back tomorrow? When Hirakawa Miyako heard that Takagi Satoru wanted to leave, a flash of disappointment crossed her eyes, but she was too embarrassed to force him to stay. Oh well. That's it, then. Miyako Hirakawa sent Takagi Satoru to the door, her eyes full of reluctance to leave. Her eyes were the type that could captivate people, and Jieomuwu was reluctant to let her go, but he knew that sometimes you have to go. It might be better to leave than to stay. Ding! Hirakawa Miyako's mood changes from shy to reluctant. Mood value plus 100, current mood value 810. They stood face to face, and Miyako Hirakawa was a head shorter than Satoru Takagi. Takagi Satoru smiled and said to Hirakawa Miyako, "I will be able to see you again tomorrow." "I am so happy." Miyako asked back, "Are you happy to see me?" "Of course I am happy. Every day I am very happy when I think about seeing Miyako. It is like seeing a beautiful flower." "Really?" Miyako tilted her head, looking so adorable. "Of course it's true. How could I possibly lie to Miyako? I could lie to anyone else, but I would never lie to Miyako." After hearing this, Miyako felt extremely warm in her heart, as if the door of her heart had been gently opened by someone after a long time. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up and she lowered her head like a little girl. "Okay, I look forward to seeing you tomorrow." "Okay, Tilda." Miyako Hirakawa looked at Takagi Satoru's back and stood there quietly, like a little girl waiting for her boyfriend to come back. She was looking forward to tomorrow. As Takagi Satoru was walking on the road, he slowly realized that something was wrong. Someone is following him. Damn, I just traveled back through time. It's impossible for me to have enemies. Takagi Satoru felt more and more that something was wrong. He would know if someone really followed him and tried it. Relying on his memory, Takagi Satoru walked into a small alley. He was very familiar with this place as he had often been here before, and it was easy for him to escape. If you can't beat them, just run away. As he approached, a man in his 30s stepped in front of him and stopped him. The man had a tattoo on his arm and looked like a spirited young man, not a good person. Jieomuwu turned around and saw a familiar face. Chapter 5 Ambiguity. The familiar face turned out to be Hirakawa Shi. Takagi Satoru immediately understood what was going on. They were trying to block him. Jiao smiled calmly and said to Hirakawa Ji, Xiaoji, why are you here? Hirakawa Shi was stunned. He didn't expect Takagi Satoru to be so calm. It was as if the person surrounded was not him, but himself. Are you kidding me? Jiao continued, Xiaoji, do you want me to give you extra lessons again? When Pingquan heard him say this, he felt so angry that his teeth were itching. Shut up. You can't be a tutor in my house anymore. Why? No reason. I just can't. Hirakawa Shi looked like a child. Jiao smiled and said, but Mieko won't agree. Hirakawa Ji shouted, you can call her Mieko. Hirakawa Shi cursed in his heart, thinking that Takagi Satoru seemed to want to be his father. At first, she was Mrs. Mieko Hirakawa. Jiao curled his lips and continued, Xiaoji, I will never give up on you. You have to believe me. No matter how stupid you are, I can tutor you well. At first glance it sounds like a nice word, but if you listen carefully, it's clearly an insult. Pingquan nodded first, then realized something was wrong. The boy was still scolding him, so it seemed that he had to beat him up. While Takagi Satoru was chatting with Hirakawa Shi, his mind was not idle either. He directly opened the system panel and found that he still had one chance to draw a lottery. He hoped to draw out something good, but if he did, the best strategy he could take was to run away. System, I want to draw a lottery. A large turntable appeared in Takagi Satoru's mind, and then the pointer began to move. There is no luck bonus this time, so it's hard to say what you'll get. The speed of the turntable became slower and slower, and finally it slowly landed on the skill category. Takagi Satoru's eyes lit up, wondering what skills he could draw. A flash of golden light. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Tai Chi Grandmaster skill. Tai Chi Master. He is blessed with good luck. Takagi Satoru was so happy when he drew this skill. Tai Chi is about using a small amount of force to move a large object. I haven't worked out, so my muscles are definitely not as big as the tattooed man's. You will definitely not be able to win by force, and Tai Chi is the perfect solution to this problem. Is this the protagonist? Pingquan gritted his teeth, pointed at Jiao and shouted to the people beside him, go ahead, beat him up. Takagi Satoru was not panicked at all, and several big men surrounded him in an instant. He got into a stance, and the big man punched him sideways. Takagi Satoru dodged the big man's attack, then slapped him in the face. The big man was bewildered. He didn't expect that Takagi Satoru could dodge it so easily. Jiao looked at everyone with a smile and said slowly, Chinese Kung Fu. Pingquan was stunned and said to them, let's go together. Several people attacked together, but Takagi Satoru was not panicked at all and dealt with them one by one, fully demonstrating what it means to achieve great results with little effort. Hirakawa Ji was dumbfounded. He knew a little about Takagi Satoru, but as far as he knew, Takagi Satoru didn't know any Kung Fu at all. Damn, he realized that he might have been deceived. Maybe Takagi Satoru was just pretending before, and Hirakawa Shi watched the situation on the field take a sharp turn for the worse. He took on 5 or 6 people alone. Originally, when he was at home, he wanted to find someone to beat Takagi Satoru up. At that time, he saw Takagi Satoru glance at his phone, but he turned it over very quickly and he couldn't have noticed. While Hirakawa Ji was thinking about this, Takagi Satoru had already knocked them all down. Hirakawa Shi was the only one left on the field. Pingquan scratched his nose slightly embarrassedly. Now it was good that he didn't fight. This guy wouldn't hit him too, thought Pingquan, feeling uneasy. Jiao slowly walked towards him. Pingquan was scared. Although he was a problem boy, he was not fearless. He also didn't want Jiao to beat him. Xiaoji, you are really bad at dealing with these small fry. Takagi Satoru showed a harmless smile. In Hirakawa Shi's eyes, this smile was like a devil smile. By the way, can I be your tutor now? Pingquan swallowed his saliva and nodded quickly. If he didn't agree in time, he would be in trouble. That's good. Jiao nodded with a smile, and then said, let's go. That. Pingquan called him from behind. Jiao turned his head, and Pingquan swallowed and said, can you teach me Kung Fu? No one can resist the charm of Chinese Kung Fu. You really want to learn? I want to learn. It depends on your performance. After saying that, Jiao walked out with a swagger. Takagi Satoru's home is not far from Hirakawa Mieko's home, and it only takes 15 minutes to walk there. According to previous memories, Jiao has been an orphan since childhood. You can tell right away that he's the standard character for a protagonist. He's been gifted since childhood, and everyone else says he's the best kid. He is an introvert and lonely person with almost no friends. He lives alone in this small house. Returning to this small house, Takagi Satoru was filled with emotion. Now that he has come, he will make the best of it. His life will start all over again. In his previous life, he worked hard for a house and a car as a humble worker. He wants to live a wonderful life in this life. Takagi Satoru sat on the bed, opened his phone and browsed the messages online. He found that all the familiar music, movies, TV, etc. had disappeared. Takagi Satoru was very happy, as this gave him a lot of room to display his talents. The system must be used well. The most urgent task now is to increase Miyako's favorability to 60, so that the unknown function can be activated, whether it is a lottery or something else. What is the unknown function? Gao Muwu didn't want to think about it anymore. He would wait until he went to Miyako's house tomorrow to discuss everything. Chapter 6 Awkward. Early the next morning, Takagi Satoru woke up early. Miyako called him last night and asked him to go to Miyako's house for breakfast. Now Miyako is a little too nice to him, but this also indirectly proves her good impression of me. Try to reach a favorability level of 60 as soon as possible and see what that unknown function is. Less than 20 minutes later, Takagi Satoru arrived at Miyako's house. Miyako heard a knock on the door and she knew that Takagi Satoru was here. Originally, she was thinking of opening the door for Takagi Satoru, but Hirakawa she changed his usual behavior and actually took the initiative to open the door for Takagi Satoru. This surprised Miyako very much. When did Hirakawa Shigeki become so proactive? You know, Pingchuanji used to hate tutoring the most, but today he changed his ways and took the initiative to open the door. Miyako didn't understand and was shocked. If there were no ghosts in this world, she would have thought that Xiaoji had been possessed by another soul. She naturally didn't know what happened yesterday afternoon. Takagi Satoru was waiting outside the door with a smile on his face. When the door opened, Hirakawa Shi's face came into view. He was also smiling. When Takagi Satoru saw him, his smile immediately disappeared and turned into a wooden face. Before this, it was always Miyako who opened the door for him. The first time I saw Hirakawa open the door, "Young man, you used to be rebellious. I still prefer the rebellious you in the past. You're here, come quickly." Pingchuanji said come quickly twice in a row. This kid is really so obsessed with martial arts that he has changed his previous attitude, which makes Takagi Satoru feel very unfamiliar. Miyako brought out the breakfast she had just prepared and said to Takagi Satoru with a smile, "Xiaowu, come and eat quickly." Takagi Satoru also responded with a happy smile and said, "Okay." Why does Takagi Satoru feel that he is more like a son than Hirakawa Shi? After a simple meal, Takagi Satoru began to tutor Hirakawa Shi with his homework. This time, Pingchuanji's attitude changed 180 degrees. Before, he would get angry if someone said something to him, but this time, no matter what was said, he was smiling. Damn, if you don't know him, you would think he is a really good boy. Miyako came over with a bowl of fruit and was surprised to see Hirakawa studying so hard. Is this still his son? It can't be that he was really possessed. Although she didn't know why her son had changed so much, she was very happy that her son had changed like this. Pingquansi stood up and said, "I'm going to the bathroom." Takagi Satoru's eyes lit up. This was a great opportunity. He had seen such scenes in classic Japanese action movies before. "Thank you so much, Xiaowu. I am so relieved to see that Xiaoji has changed so much." As she said this, her face was filled with an expression of great joy. There is nothing like this as a mother. Jiamu smiled and said modestly, "Miyako-chan, these are what I should do. You don't need to thank me. Xiaoji is a kind-hearted child. He is not a bad person by nature. I am really happy to see him become better." A series of sugar-coated bullets were thrown at Miyako, and her heart was hit hard. Ding! Hirakawa Miyako's favorability increased by +6, currently at 30, adding one more chance to the lucky draw. The system's voice sounded in Takagi Satoru's ears. "Phew, it's finally 30. Still halfway to 60. Xiaowu, have some fruit." Miyako handed Takagi Satoru an orange. He took it and ran his fingers across the back of Miyako's hand. Although Miyako is already 38 years old, you can't tell at all, as her skin is still very smooth and tender. The charm remains. Miyako also felt Takagi Satoru's body temperature, and her heart felt like it was tickled. What's going on? At this time, Hirakawa came back and heard Miyako's cry. He thought something had happened. A ding! Hirakawa Miyako's mood changes from calm to shy, generating an emotion value of 100, and the current emotion value is 910. Takagi Satoru also felt a little embarrassed. Miyako said at this time, "Well, You guys study first. I'll go out for a while. It's a little too hot here. After saying that, she went out directly. Hirakawa, she was completely bewildered, but when he came to his senses, his eyes looked like they were stabbing Takagi Satoru. But he knew he would only be beaten. Jie Muwu coughed lightly. Ahem, Xiaoji, let's continue studying. Hirakawa asked, I want to learn Chinese Kung Fu. No problem. Takagi Satoru agreed immediately. Pinquancy was overjoyed and asked uncertainly, Really? Are you really willing to teach me? Of course. After all, he is his son. But I can only teach you if you rank in the top 20 in the class. After hearing this, Pingchuanji immediately hung his head. He was now ranked last in the class. It would be difficult to even be in the bottom 20, let alone the top 20. What? You're giving up already? It seems like you're not that passionate about Kung Fu. Takagi Satoru provoked. When Pinquancy heard this, he clenched his fists and said confidently, The top 20 is the top 20, and we can't regret it. Of course I won't regret it. The agreement was made, and it all depended on whether he could achieve it within this month. Takagi Satoru took the remaining books and flipped through them quickly, and vast amounts of knowledge entered his mind. But there is no chaos at all. Everything is well organized and well understood. Pinquancy didn't know what he meant, but didn't ask. After a whole morning of studying, it was already noon when I saw Mieko again. She was wearing an off-white floral dress and looked very young. There was a table full of delicious dishes, but Takagi Satoru really couldn't get used to Japanese food. While eating, Mieko didn't dare to look at Takagi Satoru, otherwise she would be reminded of the embarrassing things that happened in the morning. After dinner, Mieko went to wash the dishes. In the afternoon, Pingchuanji studied for a while and then went out. He went out as soon as it was this time in the afternoon. Mieko and Takagi Satoru both suspected that he had a girlfriend, but they had no evidence. Takagi Satoru doesn't know much about Hirakawashi's life, but logically, someone like him would have a girlfriend. At this time, Mieko came over and asked Jie Muwu, Xiao Wu. Ah. Is Xiaoji in love? I'm not very clear about this either. Takagi Satoru said truthfully. Oh. When Takagi Satoru saw Mieko bringing up the topic of love, he continued by asking, Mieko-chan, why haven't you found someone in all these years? This question hits the heart, and to be honest, he really wants to know the answer to this question. Mieko heard Takagi Satoru's question and looked into the distance through the window. Chapter 7 Yamaguchi Ryoka. Mieko pulled her thoughts back to her senses. She looked at Jie Musuo and said slowly, It's not that I haven't thought about it. I just gave up after thinking about it. In the country of Shiri, the social status of women is actually lower than that of men. Jie Muwu took over the conversation at this time and said, It's more because of Xiaoji. Mieko nodded. He really hit the point. Because of her son, Mieko rarely considered remarriage. Mieko, I want to live alone. I shouldn't live for others but for myself. Live for yourself. Mieko repeated. Yes, live for yourself. Takagi Satoru said firmly. Mieko thought for a moment and said, Let's forget it now, Xiaoji. Before Mieko could finish her words, Takagi Satoru interrupted her. If I can improve Xiaoji's grades to the top 20 in the class, then you can start thinking about your own affairs. After saying this, Takagi Satoru looked straight at her. Mieko hesitated, her slender fingers rubbing the corner of her clothes. About a minute later, Mieko raised her head again and said, Okay, I promise you. Okay. Takagi Satoru smiled slightly, the sunlight shining on his face. Please trust me, Mieko. I trust you. Mieko didn't know where her confidence came from. On an ordinary day, one person changed her whole life. Ding, Hirakawa Mieko's favorability increased by +5, currently at 35. The favorability has increased again, and we are one step closer to the small goal of 60. Hirakawa, she was not there in the afternoon, and Takagi Satoru had nothing else to do, so he packed up and went home. On the way home, Takagi Satoru thought to himself that Hirakawa, she might have someone beat him up again. Probably not. But it's hard to say, after all, he seems to have misunderstood himself and Mieko. Of course, Takagi Satoru was not afraid of him calling for help. Takagi Satoru returned home safely. Tomorrow is Monday, the first day of college life in Japan. I wonder what the experience is like here. Early in the morning, Takagi Satoru got up early, put on his small school bag, and rode his bicycle to school. The University of Tokyo is one of the best universities in Tokyo, and its quality is also the best. Of course, there may be some small rubbish like Hirakawa she mixed in. Hirakawa she. Are you polite? Takagi Satoru was riding his bicycle when suddenly a luxury car appeared on the road. This was a corner, blocked by a wall, so Takagi Satoru didn't see it. He stopped the car in time, but it was still too hasty and Jie Musuwa fell directly to the ground. A man in a suit got off the driver's seat and he looked like a bodyguard. He said, "Hey, are you trying to scam me?" He was not polite at all and felt that Takagi Satoru must be trying to scam him. Damn it, I have fallen to such a low point that I have to come here to commit fraud. Originally thinking it was a misunderstanding, Takagi Satoru didn't want to get entangled in it, but now it seems he has to. It was you who hit me. How could I be accused of fraud? Ouch, it hurts so much. After saying this, Takagi Satoru hugged his foot and wailed in pain, using all his life's acting skills. When the bodyguard saw Takagi Satoru like this, he immediately walked up to him, stretched out his strong hands, and was about to lift Takagi Satoru up. The moment his hand touched Jie Musashi's collar, Jie Musashi took advantage of the situation. It looked like he was punched by this bodyguard. Oh, how could you hit someone in broad daylight? Takagi Satoru immediately shouted, instantly attracting the attention of everyone around him. Eating melons is human nature, and everyone wants to eat melons. The bodyguard realized that he had been fooled and gritted his teeth. He had never been humiliated like this before. He wanted to go up and beat Takagi Satoru, but at this moment the back window of the luxury car slowly rolled down. An extremely delicate face was revealed. Her hair was not long enough to reach her shoulders. When the wind blew, her hair fell freely on her face. Her lips are like ripe cherries, bright, smooth and plump. The corners of her mouth are slightly upturned, and she always has a faint smile on her face, making her look radiant, gentle, and lovely. Even without any makeup, she is already the most beautiful woman in the world. She's like a sweet girl. Heroine 002, Ryoka Yamaguchi. Age, 18. Favorability, 10. Heroine's wish list. 1. I hope I can break free from my father's control X. 2. I hope to make a lot of friends X. Jio Muwu's eyes lit up. Another heroine is coming. Like making friends? I really like making friends, and I got pregnant. Yamaguchi Ryoka called softly, Uncle Kaihao. Ji Haoshin changed his pace and immediately walked towards Yamaguchi Ryoka. He respectfully called out, Miss. Yamaguchi Ryoka said, Forget it, Uncle Kaihao, he is so young, he probably wouldn't do that kind of thing. Kai Haoshin objected and said, Miss, you don't know that people's badness knows no age. After saying that, he shook his head. Miss Yamaguchi was kind by nature and could be easily deceived. Yamaguchi Ryoka continued, Forget it. Kai Haoshin couldn't insist any longer, so he turned around and walked to Takagi Satoru, took out his wallet, and threw some money to Takagi Satoru. A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. Takagi Satoru was already determined to teach Kai Haoshin a lesson. He staggered to his feet and walked in front of Kai Haoshin. Kai Haoshin had no idea what he was going to do. He just saw Jia Muwu secretly attacking with his palm. Ji Haoshin saw it and wanted to hit him, but it was like hitting cotton. A shocking scene happened. Ji Haoshin, who was standing just now. The next second he fell to the ground. Chapter 8 New Deskmate. People on the street stopped to watch. Eating melons is human nature, and everyone wants to eat some. But what they didn't expect was that Takagi Satoru, a weak young man, could actually knock down a 1.8 meter tall man. This is really incredible. Yamaguchi Ryoka didn't know why Kai Haoshin was suddenly knocked down, but she didn't think that it was Takagi Satoru who knocked him down. Because after all, the two people are not on the same level. Takagi Satoru knew it was time to leave. If he didn't leave now, would he wait until other people came and beat him up? As the saying goes, among the 36 strategies, running away is the best one. Takagi Satoru picked up the bicycle that had fallen to the side and rode towards the University of Tokyo. In the backseat of Cullinan was a man in his 40s wearing black glasses. He didn't say anything, but he exuded a suffocating aura, and it was obvious from a distance that he was not someone to be messed with. He looked through the window at the boy leaving, his eyes meaningful. Yamaguchi Ryoka said to the man, Dad, please don't do anything to him, okay? As soon as she opened her mouth, the suffocating atmosphere disappeared instantly. The man smiled and nodded, gently supporting Yamaguchi Ryoka's head with his hand. In less than 2 minutes, he rode to the University of Tokyo. Following closely behind was Ryoka Yamaguchi, and the bodyguard opened the car door. Ryoka Yamaguchi got out of the car. She was wearing a white long dress with a pink jacket over her top. She was as clean as a blooming white rose. Yamaguchi Ryoko greeted her father in the car, and then said to Kai Haoshin, Uncle Kaihao, I'm leaving. Okay, miss, if you have anything, please tell us immediately. Okay. Takagi Satoru walked to the door of the classroom, this familiar yet unfamiliar class. Everyone was talking as they should, playing as they should, and no one was paying attention to Takagi Satoru. Today is the first day of school for my sophomore year. We haven't seen each other for a whole holiday, so we talked and laughed, expressing how much we missed each other. He is usually a very introverted person and doesn't usually talk to others actively. In class, he does nothing but study and has very few friends. In a word, it can be summed up as a nerd. Takagi Satoru was happy to be free and not have to deal with others, so he just found a seat and sat down. Because of his introverted personality, he always sat alone at a table and no one wanted to sit next to him. If you don't sit at the same table with girls, what's the point of studying? Takagi Satoru felt that his motivation to study had instantly dropped to its lowest point. The bell rang and a man with a shiny oily hair came over. He wears black glasses, teaches mathematics, and is their class teacher. His name is Fujino Tsunosaburo. He put Math 1 on the table and glanced at everyone with sharp eyes. It seemed as if everyone's little movements could not escape his eyes. Fujino Tsunosaburo said, "Today, I will introduce a new classmate to you." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone instantly lost their composure. The arrival of new classmates does attract quite a bit of attention, of course, only when they first arrive. What happens after that depends entirely on how good-looking they are. After Fujino Tsunosaburo finished speaking, a girl came in from outside. Takagi Satoru's eyes widened instantly, and the eyes of the students around him all widened as well. The new student was none other than Ryoka Yamaguchi. Takagi Satoru's eyes widened because he didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that the new classmate turned out to be Yamaguchi Ryoka. The rest of the people were amazed at the beauty of Yamaguchi Ryoka. "Please introduce yourself." Fujino Tsunosaburo said to her. Yamaguchi Ryoka nodded slightly and walked to the podium. She looked down and stared at her classmates. Wadasava Yamaguchi Ryoka. Yamaguchi Ryoka looked very nervous. She didn't know where to put her hands and kept rubbing them back and forth. After a brief self-introduction, it was time to arrange seats. The boys in the class had fierce looks in their eyes, and they all wanted Yamaguchi Ryoka to sit next to them. The female classmates were unhappy. The newcomer stole all the limelight. How could they be happy? The expression on Yamaguchi Ryoka's face was not very happy. "Where do you want to sit, Suzuka?" asked Fujino Tsunosaburo. After taking a quick glance, Liang Hua saw Takagi Satoru. That person. Isn't that the person that Uncle Ji Haoshin bumped into? Ryoka raised her hand and pointed at Takagi Satoru. Fujino Tsunosaburo pushed the frame of his glasses in surprise. He didn't expect that Liang Hua would choose to sit at the same table with Takagi Satoru. Fujino Tsunosaburo then said, "Suzuka, please sit next to Takagi Satoru." He did this entirely out of trust in Takagi Satoru, because he also felt that Takagi Satoru was a nerd and would not say it even if he liked Yamaguchi Ryoka. And Yamaguchi Ryoka wouldn't fall for Takagi Satoru either. The seating arrangement was very reasonable and appropriate. Fujino Tsunosaburo smiled happily and the difficult problem was solved. Yamaguchi Ryoka looked at the empty seat and saw a young man with his head down. He was not staring at her like the others. This made her feel the boy's uniqueness all at once. Yamaguchi Ryoka walked down from the podium and came to stand next to Takagi Satoru. She put her school bag into the drawer. At this moment, the boy looked up and Liang Hua saw the familiar face. Chapter 9. Thank you. Jio Musua smiled and greeted. "Hello, Wadashiwa Jio Musua." Yamaguchi Ryoka never thought that the person she met in the morning would be able to meet here again. The world is really so small. "Are you hurt?" asked Ryoka Yamaguchi. "It's fine now." Takagi Satoru replied. He wasn't actually injured at all, but he couldn't tell that to Yamaguchi Ryoka. "I'm sorry." Yamaguchi Ryoka apologized. Ding! Yamaguchi Ryoka's mood changes to guilt, generating 200 emotion points. The current emotion point is 1100. Takagi Satoru was a little surprised to hear Yamaguchi Ryoka's apology. He didn't expect that this girl was so easy to fool. She believed what he said without thinking. Jio Muwu continued. "You bumped into me, so are you going to treat me to a meal?" Yamaguchi Ryoka tilted her head and said without thinking, "I'll treat you." Let's start reviewing. In this math class, Takagi Satoru didn't listen at all, and his eyes were always observing Yamaguchi Ryoka intentionally or unintentionally. The more I look at it, the more beautiful it becomes, just like the white moonlight of my youth. Yamaguchi Ryoka also noticed Takagi Satoru's gaze. She tilted her head and asked curiously, "Is there something on my face?" Jio Muwu shook his head and said, "No, I just think you are too beautiful." Takagi Satoru speaks his mind directly. For such simple-minded people, you have to play straight. Thank you. Yamaguchi Ryoka was very happy because, apart from her father and others who praised her for her good looks, no one else had ever praised her since she was a child. At this time, Fujino Tsunosaburo, who was standing on the podium, saw two people whispering below. Yamaguchi Ryoka, you try to solve this problem. Fujino Tsunosaburo said, pointing at the math problem on the blackboard. How could Yamaguchi Ryoka know where he was at? And the progress was so fast that by the time you picked up a pen, you might not even know where he was when you looked up again. Yamaguchi Ryoka stood up in a daze, looking very cute. Fujino Tsunosaburo looked at her and said, You didn't hear it just now, did you? Yamaguchi Ryoka answered truthfully, Yes. Takagi Satoru knew it was his turn to go on stage, and if he didn't go now, when would he go? Gao Muwu took the initiative to stand up and said, Teacher, I know this question. You can. Fujino Tsunosaburo asked in surprise. He knew that Takagi Satoru was a good student, but he didn't expect that Takagi Satoru would take the initiative to stand up and rescue Yamaguchi Ryoko. What Fujino Tsunosaburo talked about was a difficult question, very difficult, and basically only the top students at the University of Tokyo could solve it. But Takagi Satoru and Yamaguchi Ryoko were clearly talking and their attention was not on the class at all. They didn't know the key to solving the problem that he had just mentioned, so it was impossible for Takagi Satoru to understand this problem. Okay, then you come up and solve this problem, said Fujino Tsunosaburo. After hearing this, Takagi Satoru walked over. The students in the classroom were whispering. I didn't expect the nerd to come to his senses and actually figure out how to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. Nonsense. Don't you see how pretty Liang Hua is? Even the dumbest nerd would be tempted. Hey, if only I knew how to solve this problem, I could help Liang Hua if I knew. Takagi Satoru ignored the idle chatter of the people below and wrote the answer to the question on the blackboard without even thinking. Are you kidding? I have a godlike system. This little problem is still ignored. Fujino Tsunosaburo on the side was dumbfounded. Let us not talk about whether you can do it or not, just think about it first. Takagi Satoru was so good that he didn't even have a second to think, and acted as if the question was his own. Takagi Satoru wrote it all down in one breath and filled the blackboard with eloquent words. After finishing, Gao Muwu looked at Fujino Tsunosaburo and said, Teacher, I'm done. Fujino Tsunezo swallowed his saliva and said, Tell everyone about it. Profound. Takagi Satoru did not shirk his responsibility and explained it carefully and in detail to the people below. Everyone below was stunned, including Fujino Tsunosaburo. The people below didn't understand, but Fujino Tsunosaburo didn't expect it. No, brother. You are really good at it. Teacher. Ah. I'm done. Oh, that's a good point. Larodang, you didn't listen at all. Gao Muwu disagreed with his praise. Fujino Tsunosaburo continued, Come to my office after class. Gao Musuo responded, Okay. Fujino Tsunosaburo nodded and said, Well, you go down first. Ding, Yamaguchi Ryoka's favorability increased by 5, currently at 15. Phew, it seems my efforts have not been in vain. Takagi Satoru. Yamaguchi Ryoka said softly. Takagi Satoru tilted his head. Thank you. Chapter 10 Because she is pretty. Thank you. Just a verbal thank you. Takagi Satoru asked with a smile. After hearing this, Yamaguchi Ryoka quickly waved her hands and said, Of course not, I'll treat you to a delicious meal at noon. Gao Muwu said, No. Yamaguchi Ryoka didn't know why Takagi Satoru said no. I'll treat you to dinner tonight, too. When Yamaguchi Ryoka heard what Takagi Satoru said, she smiled and immediately said, Okay. Just now, Takagi Satoru's lecture took up most of the class, so they felt that this class was unusually short. The get out of class was over in just a few minutes. After class, Takagi Satoru went to the homeroom teacher's office. He didn't know what Laodang wanted to talk to him about, but he thought it shouldn't be a bad thing. Takagi Satoru knocked on the door and the voice of Fujino Tsunosaburo came from inside. Come in. Takagi Satoru walked to the side of Fujino Tsunosaburo, and Fujino Tsunosaburo closed the book. He looked at Gao Musuo and said, Xiao Wu, to be honest, you are really talented. Takagi Satoru is definitely capable of being the best in the country, and Fujino Tsunosaburo hasn't produced a student who is the best in the country for a long time. It's okay. Takagi Satoru said modestly. Fujino Tsunosaburo was slightly surprised to find that he was so humble. He thought that it was a very good quality to have such humility. His bigger goal is to graduate first in the country. Fujino Tsunosaburo pushed up his glasses and said with a smile, "The goal is very clear, not bad." Then he immediately changed the subject. "By the way, what do you think of the new female classmate?" Gao Muwu didn't expect him to ask this. "Because she is very beautiful," Takagi Satoru said with a smile. What he said was indeed the truth, and Fujino Tsunosaburo also thought she was pretty, but he felt something was wrong when Takagi Satoru praised his female classmate so bluntly for her beauty. Fujino Tsunosaburo noticed the signs of love, and if there were any, he had to nip them in the bud. "Do you know her background?" asked Fujino Tsunosaburo. "I really don't know much about this Takagi Satoru, but just looking at the car she's riding in I can tell that she's not an ordinary person. People of ordinary status cannot sit there either. I don't know, but he's quite rich," said Takagi Satoru. "How do you know her family is quite rich?" asked Fujino Tsunosaburo. "Ha, just guessing." Takagi Satoru made up a random excuse and told Fujino Tsunosaburo what happened this morning. Fujino Tsunosaburo advised, "Xiaowu, I advise you to keep some distance from her, because she is not someone you can. You understand what I mean." There was something else behind what the old man said, and Takagi Satoru could tell that he was advising him not to provoke Yamaguchi Ryoka. However, Takagi Satoru obviously won't listen to him, because as the heroine, how can she improve her favorability if she doesn't provoke others? Fujino Tsunosaburo's words alerted Takagi Satoru that Yamaguchi Ryoka was definitely a girl from a rich family. "I think I'm going to eat soft rice." Gao Muwu asked, "Teacher, is there anything else? If not, I will leave first. I have class later." Fujino Tsunosaburo nodded and said, "There's nothing else to do. You should go to class first." Takagi Satoru nodded and left the office. When he returned to the classroom, he saw that his seat was already occupied by someone. The man's name was Liang Yang-san, a well-known school bully, but he was nothing compared to Ping Chuan-ji. Simply put, Ping Chuan-ji is the king, and Liang Yanzo is the small king. He sat in Takagi Satoru's seat, chattering non-stop with Yamaguchi Ryoko next to him. Gao Muwu knew what was going on at a glance. He walked over and said to Liang Yang-san, "This is my seat." He had already reserved a seat in advance, but when he went to the office, it was occupied by Liang Yang-san. "Haha, I know. What do you think of my sitting here? You can sit over there in the next class," Liang Yang-san said arrogantly. When Gao Muwu heard this, he thought that he was being treated as an idiot. "Excuse me, I only study at my seat." Liang Yang-san was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that Gao Mu Satoru would reject him. How dare he reject her? A group of students gathered around, some pretending to read, but their minds were actually no longer on the textbooks. Some people pretend to throw away garbage just to get a closer look. Given Liang Yang-san's temper, they all thought that Gao Mu Satoru would inevitably be beaten. Liang Yang-san stood up and stared at Gao Muwu fiercely. At this moment, the bell for the end of get out of class rang. Liang Yang-san looked at Gao Musuo and warned him, "I'll let you escape, but don't leave after school." Takagi Satoru treated all his words as bullshit. "You said you would wait for me after school. You are such a fool." Chapter 11 Because you are a good person. Gao Muwu sat back in his seat, and Yamaguchi Ryoka looked at him puzzled and asked, "Why did you conflict with him?" In the innocent eyes of Yamaguchi Ryoka, she didn't know why Takagi Satoru and Liang Kenzo had a quarrel. Although she also didn't like the guy named Liang Yang-san, Liang Yang-san kept looking around beside her just now, which made her very dislike him. Simply put, he is not as good as Takagi Satoru at all. "It's all because of you," Takagi Satoru said viciously. "Because of me." Yamaguchi Ryoka pointed at herself and said, "Yes, it's because of you." Takagi Satoru continued. "Why?" asked Yamaguchi Ryoka, her big eyes full of confusion. Takagi Satoru smiled. He was really defeated by Yamaguchi Ryoka's naivety. How could this girl be so naive? She would just run away if someone took her away. Well, so Takagi Satoru made a decision to kidnap her himself first so that no one else could kidnap her. Gao Muwu replied, "It's because of you." "All right." Yamaguchi Ryoka lowered her head, as if this was a fault. Gao Muwu smiled and said, "You have to treat me to dinner tomorrow." Yamaguchi Ryoka raised her head again and said, "That's right. This is the fun of being with a rich woman. It's fun to be with her for a while, and it's always fun to be with her for a while." The doctor told him that he had a poor appetite and couldn't eat hard food. After 2 more classes, Takagi Satoru didn't listen at all, but Ryoka listened very seriously. The little lips are pouting. Studying requires not only the brain but also the mouth. It is very cute. As the bell for the last class rang, the charge to eat also sounded. Jiamuwu said to Yamaguchi Ryoka beside him, "Let's go and eat." "Oh, okay." Yamaguchi Ryoka followed him obediently, just like a girlfriend. Relying on his old memories, Takagi Satoru took Yamaguchi Ryoka to a delicious stall in the school cafeteria. Gao Musuo ordered the dishes skillfully. After ordering, he said to Yamaguchi Ryoka beside him, "You pay." Yamaguchi Ryoka nodded and said obediently, "Oh, okay." After saying that, Yamaguchi Ryoka took out a card and swiped it. When Takagi Satoru saw that there were several $1,000s in it, he realized that he was indeed a child from a wealthy family. However, the expression on his face did not change at all, as if he had already known it. After brushing his teeth, he took his meal and found a seat to sit down. The people queuing behind Takagi Satoru were getting upset. Damn it, not only was the guy so good looking, but he actually let girls pay. Is there still justice in heaven? Is there still law in the world? Brother, seriously, if you start a class, I will be the first to attend. Takagi Satoru ignored the envious looks and sat down in an empty seat. Ryoko Yamaguchi sat opposite him. "You're not familiar with the food since it's your first time here. This is what I've eaten the most and what I think is the most delicious. You can try it first to see if it suits your taste." Takagi Satoru said. "Okay." Yamaguchi Ryoko nodded, then picked up the chopsticks and started eating. After taking the first bite, Yamaguchi Ryoko said, "It's delicious. As long as it tastes good. Can I be friends with you?" "Make friends?" Jiamuwu was stunned, and then said, "Why do you want to make friends with me?" It was the first time he heard such a silly question. Usually, people who asked such questions were elementary school students. Do adults like Takagi Satoru usually say they are in a relationship? Yamaguchi Ryoka tilted her head and thought for a while before saying, "Because you are a good person." Chapter 12 Good Friends. Because you're a good person. When Takagi Satoru heard Yamaguchi Ryoka's answer, he was speechless. He was inexplicably given the card of being a nice guy. He doesn't want to be a good guy. Jiamuwu shook his head and said, "Liang Hua, do you know that being a good person is the biggest insult to a man? Besides, I am not a good person." "Ah, why?" Takagi Satoru didn't explain any further. He always felt that the simple-minded Ryoka shouldn't know so much. "We can be friends." "Oh. Then we are good friends." Yamaguchi Ryoka said this with a gleam in her eyes. Takagi Satoru saw that she didn't look like she was acting, so he wondered if Yamaguchi Ryoka had so few friends. It shouldn't be. Jiamuwu asked, "Do good friends have to be together for life?" Yamaguchi Ryoka felt something was wrong, but she couldn't tell what it was. It seemed like this. It seemed so. At this time, Yamaguchi Ryoka stretched out her hand and said to Takagi Satoru, "Wadashiwa Yamaguchi Ryoka." She introduced herself again, and her two dimples were revealed, looking so sweet. Takagi Satoru also extended his hand and said, "Takagi Satoru. From today on, we are friends. Will we always be friends from now on?" Yamaguchi Ryoka asked nervously, as if she was afraid that Takagi Satoru would abandon her in a few days. "It depends on your performance." "Okay, I will definitely be a good friend." Yamaguchi Ryoka's eyes were extremely determined when she said this. Ding, Yamaguchi Ryoka's favorability increased by 10, currently at 25, adding one more chance to the lucky draw. Including this chance to draw a lottery, Takagi Satoru currently has 3 chances to draw a lottery. The people eating nearby were almost dying of envy of Takagi Satoru, because he looked, well, he was indeed handsome. "I am so envious of your girlfriend who is so pretty and obedient." After finishing their meal, Takagi Satoru and Yamaguchi Ryoko walked around the playground and then went back. It was another afternoon of classes, and Takagi Satoru didn't listen to a single word. Yamaguchi Ryoka asked him curiously, "Do you understand everything?" Jiamuwu said, "These are nothing to me." Yamaguchi Ryoka asked back, "No big deal." "Is it that amazing?" "Well enough." "Then can you teach me?" "Of course." "Thank you, my good friend." "You're welcome, just treat me to a meal." "No problem, I'll take care of all your meals from now on." A rich woman is a rich woman, and she is generous. Why do I feel like a beggar? I wonder if I think I am a beggar. If you think about it carefully, there is nothing wrong with begging. I earn my living by my own ability. After class, Takagi Satoru and Yamaguchi Ryoko said goodbye at the school gate. Takagi Satoru watched Yamaguchi Ryoko walk into a luxury car, the same luxury car from the morning. He looked at the bicycle next to him, which was two extremes. Don't worry, you will have a car, a house, and a woman. Takagi Satoru pushed the cart to Miyako's house as he had to tutor Hirakawa-shi tonight. Alas, if it weren't for Miyako-chan, he really wouldn't want to care about Hirakawa-shi. Well, I have to let her reward me well today. Takagi Satoru rode his beloved bicycle, hoping that there would never be a traffic jam on the road. As he rode, Takagi Satoru felt something was wrong. Someone is following him. With his sixth sense as a man, Takagi Satoru was certain that someone was following him. Could it be that Ping Chuan-ji hired someone to deal with him again? That shouldn't be the case. Didn't he beat him up perfectly last time? Could it be the person the bodyguard was looking for this morning? All kinds of guesses arose in Takagi Satoru's mind, but they disappeared the next second. The person who blocked him was Liang Yang-san. Chapter 13 Staying. Stop! Liang Yang-san shouted. If you say stop, then stop. Who the hell do you think you are? Gao Muwu would definitely not listen to him. He just walked on his own, ignoring Liang Yang-san at all and completely treating him as air. Liang Yang-san gritted his teeth fiercely. When had he ever been ignored like this before? And the other party was a nerd. Generally speaking, these students would have been scared to the point of peeing their pants by now. But Takagi Satoru seemed not to see him. The thug on the side said, "Third brother, why don't we just deal with him directly? These little hooligans have been itching to fight for a long time. Their hands will itch if they don't fight for a day. As for Takagi Satoru's life or death, they don't care." Liang Yin-san's eyes revealed murderous intent, and he waved his hand. "Come on." "Okay," everyone said in unison. Several hooligans immediately surrounded Takagi Satoru, all wanting to show off in front of Liang Yang-san. Because Liang Yang-san is rich. A little yellow-haired boy spat to the side. "Boy, do you know which women you should touch and which women you shouldn't touch? You dare to touch the woman my third brother likes? I think you don't want to live anymore." Jiamuwu smiled and said, "I touched your horse." The little yellow-haired boy was stunned. He never expected that Takagi Satoru would dare to scold him. Such highly offensive words. The little yellow-haired boy raised his leg and kicked Takagi Satoru. Takagi Satoru had been on guard against him for a long time. Taking advantage of the moment when he kicked, he raised his hand and knocked the little yellow-haired boy down. Then he attacked again and knocked down the remaining thugs one by one. The fight lasted no more than a minute before all the thugs fell to the ground. The little yellow-haired boy and the others were lying on the ground wailing in pain. Liang Yang-san was stunned. He could never have imagined that Takagi Satoru was so skilled. Before, I only knew that he was a nerd and it was impossible for him to be so skilled. The facts were right in front of him, and Liang Yang-san had no choice but to believe them. Takagi Satoru slowly walked towards Liang Yanzo. Liang Yanzo was isolated and helpless, and the situation was now reversed. "I'm warning you, don't come over here." Liang Yang-san pointed at Takagi Satoru, his fingers trembling. Takagi Satoru ignored his words and walked towards him. Liang Yang-san took several steps back before he could steady himself. Gao Muwu had to teach him a lesson, otherwise he would only remember the food and not the beating. Takagi Satoru is definitely not a kind-hearted person. If no one offends me, I will not offend anyone. If someone offends me, I will definitely offend him. Bang! He kicked Liang Yang-san and he was knocked to the ground. Remember what kind of women you should touch and what kind of women you shouldn't touch. Don't let me see you talking to Yamaguchi Ryoka in the future. Takagi Satoru said to him. This sentence was returned to Liang Yang-san intactly. Do you remember? Takagi Satoru asked back. I'll remember that. Takagi Satoru rode his bicycle away. Liang Yang-san stared at Takagi Satoru's back with his teeth clenched. I must get back the face I lost this time. Otherwise, how will I survive in school and on the street in the future? There was a car parked not far away with two men sitting in it. One of them was Kai Haoshin, the man who had fought with Takagi Satoru in the morning, and the other was Yamaguchi Hirotada, the father of Yamaguchi Ryoka. They had just seen the scene of Takagi Satoru fighting a bunch of thugs. Yamaguchi Hirotada slowly asked, How are your skills? Kai Haoshin frowned and said, Excellent. Yamaguchi Hironaka asked, What are your chances of winning if you fight him? Kai Haoshin's frown deepened. He had a brief fight with Takagi Satoru in the morning, but he was beaten so badly that he couldn't exert any strength at all. He had never seen that kind of martial arts, but based on the two moves demonstrated by Gao Muwu, he could conclude that this person must be a master. Kai Haoshin said slowly, less than 50%. The expression on Yamaguchi Hiratada's face was obviously more surprised. The problem was that Takagi Satoru was very young. If he was given time to grow up, his future strength would be extraordinary. Yamaguchi Hiratada said, "How could it be such a coincidence?" Kai Haoshin understood what Yamaguchi Hiratada meant by Kiao. In the morning, Takagi Satoru happened to bump into their car, and happened to be assigned to the same class as Yamaguchi Ryoka, and happened to become their desk mate. Everything is so coincidental, as if someone arranged it all on purpose. Yamaguchi Hiratada folded his hands in front of his chest and asked, "Have you investigated this kid's background?" Kai Haoshin replied, "I checked, both his parents are dead, he is an orphan." Something's wrong again. Yamaguchi Hiratada instructed, "Go check if he is from the Kawato Kai." In recent years, Sichuan Rice Association has been at odds with them, and the conflict has become increasingly intense recently, and it is almost time for a real fight. "Yes." Kai Haoshin replied, then hesitated, and said, "Then miss." He couldn't say it directly because this was Yamaguchi Hiratada's family matter after all. "Are you saying that the two of them are too close?" asked Hiratada Yamaguchi. Kai Haoshin nodded. Many eyes were watching what happened in the school, and every move of Takagi Satoru was in the eyes of Yamaguchi Hiratada. He naturally knew that Takagi Satoru and Yamaguchi Ryoka were very close. Ji Haoshin was afraid that Takagi Satoru was intentionally approaching Yamaguchi Ryoka and would be harmful to her. Takagi Satoru does have feelings for Suzuka, and they are romantic feelings. "No, go and do what I told you to do first." "Yes." Takagi Satoru rode to Hirakawa Mieko's house, arriving a little later than usual. It was Hirakawa she who opened the door, and Mieko asked Takagi Satoru, "Why are you late today, Satoru?" "Oh, something happened on the road today." Takagi Satoru made up an excuse to get away with it. "Thing? What happened? Is it serious?" Mieko Hirakawa asked hurriedly. Ding. Hirakawa Mieko's mood changes from calm to nervous, generating an emotion value of 100, and the current emotion value is 1100. "It's okay, it's been resolved." Pingchuan Ji on the side muttered quietly, "What can happen to him? He is still in love with the school beauty." He spoke so softly that Mieko couldn't hear clearly. "Ah, what?" Takagi Satoru heard clearly what Hirakawa she said, but he couldn't let Mieko hear it. He interrupted hurriedly. He said there is nothing wrong. "Oh, that's good." Mieko breathed a sigh of relief and said as she walked towards the kitchen, "The meal is ready, come and eat." "Okay." Takagi Satoru agreed immediately. At the dinner table, Hirakawa Mieko said to Takagi Satoru, "Xiaowu, don't go home for now. Stay at our house first." "Stay at your house?" Takagi Satoru exclaimed. He really didn't expect that the progress would be so fast that he was already sleeping at home. But it is indeed very convenient. What Gao Muwu said was not about the convenience of going to school, but Chapter 14 Yamaguchi Family. After the meal, Mieko put the tableware into the kitchen. Takagi Satoru and Hirakawa she went into the house to study. As soon as he entered the room, Hirakawa Ji said to Gao Muwu, "Well, I advise you not to be friends with that woman." Takagi Satoru turned his head and looked at him. The woman he was referring to was naturally Ryoka. What's going on? Including Hirakawa she, 3 people have mentioned her. Of course, Liang Yang-san doesn't count. "Do you know something?" asked Takagi Satoru. He was certain that Hirakawa she definitely knew something about Yamaguchi Ryoka. "I know you are very good at kung fu, but you'd better do as I say." Pingchuan Ji did not answer him directly, but continued to persuade him. It seems that the power behind Yamaguchi Ryoka is very powerful. Otherwise, why would Hirakawa she say that? "Yeah, I understand." Takagi Satoru said casually. He was already curious about Yamaguchi Ryoka's life experience. How terrifying is the power behind Yamaguchi Ryoka? After the topic was over, Takagi Satoru began to review the homework with Hirakawa she. About 2 hours later, it was getting dark. Hirakawa she couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted Takagi Satoru's explanation. "I'm too tired today. Let's talk about it tomorrow." Takagi Satoru looked at the time and it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Considering the knowledge digestion ability of the Bun Hirakawa Shigeru, Takagi Satoru did not continue. "Okay, you should rest early." After saying this, Takagi Satoru walked out of Hirakawa she's room and closed the door gently. Hirakawa she's house is not big, but it is very clean and tidy. You can tell at a glance that Mieko cleans it regularly. The light in the bathroom was still on, and Takagi Satoru thought Mieko had forgotten to turn it off. He walked forward and tried to turn off the light. When he got closer and listened, Takagi Satoru discovered that something was wrong. There was a faint sound of flowing water inside. Mieko is taking a bath. At this time, the water flow had stopped and Mieko had finished washing. Takagi Satoru realized something was wrong. He was now facing the bathroom door and would be able to see Mieko as soon as she came out. It would be terrible if Mieko misunderstood me. I can't explain it clearly. When the favorability drops, we will be back to the time before liberation. Takagi Satoru hurriedly turned around and tried to leave when the bathroom door opened with a click. Mieko came out wearing a yellow floral pajamas. Her hair was wet and stuck to her forehead. Xiao Wu. Mieko saw Takagi Satoru at a glance. Jia-mu knew that he couldn't hide anymore, so he turned around and said to Mieko with a smile, "Ah, Mieko. Do you want to go to the bathroom?" Mieko asked. She didn't think that Takagi Satoru was here to peek at her. Go to the bathroom? Yes, I was thinking about going to the bathroom. Takagi Satoru took over the conversation. Then you go first. Good. Takagi Satoru walked past Mieko, and her fragrance reached Takagi Satoru's nose. After entering the bathroom, Takagi Satoru went to the bathroom as usual. After Mieko finished washing, she sat on the sofa. She always felt something was strange, as if she had forgotten something. Then, her mind seemed to be electrocuted, and she suddenly remembered that she had not taken out the clothes she had worn before. The clothes are placed in a very conspicuous place and can be seen as soon as you enter. Her cheeks couldn't help but turn red, like two clouds, very moving. A ding, Hirakawa Mieko's mood changes from calm to shy, generating an emotion value of 200, and the current emotion value is 1300. Takagi Satoru was very puzzled in the bathroom, as he had not done anything. When Takagi Satoru came out of the bathroom, Mieko was sitting on the sofa applying a facial mask. When people reach middle age, they have no choice but to soak wolfberries in a thermos cup. This is true for both men and women. When you reach middle age, you have to take care of yourself. Being young doesn't matter. Takagi Satoru walked over and sat next to Mieko. Mieko is really shy. Thank you for letting me live here. Takagi Satoru thanked him. No need to thank me, Xiaowu. You've worked hard to tutor Xiaoji. I should thank you. Mieko said quickly, waving her hand. Takagi Satoru was feeling very uneasy as he had to quickly raise Mieko's favorability. No, I have to create some contact, otherwise Mieko's favorability will not go up. Takagi Satoru spoke up, Mieko-chan. I've learned some skills. Would you like to give it a try? Chapter 15 Chat. Mieko was stunned. She didn't expect that Takagi Satoru had learned any skills. She has been having some back pain lately, so it's not impossible. Is it really possible? Mieko asked. Of course. Takagi Satoru said with certainty. Thank you for your hard work, Xiaowu. It's not hard at all. Takagi Satoru said with a smile. A ding, Hirakawa Mieko's favorability increased by 5, and the current favorability is 40. I will give you a chance to draw a lottery. The current chances to draw a lottery are 4. There are only 4 chances to draw a lottery, but Takagi Satoru doesn't dare to use them lightly, in case something unexpected happens. Takagi Satoru moved a few times and got closer to Mieko. Mieko, please lie down on the sofa. Takagi Satoru said. Oh, okay. Mieko Hirakawa did as she was told and was very well behaved and obedient. After a while, Mieko fell asleep. Mieko looked like a sleeping kitten at this moment. Although the years had left traces on her face, it had not destroyed her beauty at all. Instead, it made her even more charming. He was certain that once Mieko woke up and found out about him doing this, her favorability towards him would drop to freezing point. Not only will the situation return to the period before liberation, it could even be a negative number. This kind of thing can't be rushed. If you're impatient, you can't eat hot tofu. You can only eat cold tofu. Jia-mu called out softly twice, Mieko, Mieko. I called her twice, but Mieko didn't respond at all. I guess she was asleep. Takagi Satoru quietly walked to her side, bent down and gently picked up Mieko. Takagi Satoru picked up Mieko like a princess, and her body trembled slightly. It was very faint, so faint that Takagi Satoru couldn't feel it at all. He took very weak steps, fearing that Pinkwansi would suddenly come out and look at the two of them with a confused look on his face. If he really was discovered, Takagi Satoru would have to find a hole in the ground and jump into it. As he walked, Takagi Satoru listened to the noises coming from Hirakawa-shi's room. Mieko's room was just opposite Hirakawa's room. Fortunately, there was no movement in Hirakawa's house and the journey was safe. Only then did Takagi Satoru let out a sigh of relief. He pushed open the door, followed the moonlight coming in from outside, and gently placed Miyako on the bed. It was still a little chilly in Tokyo at night in March, and Takagi Satoru gently covered Miyako with a blanket. The moonlight shines on Miyako's face, making her look extremely beautiful, and her hair is scattered wildly. Takagi Satoru gently smoothed his hair, then left the room and gently closed the door. Well, it must be emphasized that this is related to boys' dignity. As soon as the door closed, the system's voice rang in Takagi Satoru's ears. Ding! Hirakawa Miyako's favorability increased by 20, currently at 60. Jiamuwu's eyes suddenly widened, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. He might have been deceived. I thought I was the hunter, but I turned out to be the prey. Chapter 16 Growing Up. Takagi Satoru stood where he was, savoring the system's broadcast in his mind. Miyako's favorability increased, but the problem was that she was clearly asleep, so it was impossible for it to increase. There is only one explanation. Miyako didn't sleep at all. In other words, she was pretending to be asleep. Takagi Satoru instantly broke out in a cold sweat on his back. He originally thought he was a hunter, but he didn't expect that he was the prey. If I hadn't controlled my body just now, I would have almost made a big mistake and lost all my favorability. System, what will happen if the favorability becomes 0? Everything the host obtains will disappear. Damn, we're back to the time before liberation. What happens if it reaches a negative number? The host may be wiped out. Damn, my life is gone. Takagi Satoru was even more grateful that he did not act impulsively, because impulse is the devil. However, Miyako's favorability has reached 60, so should the system's question mark be unlocked? Takagi Satoru's eyes lit up at this time, and suddenly, there was some movement coming from Hirakawa-shi's house. Takagi Satoru quickly dodged and the door opened with a click. Hirakawa-shi saw that Takagi Satoru was stunned. Their eyes met, and Hirakawa-shi hurriedly hid the paper in his hand behind his back. Takagi Satoru had an expression that said, I understand. He has really grown up. Hirakawa Shido is already 20 years old, which is not surprising when you think about it. No wonder this guy asked me to leave so early, so this is the case. Ping Chuan-ji asked him nervously, Why? Why are you here? Jiamuwu did not reply to him, but walked over, patted his shoulder and said, Haha, you have grown up. After saying that, Takagi Satoru went back to his room. Only Hirakawa-ji was left with a confused and ashamed look on his face. Takagi Satoru returned to his room, feeling extremely happy. He could even imagine the expression on Hirakawa-shi's face. A ding, Pinkwansi's mood changes from calm to shame, generating 500 emotion points. The current emotion point is 1800. Hirakawa-shi's emotions could actually be reflected, and Takagi Satoru keenly captured this information. Previously, the system only reflected the emotions of the heroine, but now it can also reflect those who are not the heroine. Could this be the new feature that is unlocked when the favorability reaches 60? System, can that question mark be unlocked? Takagi Satoru asked while lying on the bed. Ding, Hirakawa Miyako's favorability has reached 60. New system function unlocked, shop. Shop. Jiamuwu's eyes lit up. System, can I use my emotion points to buy things in the store? He instantly understood that emotion value is equivalent to system currency. Yes. Takagi Satoru couldn't wait to click in and take a look. The store had everything. There are many varieties and a dazzling array. There are consumables, such as strength potions effective for 3 hours. There are skills, such as Wing Chun, piano skills, singing skills. There are also various products that are beyond your imagination and are not missing from a system. There's even Viagra without any side effects. The price is 100 emotion points, which is really good value for money. Well, other things are a little bit expensive. After watching for a while, Takagi Satoru lay on the bed, looking outside, and began to think about his future life. It has been 3 days since I traveled through time, and now this world is a parallel world. This world does not have anything from the previous world. Takagi Satoru had previously dreamed of living a good life, a life of superiority, which he could easily achieve with his academic skills. Now, his mind has changed and he wants to stand at the top of this world. Only your own top. Take it one step at a time. If you take too big a step, you might easily pull your balls. Now that I have expressed my ambitions, it's time to go to bed. Takagi Satoru closed his eyes and fell asleep. The sun came out and sunlight shone through the window. The alarm on Takagi Satoru's cell phone rang, and a beautiful day began at 8 in the morning. I'm going to work early. However, one consolation is that he has a beautiful female classmate, which provides some relief for Takagi Satoru's aversion to school. Well, I can see Liang Hua again. Takagi Satoru squeezed toothpaste onto the toothbrush, dipped it in a little water, and started washing. Xiaowu, have you finished washing? The meal is ready. Mieko's voice came from outside. Well, it will be fine soon. Jiaomuwu spat out the water in his mouth and went out to have breakfast. Ping Xuanji sat on a stool, eating his meal with his head lowered. He didn't say anything, and if you didn't know, you would think he had been hungry for several days. Mieko looked at Hirakawa-ji's expression and couldn't help but remind him, Xiaoji, eat slowly. No one is going to snatch it from you. Jiaomuwu then took over the conversation. Mieko, he is in the growth period. It is better for him to eat more. Takagi Satoru placed special emphasis on the 3 words grow tall. As soon as he emphasized that it didn't matter, Ping Xuanji choked. He instantly remembered what happened last night, and the scene in his mind lingered for a long time. Well, I'm full. I'll leave first. Ping Xuanji hurriedly took 2 mouthfuls of rice and ran out. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would be ashamed to death. Mieko was confused and didn't understand why Hirakawa-ji was acting so abnormal. Jiaomuwu smiled and comforted him. You are just in puberty, don't worry. Mieko, how did you sleep last night? Did you enjoy my massage? When Mieko heard Takagi Satoru bring up this topic, her ears instantly turned red, because she remembered what happened last night clearly. Yeah, very comfortable. Mieko replied. Ding, Mieko's mood changes from calm to shy, increasing her mood value by 100. The current mood value is 1900. Jiaomuwu smiled and replied, That's good, I'm going to school first. After enjoying the emotions for free, just leave. Okay, Xiaowu, be safe. Okay. Takagi Satoru got on his beloved bicycle and pedaled while thinking about Mieko's favorability in his mind. At present, the favorability is 60, which is just above the passing line. Some actions that are too extreme must not be done. It seems that I need to add some more explosive information, otherwise Mieko's favorability will not be improved. Yamaguchi Ryoka's favorability is 25. She is simple and easy to deceive. There is a lot of room for her favorability to increase. As he was riding his bike, he turned the corner into the school and saw Ji Haoxian leaning against the wall, a cigarette in his mouth, looking at him. Obviously, it was directed at him. Chapter 17, Only I Can Touch. Ji Haoxian saw Jiaomuwu spit out the cigarette in his mouth. Jiaomuwu stopped the car, looked at him and said, I've kept you waiting for a long time. Kai Haoxian grinned. You are indeed not an ordinary person. Normal people would avoid people who are fat and covered with tattoos. There are only 2 kinds of people who don't avoid it. One is either a fool, and the other is someone who really has the skills. Jiaomuwu is obviously the latter. What you up to? Heh, defeat me and I'll tell you. What if I don't fight you? If you don't fight me, you'll have to say goodbye to Hirakawa Mieko. Ji Haoxian said this very calmly. Takagi Satoru's eyes suddenly frowned. This guy must have investigated me. Show me how good you are. After Kai Haoxian finished speaking, his body suddenly burst out. The punch was accompanied by a very sharp sound of wind. The punch was fast and fierce, hitting Takagi Satoru directly in the face. The attack was extremely brutal. It was going to kill him. Takagi Satoru was instantly furious. Are you trying to compete with me? You are trying to kill me. The problem is, did I provoke you? Could it be that he found out that I seduced Yamaguchi Ryoka? Without giving Takagi Satoru time to think too much, he took a step back with his left leg. With the help of the strength of his legs, Takagi Satoru opened his palms and blocked in front of him to cover Kai Haoxian's hand. Then, immediately remove all the strength he exerted. Kai Haoxian was shocked that his fierce attack was easily resolved, and he was still able to make a sudden attack. Tai Chi is all about using softness to overcome hardness, avoiding the strong and attacking the weak, and using the opponent's force to exert force. Ji Haoxian's punch was like hitting cotton. Ding, Kai Haoxian's emotion changes from calm to shocked, generating an emotion value of 500, and the current emotion value is 2,400. Jiaomuwu showed his 2 white teeth and smiled confidently. You're done, it's my turn now. Kai Haoxian withdrew his hand and attacked Takagi Satoru with his punches. Takagi Satoru remained calm and responded calmly. After the fight, Kai Haoxian's forehead was already soaked with sweat. On the other hand, Takagi Satoru seemed much calmer. The 2 sides exchanged a few moves, and Takagi Satoru seized the opportunity, grabbed Kai Haoxian's hand, and then punched him in the chest. Kai Haoxian fell heavily to the ground. In this battle, Jiaomuwu won without any suspense. How about you continue fighting? Takagi Satoru waved at him gently. In this fight, Kai Haoshin had no chance to fight back at all. Even if they fought 100 times, the result would be the same. Unexpectedly, Kai Haoshin laughed and said, "No more fighting, you are really good. Although you won the competition, my mission is accomplished." It was Gao Musua's turn to be confused. He asked back, "Mission? What mission?" Ji Haoshin stood up and dusted himself off. "The boss wants to see you." "Boss?" "Yes, I'm sure you'll be interested." "Oh, why are you so sure?" "Because he is Yamaguchi Ryoka's father." "Damn, father-in-law. We haven't even started talking yet, and it's already time to meet my father-in-law." Jiomuwu frowned and asked, "When?" He knew that he could delay it to the first day, but not the 15th. Even if he didn't see her now, he would see her later, so it would be better to see her now. See what the father-in-law is up to. Tonight. Kai Haoshin looked at him and said, "Okay." Takagi Satoru agreed immediately. Kai Haoshin was obviously stunned. He didn't expect him to agree so quickly. This boy has strength and courage, and he will become a great man in the future. Ding, Kai Haoshin's emotion changes from shock to admiration, generating an emotion value of 200, and the current emotion value is 2,100. After saying that, Takagi Satoru got on his beloved bicycle again and rode to school. As soon as he entered the classroom, Takagi Satoru's eyes swept over everyone and looked straight at Yamaguchi Ryoka. She lowered her head and wrote in the notebook. Her white school uniform was clean and without a speck of dust. Takagi Satoru walked up to her. The boys in the class all looked here, and the others were envious. This is what they have always dreamed of. Ding, Fudojisha's mood changes from calm to envious, generating 100 emotion points. Current emotion point is 2,200. Ding, Hirota Nobuhiro's mood changes from calm to envious, generating an emotion value of 100, and the current emotion value is 2,300. Ding, Liang Yansan's mood changes from calm to jealous, and then to hatred, generating an emotion value of 600. The current emotion value is 2,900. Bite. Takagi Satoru's ears were about to explode with a series of fluctuations in his emotions. Although his ears were blown, Takagi Satoru was very happy that the emotional value came so easily and quickly. Just because of one of my actions. Takagi Satoru discovered the path to wealth, and his emotional value eventually reached 4,000. You're here. Yamaguchi Ryoka raised her head, revealing 2 beautiful dimples. Hey, I bought this for you. Takagi Satoru handed the breakfast he bought to Yamaguchi Ryoka. Oh, really? Did you really buy it for me? Yamaguchi Ryoka said 2 really in a row. Of course it's true. Thank you. Yamaguchi Ryoka said with a sweet smile. She took a bite of rice, and her eyes flickered like butterflies. Chapter 18 Little Rich Woman. Takagi Satoru's words were very firm, and his tone was unquestionable. Yamaguchi Ryoka's eyes met Takagi Satoru's, and a strange and bizarre atmosphere spread in the air. Of course, there was ambiguity in Takagi Satoru's eyes, while there was clarity in Yamaguchi Ryoka's eyes. It was as clear as a lake, reflecting Takagi Satoru. She is as clean as a blank sheet of paper, making people love her. Oh. Yamaguchi Ryoka didn't understand why but still said oh. Ding, Fudokisha's mood changes from calm to envious, generating an emotion value of 100, and the current emotion value is 4,100. Ding, Hirota Nobuhiro's mood changes from calm to envious, generating an emotion value of 100, and the current emotion value is 4,200. Ding, Liang Yansan's mood changes from calm to jealous, and then to hatred, generating an emotion value of 600. The current emotion value is 4,800. Bite. After a series of operations, the sentiment value reached 5,500. Liang Yangsan sat in his seat, clenching his fists tightly. The younger brother sat next to him and whispered to him, "Third brother, we can't swallow this anger. We must beat him and let him know who is the boss of Kaicheng Middle School." The younger brother was a typical example of fanning the flames. Liang Yangsan was in adolescence and his anger was immediately aroused. I can't swallow this insult no matter what. Well, we have to find more people next time. Takagi Satoru is very skilled. Last time, 5 or 6 people couldn't beat him. Perhaps, you can also look for someone from the Sichuan Rice Association. She reached her slender jade fingers into her school bag and took out a small bottle. What is this? Asked Takagi Satoru. Weren't you injured yesterday? I got you some medicine. So that's what he did. I didn't expect he was so thoughtful. Okay, Tilda, then thank you, Lianghua. Takagi Satoru took the bottle. Although he was not injured, he had to take it since it was given by Ryoka. The bell rang at this time, and the first class was mathematics. I started taking math classes at 8 a.m., and I want to tell you how intense it was. Takagi Satoru didn't pay much attention in class the whole morning. Whenever he looked up, he just checked what time the get-out of class would end. However, Yamaguchi Ryoka on the side listened very seriously, which made Takagi Satoru very puzzled. Your family is so rich, yet you still work so hard. Is this a waste of time? Suzuka. Takagi Satoru called softly. Liang Hua turned her head and looked at Takagi Satoru. Why do you study so hard? Isn't it normal for people to just work hard? Takagi Satoru was speechless for a moment. In his previous life, he was so introverted that it was enough to exhaust a person to death. In this life, Takagi Satoru doesn't want to roll up his sleeves, nor does he need to. After I start working, I want to open a store with lots of delicious food. How about I help you? Really? Yamaguchi Ryoka's eyes brightened instantly. Of course, I never tell lies. Takagi Satoru patted his chest and promised. But what? I'm not helping you for free. I'm charging you. As soon as Takagi Satoru finished speaking, Yamaguchi Ryoka turned around and rummaged through her school bag and took out a bank card. She handed the bank card to Gio Musuo, her long eyelashes flickering. I don't know if this is enough. What? Am I that kind of person? I'll rely on my own hands. Gio Muwu said calmly. Take it back. I suspect you are insulting my personality. Yamaguchi Ryoka heard this and quickly waved her hands. No, I didn't insult you. It seemed that Yamaguchi Ryoka didn't realize that she was joking. Liang Yangsan almost bit his teeth off. Why is the difference between people so big? You are just lucky to be deskmate with Ryoka Yamaguchi. It would be the same if I were her deskmate. Liang Yangsan followed Yamaguchi Ryoka, but gave up after being warned by a few burly men. But he was sure that Yamaguchi Ryoka's background was definitely not simple. This is more painful than killing him. Ding, Liang Yangsan's emotion changes from hatred to hatred, generating an emotion value of 200. The current emotion value is 5,700. When Takagi Satoru heard the voice in his head, he spread his hands to indicate that he had done nothing. Then what do you want? I can't say what I want. I thought this in my heart, but I said, from now on, you will pay for my meals. That's it. No problem. Then we'll be good friends for life. The closer it gets to mealtime, the slower time seems to pass. This is the situation for Takagi Satoru, who watches the clock tick by little by little. Finally, the bell rang. It's time to eat. Chapter 19 Father-in-law's anger. As soon as the bell rings, the food-loving soul is awakened immediately. Takagi Satoru took little girl Yamaguchi Ryoka to the cafeteria to get food. It feels like Ryoka Yamaguchi is like his ATM machine. Well, I'm spending my good friend's money. That's reasonable, right? Very reasonable. Takagi Satoru found a very reasonable reason for himself. What to eat? Asked Ryoka Yamaguchi. It's a secret. You will know it later. Takagi Satoru said mysteriously. The food in the cafeteria is of mixed quality, and you might end up ordering something that tastes terrible if you're not careful. So most people can only eat at a few stalls, and by the time they graduate, they may not be able to eat at some stalls. Takagi Satoru and Yamaguchi Ryoka lined up. This was a stall he often ate at. The food was good, and the flavor was more towards Longwo. Takagi Satoru found that there were some dishes that he really couldn't get used to. After all, this was the appetite he had developed over 20 years. After ordering, Takagi Satoru said to Yamaguchi Ryoka, pay. Okay, Tilda. Yamaguchi Ryoka obediently took out her meal card and put it on the card machine. The cafeteria aunt who served the food was stunned. No, he was so handsome, so obedient, and even spent money on him. Ding, the cafeteria auntie's mood changes from calm to shocked, generating an emotion value of 300, and the current emotion value is 6,000. Gio Muwu was no longer surprised by this kind of situation. He brought the food to the table and Yamaguchi Ryoka sat opposite Takagi Satoru. While eating, Takagi Satoru casually mentioned, Suzuka, what does your father do? Yamaguchi Ryoka tilted her head, thought for a moment, shook her head and said, I don't know, my father never told me. Really? Never told. Takagi Satoru was shocked and made a rough judgment about Yamaguchi Ryoka's father. I'm going to attend a hongmen banquet tonight. It's not known whether it will be a good or bad thing, so I have to be cautious. I don't want to die just after I got here. My emotion value has reached 6,000, but I can't use it for the time being. After all, I have to keep it for emergencies. The innocent Liang Hua did not ask Takagi Satoru any questions, but lowered her head to eat. Liang Hua is so cute, like the white moonlight in our youth. Suzuka. Don't move. After Jiaomuwu finished speaking, he raised his hand and wiped the rice grains from the corner of his mouth. Ding. Yamaguchi Ryoka's favorability increased by +5, currently at 30, and a chance to win a lottery is given. Ding. Yamaguchi Ryoka's mood changes from calm to shy, generating an emotion value of 300, and the current emotion value is 6,300. Takagi Satoru now has 5 chances to draw a lottery, which is more than enough, so he can try his luck. System, I want to draw a lottery. A huge turntable appeared in his mind. Whether to use one chance to draw a lottery. Currently there are 4 chances to draw a lottery. Yes. The huge turntable began to spin, and Takagi Satoru's heart turned with it. Whether you can win a very small one depends on your luck. The speed of the turntable slowly slowed down. The final pointer fell into the category of consumables. Well, looks like a little bad luck. Body refining potion. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the body refining potion. 3 lucky draw opportunities remaining. System, what is a body refining potion? It can remove the impurities from the host's body, allowing it to reach the peak of a warrior's physique, without any side effects. Hearing the system's explanation, Takagi Satoru's eyes lit up. Damn, this is simply a benefit for lazy people. Products produced by the system must be high quality. Jiaomuwu didn't know that he had been targeted. Yamaguchi family villa. Yamaguchi Hirotada sat on the sofa, and Kai Haoshin stood beside him. Has the message been delivered? Kai Haoshin replied, It's been delivered. It's really interesting that I can beat you at such a young age. How's your investigation going on with the things I asked you to investigate? I checked and found that he has no connection with the Kawado Kai, and his background is very clean. Both his parents are deceased, and he is currently working as a tutor in a family named Hirakawa Mieko, said Kai Haoshin. I really want to dig out Takagi Satoru's ancestors. Well, this boy is useful. It's time to meet him tonight. Yamaguchi Hirotada said lightly. At this moment, the phone suddenly rang and Yamaguchi Hirotada answered the phone. The person inside talked for a while, and Yamaguchi Hirotada's expressionless face suddenly turned dark. Kai Haoshin had been following him for a long time and immediately understood that the boss was unhappy. What the other party said actually made the boss unhappy. Although Ji Haoshin really wanted to know the content of the phone call, he valued his own life more. Yamaguchi Hirotada hung up the phone. Takagi Satoru, that bastard. Kai Haoshin didn't understand what Takagi Satoru had done to make the boss so angry. The reason was naturally that the person on the other end of the phone reported Takagi Satoru's whereabouts to Yamaguchi Hirotada. This includes Takagi Satoru wiping Yamaguchi Ryoka's mouth and patting her head. How could Lao Deng be angry when he saw his beloved daughter being taken advantage of by someone else? Ding. Yamaguchi Hirotada's mood changes from calm to angry, generating 1,000 emotion points. Current emotion point is 7,300. 1,000? Damn. That's a lot. Takagi Satoru was slightly shocked that this was the first time in history that such a high amount of emotions was generated. And who is this guy named Yamaguchi Hirotada? I don't even know him. No. Ryoka Yamaguchi, Hirotada Yamaguchi. Ryoka Yamaguchi, Hirotada Yamaguchi. Ryoka Yamaguchi, Hirotada Yamaguchi. He can't be Lianghua's father. Well, most likely. No, why should he be angry? I neither provoked him nor offended him. It seems like I am framing his daughter. After dinner, neither Takagi Satoru nor Ryoka went home. I have to come back in the afternoon after returning home, so I might as well not go back at noon. Takagi Satoru was lying on the table, and Yamaguchi Ryoka was also lying on the table. Takagi Satoru turned his head to look at Suzuka, and Suzuka also turned her head to look at Takagi Satoru. The two people's eyes met and looked at each other affectionately. Lianghua is so beautiful, with 2 curved willow-shaped eyebrows, a straight nose and rosy lips. For the first time, Takagi Satoru experienced the idiom of natural beauty and perfectly interpreted Yamaguchi Ryoka. Well, what are you looking at me doing? Yamaguchi Ryoka asked in a low voice. Ryoka, do you want to be friends with me forever? Think. Why? Because you're a good person. But I want to be a good person. Why don't you want to be a good person? Lianghua had no idea what you're a good person meant. Lianghua frowned slightly, obviously not understanding what Takagi Satoru said and couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she tried. A good person is obviously a compliment. Go to bed. Good. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. After the two said good afternoon to each other, Takagi Satoru waited for Yamaguchi Ryoka to close her eyes before he slowly closed his eyes as well. Chapter 20. Master of Face Changing. After about a few minutes, Takagi Satoru woke up from his sleep. At this time, Yamaguchi Ryoka was sleeping soundly with her hair hanging on her forehead. Her lips are slightly pursed and as red as a cherry. I wonder what it would feel like to kiss her. It's not the right time yet, but one day they will be able to kiss each other. Takagi Satoru is very sure in his heart. He reached out and tucked the hair away from Lianghua's forehead, then stood up and went to the bathroom. After he stood up and left, a man slowly raised his head and followed him out. It's strange to say, there are always some people who go to the toilet in class, not because they can't hold it, but because of some other reasons. Takagi Satoru released all his stress, and after 10 seconds, he was finally done. He just felt that his whole body was clear, comfortable. In addition to relieving his stress this time, Takagi Satoru also had another purpose, which was to use up the small potion he won in the lottery. Takagi Satoru opened the system and took out his own small potion. This small bottle of potion is colorless and odorless, which makes Takagi Satoru look confused. If it wasn't given by the system, he would really think it was some strange poison. System, you didn't trick me, did you? Host, I am honest and will never cheat you. Okay, system, I believe you. After Jie Muwu finished speaking, he drank the potion in his hand. It seems like nothing has changed. No. My stomach hurts. Jie Muwu felt a sharp pain in his stomach and he quickly took off his pants. After a 20-minute battle, the pain finally subsided. Takagi Satoru felt like he was about to collapse, but all the dirt in his body was removed, and his body had changed as well. He took off his clothes and looked at his body. His muscles were very obvious and he looked extremely strong. Could this be the effect of the potion? Products produced by the system must be of high quality. It's just a bit tiring for me, and the taste is a bit strong. Takagi Satoru rushed away, opened the cubicle door, and walked out. As soon as I went out, I saw Liang Yangsan standing there. Takagi Satoru was stunned. It couldn't be such a coincidence. Liang Yangsan's expression was extremely impatient. Damn, I've been waiting for this kid for 20 minutes and he still doesn't come out. I thought Takagi Satoru fell in there. Jie Muwu walked over and asked, "Are you here to eat?" Liang Yangsan was stunned and couldn't help but sneer. "You come to the toilet to eat." Jie Muwu responded calmly, "My family won't come." Then, he suddenly realized that Takagi Satoru was scolding him. "Bagger, are you looking for death?" He pointed a finger at Takagi Satoru. The boy finally reacted. Jie Muwu smiled and said, "By the way, I scolded you." Liang Yangsan rushed outside and said, "Come in." As soon as he finished speaking, a large group of people came in. Takagi Satoru roughly counted and found that there were about 20 people, and the toilet was almost full. "You all come to the bathroom to eat." Takagi Satoru looked at them and asked calmly. Question mark. Liang Yangsan yelled, "Fuck him." This group of people rushed up in a rush, but Takagi Satoru was not afraid at all. It's a good time to try out the newly enhanced potion. Takagi Satoru got ready. These people were not even a hair of Kai Haoshin. They don't know any kung fu, they just rely on their numbers. Takagi Satoru felt that he had endless energy and having sex 7 times a night was not a problem. After a while, the toilet floor was full of people lying. Liang Yangsan stood outside, trembling with fear. "Sana, it's your turn." Takagi Satoru showed his white teeth, like a devil. "I warned you not to come here. You said don't come over, so don't come over. If someone doesn't offend me, I won't offend him. If someone offends me, I will definitely offend him." Jie Muwu knocked Liang Yangsan down with 3 punches and 2 kicks. Before leaving, he warned, "There won't be a next time." After saying that, Takagi Satoru returned to the classroom. At this time, Yamaguchi Ryoka had just gotten up. She looked at Takagi Satoru with misty and clear eyes, with some saliva still remaining on the corners of her mouth. "Cute and charming. You're back, Tilda." When Yamaguchi Ryoka's baby voice came out, Takagi Satoru almost couldn't hold back. "Do you know how charming you are?" Yamaguchi Ryoka finished speaking. Her eyes suddenly widened. "How did you become so beautiful?" "Is there?" "Yes." Yamaguchi Ryoka nodded heavily. Takagi Satoru took a mirror and looked at himself. There was not a trace of impurity on his skin. White, really white. Damn, He's becoming more and more like a gigolo. Yamaguchi Ryoka also stretched out her jade fingers and carefully touched Takagi Satoru's face. This is simply incredible. After waking up from a good sleep, I found that my deskmate had become so handsome. Yamaguchi Ryoka breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that she had not exposed Takagi Satoru. No matter how Takagi Satoru changes, as long as he is real, it's fine. The changes in Takagi Satoru were soon noticed by others. As the saying goes, a white complexion can hide 100 flaws. Ding, Furuajisha's mood changes from calm to envious, generating an emotion value of 100, and the current emotion value is 7,400. Ding, Hirota Nobuhiro's mood changes from calm to envious, generating an emotion value of 100, and the current emotion value is 7,500. Byte. After one wave, the emotional value is reached. Ding, system issued a task. Please increase Yamaguchi Ryoka's favorability to 60, 1 month limit. If you fail, the sentiment value will be reset to 0 and all prizes will be confiscated. Damn, the punishment is so severe. However, Liang Hua is as pure as a blank sheet of paper, and improving her favorability is not as easy as drinking water. Yamaguchi Ryoka was listening to the lecture attentively. She felt as if she was being watched. Someone's eyes were fixed on her. The afternoon class is finally over. Takagi Satoru and Yamaguchi Ryoka walked to the door. On this day, Kai Haoshin came to pick up Liang Hua, and he stood outside the school gate early. Uncle Kai How Tilda Liang Hua greeted him. Kai Haoshin narrowed his eyes, smiled and greeted Liang Hua, saying, "Miss Liang Hua." Who wouldn't like a girl like Liang Hua? After greeting Liang Hua, Kai Haoshin looked at Takagi Satoru and the expression on his face changed in an instant. Damn, do I owe you money or am I your enemy? You change your face so easily. You should learn how to change your face. Kai Haoshin must keep a distance from this kid, otherwise he will be implicated. To be honest, he still doesn't know why Takagi Satoru made the boss so angry. I'm leaving now. Yamaguchi Ryoka bowed to Takagi Satoru as usual, but this time Takagi Satoru did not move. Ms. Suzuka, your father wants to invite Takagi Satoru to his home for a meal. Dad. Yamaguchi Ryoka was very surprised, as this had never happened before. However, she was so naive that she didn't think much about it. Takagi Satoru is his friend, so there is no problem with him coming to his house for dinner. Okay, Tilda. The three of them got into the limousine and headed towards Lianghua's house. Chapter 21 Confronting the Father-in-Law. Yamaguchi Ryoka and Takagi Satoru sat in the backseat of the car, while Kai Haoshin sat in the driver's seat. In the backseat, Takagi Satoru and Suzuka were chatting as usual. The math class this afternoon was a bit difficult. I didn't understand it. Yamaguchi Ryoka pouted. Math may be a little difficult, but it doesn't matter, I can tutor you. Takagi Satoru said with a smile. Really? Real. Takagi Satoru, why are you so nice to me? Asked Yamaguchi Ryoka. Ji Haoshin was driving in front, and suddenly his heart skipped a beat. There was something wrong between the two of them. Could there be signs of love? This is not a good sign for Yamaguchi Ryoka. Because it is impossible for Yamaguchi Ryoka to be with Takagi Satoru, her future marriage partner has already been chosen. Jie Musua smiled and said, because we are friends. Yes. Friends. Even dogs don't believe that. Kai Haoshin glanced at the rearview mirror of the car and shook his head. The boy looked calm. How could he be so calm and composed? Alas, I am still too young. It seems that Takagi Satoru doesn't know the identity of Yamaguchi Ryoka's father. If he knew, he would definitely not be so calm. Ji Haoshin drove into the area controlled by the Yamaguchi Gumi. I met a lot of people along the way. They were all wearing the same uniform, black suits. They all have a mountain-shaped badge on their chest. Kai Haoshin's eyes were always looking at the rearview mirror intentionally or unintentionally, observing Takagi Satoru's expression. I thought his face might show confusion, bewilderment, or surprise, but there was none of that. His expression has been as calm as water from the beginning to now. Kai Haoshin was very puzzled. Did he know how to remain calm or not? No. If he knew, he wouldn't be able to remain calm. Kai Haoshin couldn't guess what Takagi Satoru was thinking, and the car slowly drove into Lianghua's house. A big mansion. This house is very big. The villa is 1,400 square meters in total, with 3 floors plus a basement floor, a total of 4 floors. It was extremely luxurious, but when Takagi Satoru saw the house, he instantly felt bad about it. Damn, what kind of life did I live before? The corners of Yamaguchi Ryoka's mouth curled up slightly. We are home. Kai Haoshin parked the car in the yard. Yamaguchi Ryoka got up and opened the door, and Takagi Satoru followed her down. "Hello, miss." Several Yamaguchi Gumi members shouted in unison. After they finished shouting, they shouted at Kai Haoshin. "President Kai." Kai Haoshin nodded at them, and then they went about doing what they were supposed to do. Looking at Takagi Satoru again, he still looked calm. Is this the Yamaguchi Gumi? Takagi Satoru couldn't help but feel curious. It was his first time to have such close contact with them. Long before coming here, he had a rough guess about Yamaguchi Hirotada. I asked why the teacher and Hirakawa she didn't let me get close to Suzuka, and it turns out her father is the leader of the Yamaguchi Gumi. The Yamaguchi Gumi is the largest gang in Japan and is different from gangs in other countries. In the country of Little Day, gangs are completely legal. The Yamaguchi Gumi's headquarters is located right across from the Kobe police station. Can you believe it? However, compared to other gangs, most of the gangs in Boy Japan are good. After all, the government will not keep gangs that do bad things. Let's go, Kai Haoshin said. Takagi Satoru followed behind the two of them, feeling quite calm. When you have absolute strength, you will find that nothing can affect you. Even if Mount Tai collapses in front of you, you remain calm. The first floor of the mansion is decorated very luxuriously, with a large sofa placed in the middle of the living room. One person sat on the sofa while the other servants stood aside. That person should be Yamaguchi Ryoka's father. My future cheap father-in-law. As soon as Yamaguchi Ryoka saw her father, she immediately put her school bag on the sofa and said, "Dad, I'm back." Hirotada Yamaguchi wears glasses and is not very old, probably around 40 years old. He looks kind, not as fierce and menacing as traditional gang leaders. At this time, Takagi Satoru's eyes met Yamaguchi Hirotada's. He appeared extremely calm and composed. Yamaguchi Hirotada nodded slightly in his heart, thinking that this boy would become a great man in the future. Yamaguchi Hirotada said, "Suzuka, go and take a rest first. I have something to discuss with Takagi Satoru." Talk about things. Yamaguchi Ryoka glanced at Takagi Satoru, obviously not wanting to leave him here alone. "Can I not leave?" At this time, Gao Muwu said from the side, "Liang Hua, it's okay, you should go and rest for a while." Yamaguchi Hirotada couldn't help but look at Takagi Satoru with higher regard. This guy could say such words. This guy is not simple. After hearing this, Yamaguchi Ryoka hesitated for a moment before saying, "Okay." After Yamaguchi Ryoka left, only Yamaguchi Hirotada, Ike Hirohiro, and Takagi Satoru were left in the living room. The living room is large, but the atmosphere seems very quiet. Yamaguchi Hirotada didn't say anything, and it was even less likely that Kai Haoshin would speak first. "How should I call you, Uncle Yamaguchi? Or is it Team Leader Yamaguchi?" As soon as Team Leader Yamaguchi appeared, Yamaguchi Hirotada smiled slightly. Group Leader is the highest level title of the Yamaguchi Gumi, and the modern leader of the Yamaguchi Gumi is Yamaguchi Hirotada. You really guessed my identity. Yamaguchi Hirotada looked at Takagi Satoru, and he could see any sign of lying from him. "I'm curious about how you learned Kung Fu." "Is this important? You didn't ask me to come here just to ask me this, did you?" "Smart guy. Then I'll be frank. Do something for me." "What's up?" "Help me win a joust." "A duel." As expected, he was impressed by my Kung Fu. "Well, I don't seem to have anything else to show off except my Kung Fu." Yamaguchi Hirotada said slowly, "That's right, as long as you help me win this competition, I can give you anything you want, such as money, women, and power." Money, women, power. These are the three major life pursuits for men, and Yamaguchi Hirotada believes that no man can refuse them. But for Yamaguchi Hirotada, as long as the task can be accomplished using these 3 points, it is not a problem. Yamaguchi Hirotada carefully observed Takagi Satoru's expression, and as long as he showed any sign of being moved, he would be able to control him. It's a pity that Takagi Satoru is still the same. Money. Liang Hua has money to spend on me. Women. There is Liang Hua. Although she is not a girlfriend now, she will definitely develop into a girlfriend in the future. As for power, I have already lost myself, so it seems that I don't have much pursuit for it. Therefore, when Yamaguchi Hirotada proposed these 3 points, Takagi Satoru was not moved at all. It was the first time that Yamaguchi Hirotada felt so much about a younger generation, as he had already developed such a character at such a young age. Ding! Yamaguchi Hirotada's mood changes from calm to surprised, increasing his mood value by 100. Current mood value. "How is it?" asked Yamaguchi Hirotada. "Not so good," Takagi Satoru replied. Then he continued, "How about this? If I win, promise me something." Yamaguchi Hirotada lowered his head. Although Takagi Satoru said it so simply, he didn't say what this matter was. What if the lion opens its mouth too high? Jie saw his expression and knew what he was thinking. He comforted him. Don't worry, it won't hurt you. Okay, I promise. But before I agree, let me see if you have the capital to make conditions. Yamaguchi Hirotada reached out and clapped his hands, and 3 men walked in. These 3 people are all good at martial arts. Chapter 22 1 vs 3 The advantage is in my hands. Takagi Satoru glanced at the 3 of them, his expression calm as usual. He didn't take the 3 of them seriously at all. Even this courage had defeated too many people. Are you 3 going together, or one at a time? Asked Takagi Satoru. The 3 of them were stunned. They didn't expect that Takagi Satoru didn't even take them seriously. I still want to fight 3 at once. Ding. Ohorito's mood changes from calm to angry, generating an emotion value of 200. Current emotion value. Ding. Shengshan Xiaofang's mood changes from calm to angry, generating an emotion value of 200. Current emotion value. Ding. Rongji and Yang's emotions change from calm to angry, generating an emotion value of 400. Current emotion value. Yamaguchi Hirotada couldn't help but shake his head. Although he was young, he was too frivolous and would suffer in the future. In Yamaguchi Hirotada's mind, if Takagi Satoru defeats 2 of them, he will pass the test. If I defeat 3 people, I can probably defeat everyone in Sharizi country. Winning that competition won't be a problem. Kai Haoxian was also obviously stunned. He didn't expect that Takagi Satoru would want to fight 3 alone. He is young, but he has a big voice. Are you sure? Yamaguchi Hirotada asked back. Sure, and certain. Takagi Satoru's eyes were firm, without even a hint of retreat. Since you have decided, then it's up to you. Yamaguchi Hirotada nodded slightly, respecting Takagi Satoru's opinion. The 3 martial arts masters had been unable to hold back any longer, and had been unable to hold back when Takagi Satoru said that he would challenge the 3 of them alone. Takagi Satoru didn't say he would fight 3 at once out of recklessness. He had to let Yamaguchi Hirotada know that he was strong enough. System, I want to buy something. The system immediately opened the store interface, and Takagi Satoru immediately clicked on the skill section. It is filled with martial arts, such as Jeet Kune Do, Mizong Quan, Wing Chun, Tai Chi, Drunken Fist, Xiangxing Quan, and Shaolin Kung Fu. Various types and prices. There is nothing that is not here, except what you can't think of. System, I want to exchange Wing Chun for Jeet Kune Do. One is IP Man's signature skill, and the other is the martial arts system created by Bruce Lee. Both were sold for 3,000 emotion points, and Takagi Satoru, who was wealthy, bought both at the same time. Purchase successful, consuming 6,000 emotion points, currently 4,800 emotion points left. Takagi Satoru watched his emotion value instantly change from 4,800. But there is a reason why it is expensive. Takagi Satoru opened his attribute panel. Tai Chi Grandmaster, Wing Chun Grandmaster, Jeet Kune Do Grandmaster. Jie got ready and said, let's go together. Teach him a lesson. 3 people attacked together, and each of them practiced different martial arts. Rongji Heian's martial arts are extremely domineering, even more domineering than Ji Haoxian's. A punch came towards Takagi Satoru's face, but Takagi Satoru broke this move just like before, using the same method he used to break Kai Haoxian's. After Jie cracked it, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I drank the potion, otherwise even if I could relieve the force, I would still be in big trouble. This guy is much stronger than Ji Haoxian. Rongji and Yang were also surprised. Takagi Satoru didn't look strong, but he could easily take my palm. Come again. Takagi Satoru waved at him and said. Kai Haoxian's eyes suddenly opened. How come this guy's strength is even stronger than this morning? Didn't he use his full strength at all this morning? When Ji Haoxian thought about what happened behind him, he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. If this was true, he should be thankful that he was still alive. At the same time, he was very curious that Jie was so young and yet had such profound attainments in martial arts. Ding. Kai Haoxian's emotion changes from calm to shocked, generating an emotion value of 500, and the current emotion value is 5,300. Takagi Satoru fought against 3 people in a row on the field and was not at a disadvantage at all. Tai Kai's combination of hardness and softness is fully demonstrated. Although Takagi Satoru is a master of Tai Chi, he cannot fight 3 people alone. Yamaguchi Hirotada asked Kai Haoxian, who was standing beside him, what do you think of the result of this competition? Kai Haoxian thought for a moment and said, it's hard to say. Maybe it's a draw. Draw. Yamaguchi Hiratada's understanding of Takagi Satoru's strength became clear again. At this time, the three of them were fighting each other with punches and palms. A stalemate has occurred, and the three of them are very surprised at Takagi Satoru's strength. The man in front of me is not even 20 years old, but his attainments are so profound. For the three of them, a draw means losing. Jieomuwu looked at them and smiled slightly. The real battle has just begun. After saying that, he immediately pulled away and kept his distance. Takagi Satoru held his left hand close to his body and stretched it forward. Then spread your palm out, palm facing up, and push your bridge hand into the center line. What is this? They were all confused. This style was different from the Tai Chi that Takagi Satoru had just performed. Of course it's different. This is the most famous Wing Chun Tinkiao. Yamaguchi Hiratada looked at Takagi Satoru with great interest. This young man brought him so many surprises. This must be a fancy move. Let's do it together. Good. The three of them attacked together, and Jieomuwu performed Wing Chun at the master level. 1 against 3, the fight was back and forth. This is another martial art. After the three people came into contact, an idea popped up in their minds at the same time. How come this guy knows another martial art, and his use of it is no worse than Tai Chi? Jieomushing uses Tai Chi and Wing Chun at the same time. The two martial arts were used interchangeably, and they simply couldn't see through Takagi Satoru's punching style. Soon, Takagi Satoru gained the upper hand. Yamaguchi Hiratada frowned, and Ji Haoshin had the same expression. Takagi Satoru still has a trick up his sleeve. No wonder he could say such arrogant words against three people just now. He really has something. Snap, snap, snap. 3 crisp sounds echoed throughout the hall. The result of this competition has come out. Chapter 23, Simple Lianghua. The 3 martial arts masters that Yamaguchi Hiratada found all fell to the ground. The hall was completely silent. No one spoke. It was so lonely that only the sound of the clock could be heard. Ding! Oho Rito's emotions changed from anger to shock, and then to admiration, generating an emotion value of 300. The current emotion value is 5,600. Ding! Sheng Shan's mood changes from anger to shock, and then to admiration. The current mood value is 5,900. Ding! Rongji and Yang's emotions change from calm to angry, generating 400 emotion points. The current emotion point is 6,300. Ding! Ji Haoshin's mood changes from calm to shocked, generating 500 emotion points. Current emotion point is 6,800. Ding! Yamaguchi Hiratada's mood changes from calm to shocked, generating an emotion value of 4,000. Current emotion value. All came back at once. Thank you. Takagi Satoru said softly. After a long moment, Yamaguchi Hiratada clapped his hands. Ha! To be honest, you surprised me. I didn't expect you could really fight 3 people alone. Yamaguchi Hiratada praised. Jieomuwu snorted in his heart. If I use another martial art, will you be even more surprised? How is it? My strength is enough for your requirements, right? Yamaguchi Hiratada nodded. Of course, after the deal is done, you can set any conditions you want. Good. Seeing that Takagi Satoru had not asked about anything related to the competition, Yamaguchi Hiratada asked curiously, aren't you curious about what kind of competition I'm asking you to have? That's not necessary. Takagi Satoru said that he naturally knew that if Yamaguchi Hiratada didn't tell him, it meant that he didn't want to tell him. There is no need to ask such questions. Yamaguchi Hiratada's evaluation of Takagi Satoru has risen to a higher level. This boy is mentally mature and will definitely become a great man in the future. Ha ha, great. It's getting late, time to eat. Yamaguchi Hiratada laughed. I'm going to the bathroom first. Takagi Satoru made an excuse to leave the living room. It wasn't that Takagi Satoru really wanted to go to the bathroom, but he wanted to tell Mieko to prevent her from worrying because she couldn't see him. Well, I am such a good man, Tilda. Takagi Satoru took out his cell phone and called Mieko. After a few seconds, the other party answered the call. Xiao Wu, why haven't you come back yet? Mieko's tone was full of worry. Ding! Hirakawa Mieko's mood changes from calm to worried, generating an emotion value of 500. Current emotion value. Mieko, I'm eating out today, so I won't be going back to eat. You guys eat first. After Takagi Satoru finished speaking, he could clearly hear that Mieko's mood had dropped. Ding! Hirakawa Mieko's mood changes from worry to loss, generating an emotion value of 500. Current emotion value. Oh. Will Mieko feel disappointed if I don't go back for dinner? It seems that Mieko still has some deep feelings for me. Mieko said with concern. Oh, okay, please be careful and call me when you get home, okay? Okay, let's eat quickly. Takagi Satoru said. Okay, Tilda. After saying that, Takagi Satoru hung up the phone. After exiting the bathroom, Takagi Satoru headed towards the living room. Suzuka and her father Hirotada Yamaguchi were sitting in the seats, with no one else. It seems very deserted, and the Yamaguchi-gumi has a very strict hierarchical order. Takagi Satoru pulled away the stool next to Ryoka and sat down on it. Yamaguchi Hirotada raised his eyebrows and said, You are quite self-aware. You sat next to Lianghua before I even told you. The meal was very rich and it perfectly demonstrated the strength of the Yamaguchi family. This is just the tip of the iceberg for the Yamaguchi family compared to the poor gangsters who only know how to fight and kill. The gangs in Shao Riz country are not only very rich, but also very rich. The industries involved include real estate, finance, and other fields. Takagi Satoru discovered another thing about himself. Ryoka's mother was not there. Well, maybe this is due to Lianghua's personality. Lianghua had no idea what had just happened. She happily picked up some food for Takagi Satoru. Yamaguchi Hirotada looked at the two of them vaguely. There was murderous intent in his eyes. Takagi Satoru clearly felt it as he ate the delicious meal prepared by the cute Ryoka, while enduring the murderous gaze of Lao Deng. Fortunately, the meal didn't take long and Yamaguchi Ryoka didn't do anything else. Otherwise, Yamaguchi Hirotada really wanted to kill Takagi Satoru. After dinner, Takagi Satoru followed Ryoka for a walk in the yard. At this time, the moon has come out. The moonlight shines on both of them, making it extremely romantic. I really wish time would just stand still, said Takagi Satoru. Lianghua on the side was a little confused. Still? Why do we have to be still? Because then I can walk with you forever. Well, but I don't really like taking walks. I prefer sleeping to taking walks, he. After saying that, Yamaguchi Ryoka smiled sweetly at Takagi Satoru, revealing two beautiful dimples. Takagi Satoru was speechless for a moment. Suzuka is really naive. The implication in her words was so obvious, but she couldn't even sense it. At this rate, when will my mission be completed? I dare not even think about failing. The key point is that Takagi Satoru cannot have physical contact with Suzuka because he is at his father-in-law's house. They were all spies of Lao Deng, Hirotada Yamaguchi. As soon as I touched them physically, Lao Deng would find someone to deal with me in the next second. No, I have to ask Lianghua out some other day. After walking around for a while, Gao Muwu said to Lianghua, It's getting late, I should go back too. Okay, Tilda. Although Lianghua really wanted to stay with Takagi Satoru, she knew it was unsafe to go back too late, so she didn't force him to stay. Go back and be careful. Okay. Anything else? Gao Muwu saw that Lianghua was looking at him and couldn't help but ask, Xiaowu, can I call you Xiaowu? Of course you can, just like I called you Ryoka. Really? After hearing the definite answer, Yamaguchi Ryoka jumped for joy like a butterfly. Ding! Yamaguchi Ryoka's mood changes from calm to happy, generating a mood value of 300. Current mood value. Xiaowu, I'm so happy to be with you. Suzuka, me too. After saying goodbye, the two disappeared into the moonlight. At this moment, the two people on the balcony of Yamaguchi Hirotada's mansion breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Takagi Satoru is ready to go home and face Hirakawa Mieko. Chapter 24. She did it on purpose. Yamaguchi family mansion. Yamaguchi Hirotada was standing on the balcony, with Kai Haoshin standing next to him. Do you think Lianghua is getting a little too close to him? Yamaguchi Hirotada said that he was well aware of Suzuka's simple character. It is precisely because of Suzuka's simple character that Yamaguchi Hirotada is worried that she will be abducted by Takagi Satoru. But his worries were unnecessary, because Lianghua had already been abducted by Takagi Satoru. Ji Haoshin knew Lianghua's future destiny, which had been determined since she was born. No one dares to gamble on the future, so choose someone who has the potential to succeed in the future. It's better to choose someone who has already succeeded. This is true for ordinary people and also for the upper class. For a force like the Yamaguchi-gumi, marriage is undoubtedly the lowest cost and most effective means of consolidating power. I warned Takagi Satoru this morning, said Kai Haoshin. Yamaguchi Hirotada pondered for a moment, then said, It seems he didn't hear it. Then, do you want me to talk to him again? Yamaguchi Hirotada shook his head and said, No, let's talk about it after the competition with the Sichuan Rice Association is over. Yes. This competition is crucial, as it determines whether they can gain a foothold in Tokyo. Takagi Satoru did not ride his beloved bicycle, but chose to take a car, because his beloved bicycle is at school. After paying the money, Takagi Satoru opened the car door and got out. The streetlights had already been turned on, and before reaching home, Takagi Satoru reported to Mieko that he was safe. Ding! 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 Gao Muwu knocked on the door, and after a few seconds, the door opened. What caught my eye was Mrs. Mieko in a purple hip skirt. Under the dim streetlights, the atmosphere was somewhat ambiguous. "Xiaowu, you are finally back," said Mieko. Why did Gao Muwu feel that there was a hint of grievance in her tone? Without time to think about it, Gao Muwu smiled and replied, "Something happened tonight." Mieko nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Her personality is the same as that of traditional women. If men don't want to talk about their affairs, she won't ask. "I'll go heat up some food for you." "Mieko, I've eaten outside." Oh. It was really tiring for Takagi Satoru to fight 3 people alone, so he leaned back on the sofa. Mieko brought him a glass of water and placed it on the table. "Xiaowu, if you are tired, go to bed first." "I will go take a shower first." Takagi Satoru's eyes brightened slightly. "Now that you say that, I'm not sleepy anymore." "Okay, you go first." After saying that, Mieko went to the bathroom. The sound of flowing water was heard, and Takagi Satoru heard it clearly. At the same time, his mind was full of thoughts. Gao Muwu picked up the water cup in front of him and took a sip. Start reviewing what happened today. Takagi Satoru had some knowledge about the Yamaguchi Gumi, but not in depth. He had not expected that the Yamaguchi Gumi also existed in this world. As for the competition that Yamaguchi Hirotada mentioned, it is not clear what it is. It shouldn't be easy, otherwise they wouldn't use 3 masters to test me. Maybe Hirakawa Ji knows something. I can ask him later. Mr. Yamaguchi Hirotada seems to be against my relationship with Ryoka. Also to a poor boy like myself. After Takagi Satoru thought about the Yamaguchi Gumi, he considered his future plans. The internet in this world has not yet developed, so Takagi Satoru plans to start with the internet. The source code system of the product is available, and the prices vary, so it is not difficult to get it. The difficulty lies in where to raise the startup capital in the real world. There is no need to think about Mieko. She has a son who is very capable and she definitely doesn't have much money. Pingchuan Ji was inexplicably stabbed. Then only Liang Hua is left. I wonder how much money this little girl has. Gao Muwu immediately thought of the scene where she left her bank card on the table. She was stupid and had a lot of money. "I'll go to school tomorrow and ask." A shout interrupted Takagi Satoru's thoughts. "Xiaowu, Xiaowu." "It's Mieko." Gao Muwu stood up and walked to the door, and asked softly, "What's wrong?" "Oh, Xiaowu, I forgot to take my bath towel. Can you get it for me?" "Bath towel? Oh, okay, Mieko, wait for me for a moment." Takagi Satoru turned around to help Mieko with the bath towel, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Mieko is not a careless person. It is impossible for her to take a bath without a towel. If you said that the boys forgot to take their bath, it would be understandable, but Takagi Satoru really didn't believe that Mieko forgot to take her. At this moment, a thought appeared in Gao Muwu's mind. Mieko didn't do it on purpose. Shit, maybe it's possible. Gao Muwu knocked on the door twice and said softly, "Mieko, I'm coming in." A voice as thin as a mosquito's buzz was heard. Gao Muwu swallowed, opened the door and walked in. The imagined scene of a frank conversation did not happen. There was a curtain between Takagi Satoru and Mieko. However, the curtain was white, and Mieko's plump and slim figure still reached Takagi Satoru's sight through the curtain. Devil figure. Mieko stretched out her white arms through the curtain, with crystal water droplets even hanging on her upper arms. Takagi Satoru put the bath towel in Mieko's hand, and after Mieko took it, she immediately retreated back behind the curtain. Nothing seen. "Mieko, nothing else. I'm going to go out first." "Okay, Tilda." Gao Muwu hurried out. Chapter 25. Counterattack. After Gao Muwu went out, he sat on the sofa, picked up the water and took another sip. The fire in my heart was extinguished. It was definitely intentional. Takagi Satoru gradually became certain. He came up with an idea and pretended to lie on the sofa and pretend to be asleep. After a few minutes, the sound of flowing water gradually stopped. A minute later, Mieko came out. "Xiaowu." When Mieko looked, she saw that Takagi Satoru had fallen asleep on the sofa. The weather in March is still a bit chilly at night, and I'm sure I'll catch a cold if it continues like this. Mieko went to her room, took out a blanket and covered Takagi Satoru with it. Jie suddenly reached out and grabbed her. She lost her balance and immediately fell into his arms. A ding! Hirakawa Miyako's mood changes from calm to frightened, generating an emotion value of 500. Current emotion value. A ding! Hirakawa Miyako's emotion changes from frightened to shy, generating an emotion value of 500. Current emotion value. Xiao Wu. Miyako called him hurriedly and found that he had his eyes closed. Is he sleepwalking? Miyako felt a little confused, and her shyness reached its peak. Ding! Hirakawa Miyako's mood changes from shy to sad, generating an emotion value of 500. Current emotion value. Why is she sad again? Takagi Satoru is very confused. Could it be that he is thinking about the sad things in the past? After a while, Takagi Satoru slowly loosened his hand. After Miyako noticed it, she slowly got up from Takagi Satoru. She also longed for tenderness, but Miyako knew that it was wrong to do so. Another minute passed and Takagi Satoru slowly woke up from his sleep. Miyako, why am I here? Takagi Satoru slowly opened his sleepy eyes. You fell asleep just now. Let me cover you with the blanket. Miyako said. Takagi Satoru nodded, his eyes filled with confusion. Well, actually he was just pretending. He is the instigator of everything. Oh Tilda. It's not easy to sleep here. You should pack up and go to bed. Miyako said. Sleep on the bed, go to your bed. Takagi Satoru nodded slightly. He was indeed tired today and it was time to go to bed early. His eyes glanced at Miyako's clean collarbone, and then he looked into her eyes. Miyako, you are really beautiful. After saying that, Takagi Satoru went into the room. Only Miyako was left stunned, and her messy heart. Ding! Hirakawa Miyako's favorability increased by 10, currently at 70. One lucky draw opportunity is given. Sure enough, no matter how old a woman is, she likes to hear compliments. After Takagi Satoru returned to his room, Miyako also went back to her room to rest. In the dead of night, Jie quietly walked out of the room and sneaked into the room. Of course, the room they broke into was not Miyako's room, but Hirakawa-shi's room. Thump, thump, thump. In order to avoid waking Miyako, Takagi Satoru knocked softly. All he heard was the sound of tinkering in the room, and Jie understood everything. After a while, Hirakawa opened the door. Why is it you? Who else did you think it was? Jie walked into Hirakawa-shi's room, glanced around and asked, Is everything clean? Pinkwansi hurriedly covered up after hearing this. What? What about cleaning it up? I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Anxious, anxious, he was anxious. Jie asked back, I didn't say anything, why are you so anxious? Pingchuan-ji was speechless for a moment and didn't know what to say. He said impatiently, What are you doing here? I want to ask you something. What? What? Pingchuan-ji's expression was a little proud. Finally, there is something you don't know. Finally, I can tell you something. He just felt proud of himself now. About the Yamaguchi Gumi. Takagi Satoru said slowly. When Hirakawa Shizai heard the words Yamaguchi Gumi, the expression on his face changed instantly. How do you know about the Yamaguchi Gumi? Takagi Satoru was speechless. Not only did I know this, I had even met the leader of the Yamaguchi Gumi. If I told him that the leader of the Yamaguchi Gumi is my father-in-law, I wonder what Hirakawa Shi's expression would be. Don't worry about how I know this. I'm asking you, did you know that the Yamaguchi Gumi is going to have a competition? Pinkwansi suppressed his doubts and nodded, saying, I know. He has been in the underworld for many years and is very well informed about this kind of news. Jie continued to ask, with whom? Sichuan rice meeting. Kawado Kai. What is that? Takagi Satoru didn't know much about the gangs in Little Japan. He had only heard a little about the Yamaguchi Gumi. As for the Kawado Kai that Hirakawa Shi mentioned, he knew nothing about it. You don't know about the Sichuan Rice Club? You don't know. Hirakawa Shi's voice suddenly rose 2 octaves. What? Will Kawadao be very powerful? I must know. Takagi Satoru asked back. Of course it's amazing. The Kawado Kai is the biggest gang in Tokyo. Barely one of them. After saying this, Hirakawa raised his eyebrows and said very proudly, and I am not talented, just a young leader of the Kawado society. After saying that, he looked at Takagi Satoru. The surprised expression that I had imagined did not appear. Instead there was only Takagi Satoru's indifference. Wakado is one of the gang's organizational structures, equivalent to a squad leader, who manages several younger brothers. I am the young leader of the Kawadokai. Hirakawa, she continued without giving up. Gao Muwu responded, indeed, I am not talented enough. He didn't even take the leader of the Yamaguchi Gumi seriously, let alone a small young leader. Hirakawa, she clenched his fists. He was really defeated by Takagi Satoru and was under his control. Ding, Pinkwansi's mood changes from calm to angry, generating an emotion value of 300. Current emotion value. Wow, that's amazing. Takagi Satoru said, and then said, go on. Pingquanji had to suppress the anger in his heart and continue what he was saying. The Yamaguchi Gumi's headquarters is in Kobe, but the Yamaguchi Gumi wants to expand its resources in order to enter Tokyo, and the Kawadokai's headquarters is in Tokyo. Takagi Satoru nodded. To put it simply, the Kawasaki Rice Association is the local tyrant in Tokyo, while the Yamaguchi Gumi is an outsider. It is essentially a conflict of interests. Gao Muwu was not interested in these. What's the martial arts competition about? If the Yamaguchi Gumi wins, they can stay in Tokyo. If they lose, they have to get out of Tokyo. Chapter 26, The Girl Selling Breakfast. If the Yamaguchi Gumi wins, they can stay in Tokyo. If they lose, they have to get out of Tokyo. As soon as Takagi Satoru heard it, he realized the importance of the competition. The outcome of this competition determines whether the Yamaguchi Gumi can gain a foothold in Tokyo and become the largest gang in Japan. No wonder that old man Yamaguchi Hiratada takes it so seriously. Hirakawa continued, the one we are sending out is Tsuneja Ruji, who's known as the best fighter in the country. Hiroshige Tsuneja? Never heard of him. Pingquanji couldn't help but hold his forehead and said, I am really going to be defeated by you. How come you haven't heard anything before? Is Hengsa Longji very strong? Of course he is strong, the best master in the country. Pingquanji once again emphasized his identity as the best master in the country. I don't know who the Yamaguchi Gumi will send. I heard they are planning to send someone very young, around 18 or 19 years old. After saying that, Pingquanji couldn't help but laugh. This is really funny. I guess this loser can't even beat me, and he still wants to fight with Hengsa Longji. I really don't know what Yamaguchi Hironaka is thinking. Takagi Satoru was somewhat surprised at how well informed Hirakawa she was. He had already heard about the results before they came out in the evening. Are you born in the year of the dog? You came here just by smelling the scent. And the waste you are talking about is me. Takagi Satoru didn't know what expression would be on Hirakawashi's face when he knew he was on the court. By the way, why are you asking this? Pingquanji asked puzzledly. This guy has always only cared about studying. Why did he change his nature today? I think it's quite interesting. Takagi Satoru made up an excuse. Yeah, how about I take you to see the competition on that day? Can you go? Takagi Satoru asked back. This kind of competition should be kept confidential. Of course, I'm the young leader of the Kawadokai. After saying this, a proud look appeared on his face. If you don't know me, you might think I'm the Prime Minister, but I'm just a squad leader of the Kawabata in society. The organizational structure of the gang is group leader, president, brothers, cadres, and young leaders. Gao Muwu couldn't bear to expose Hirakawa Ji. That's great. By the way, do you know some detailed information about Hengsa Longji? As soon as he finished asking the question, Hirakawashi's expression returned to normal. I don't know. This matter is very secretive. Only the team leader or the president knows about it. All right. Takagi Satoru didn't have high expectations either. After the chat, Jiamu stood up and walked to the door, turned his head and said to him with concern, Xiaoji, take care of yourself. After saying that, he walked out without looking back. Only Pingquanji was left with a confused look on his face. Ding, Pinkwansi's mood changes from calm to angry, and the mood value increases by 500. The current mood value. Takagi Satoru was delighted, and he got another wave of emotional points for free. The next morning, Hirakawa went to school early and did not meet Takagi Satoru. Mieko couldn't help but wonder, Xiaoji has been going to school earlier and earlier these days. Gao Muwu smiled and said, this shows that he has become passionate about learning. Mieko, you should be happy for him. Mieko nodded and felt that what Takagi Satoru said made sense. The love of learning was complete bullshit, and only the two of them knew the real reason. Mieko looked at Takagi Satoru, and her mind couldn't help but think of what happened last night. Recently, she felt her heart beating more and more. The more you want to control, the more you can't control. Ding, Hirakawa Mieko's mood changes from calm to shy, increasing her mood value by 500. Current mood value. Shy. Takagi Satoru was very puzzled. I didn't do anything, so why did I become shy? Mieko asked, are you coming back for dinner tonight? Jio shook his head and said, no, I'll come back for dinner today. Okay, Tilda. Mieko suddenly smiled, like a blooming white rose. Jio was infatuated. Perhaps only by experiencing it can one understand Kao's hobbies. No one can bear it. Mieko, I'm going to school first. Okay, Tilda. Takagi Satoru did not ride his beloved bicycle, but took a taxi to school. Before entering the school gate, Takagi Satoru went to a breakfast shop not far from school. In order to let the little rich lady drop gold coins, you have to take out some things first. Boss, please get me some breakfast, said Takagi Satoru. A voice as soft as a mosquito's whistle, yet pleasant to the ear, was heard. Okay, Tilda. At this time, Jio raised his head and looked at her. She was graceful and elegant, with a light and ethereal air, delicate skin, shoulder-length hair, and a blue hat. You can tell at first glance that he is a college student. She noticed Takagi Satoru's gaze, looked up at him, and quickly lowered her head. Jio wondered, do I look so evil? But with just one glance, Takagi Satoru knew that this was a woman whose appearance was no less beautiful than Suzuka. But she seems to be even more socially anxious than Liang Hua. Ding. The heroine 003 Hanaroka Misato is detected. Heroine 003, Misato Hanaroka. Age, 18. Favorability, 0. Heroine's wish list happy smiley. 1. I hope I can get rid of school bullying X. 2. Hope to find a good job after graduation X. School bullying? No wonder she lowered her head when she looked at me. After a while, Takagi Satoru's breakfast was ready. He ordered 3. 1 for myself, 1 for Suzuka, and 1 for Misato. Takagi Satoru only took 2 breakfasts, and Misato took a look and thought he had forgotten. At this time, she reminded him, classmate, you still have 1 more. You forgot to take 1. Jio turned to look at her and said, I haven't forgotten. That 1 is for you. Good morning. I hope you are in a good mood. Chapter 27, The Real Strength of the Rich Woman. Good morning. Hope you have a good mood. Misato Hanaroka stood there in a daze. She hadn't heard such heartwarming words in a long, long time. A kind word warms you through 3 winter months, while an evil word hurts you through 6 months of summer. Human nature is evil. Misato's heart was deeply touched. No one had ever cared about her like this before. Jio appearance was deeply engraved in her heart. She stared at Jio departing back and whispered, Arigato. Ding. Hanaroka Misato's favorability plus 25, currently at 25, giving the host 2 chances to draw a lottery, currently at 6 chances to draw a lottery. Ding. Hanaroka Misato's emotion changes from fear to touching, generating an emotion value of 5,000. Current emotion value. Ding. Task issued. Host, please punish those who bullied Misato. The time limit is 1 week. If the task fails, the host will take back the reward previously obtained. Takagi Satoru did not feel the slightest bit happy in his heart. He felt infinite sympathy for Misato. Even if the system does not issue this task, he will punish those people. After entering the school, Takagi Satoru did not go to the classroom first. Instead, go find Hirakawa Shi. Takagi Satoru stood outside the door of the classroom where Hirakawa Shi was taking class, and after a while Hirakawa Shi came out. He saw Takagi Satoru holding 2 breakfasts in his hands, and he felt touched instantly. You still care about me. Knowing that I didn't have enough in the morning, he came to bring me breakfast. Ding. Pinkwansi's mood changes from calm to touched, generating an emotion value of 100, current emotion value. When Jio heard this, he was very puzzled. I touched Kuonmao, but I didn't do anything. Pinkwansi stretched out his hand and said, Look at you, you brought me breakfast, and I said I didn't need it. Before Hirakawa Shi's hand could touch him, Takagi Satoru slapped him back. Brought you food. That's a nice thought. Takagi Satoru finally understood why Hirakawa Shi was moved. It's not for you. Then what are you doing here? Help me find out about someone and some things about her. Pingchuan-ji has a wide network of contacts in the school and is quite popular. No one is more suitable for this task than him. No. Hirakawa Shi said. It was obvious that he was holding a grudge against Takagi Satoru and was not thinking about him. Okay, then I'll tell everyone in your class about your affairs. Takagi Satoru immediately used his trump card. As soon as he said this, Hirakawa Shi's face changed instantly. Ask, I'll ask for you. That's more like it. What's that man's name? Misato Hanaroka. Female. Is she pretty? It's none of your business. I'll come see you at noon. After saying that, Takagi Satoru didn't stay any longer and went straight to the classroom for class. As soon as he came in, Takagi Satoru's eyes swept over everyone and went straight to Yamaguchi Ryoka. She was writing furiously with her head down. Jio walked over, patted Lianghua's head and said, "Don't learn it anymore. You will become stupid if you keep learning it." Lianghua raised her head with a resentful expression. "I am not stupid because I learned to be stupid, but you made me stupid." "Aha, fine, fine. Here, I bought you breakfast. Eat it while it's hot." When Lianghua heard this, her eyes lit up instantly. Takagi Satoru handed her the breakfast and Ryoka took it. "Lianghua, do you think I'm good to you?" asked Takagi Satoru. "Good." Lianghua said as she ate that she didn't know why Takagi Satoru would ask such a question. Then Lianghua, "Can you do me a favor?" "What's the matter?" "Can you lend me some money?" Lianghua exhaled, "I thought you were trying to steal my food, but it turns out you were borrowing money." "Of course." "You didn't even ask me how much I borrowed?" "The amount I borrowed was quite large." "How many?" 103,424,380 yen. 103,424,380 yen is equivalent to 5 million renminbi. This is not a small number. Unexpectedly, when Lianghua heard this, she only responded with one word. "Oh. Oh, what does that mean?" Ryoka reached into her school bag, pulled out a bank card, and handed it to Takagi Satoru. "The password is 000000, Ryoka said softly. After saying that, he continued eating. "Just give it as you say. Little rich woman is so rich, it seems that she can no longer be called little rich woman, but big rich woman. Rich woman seeking support. I'll pay you back when I make money later." "Oh." Ryoka didn't ask Takagi Satoru what he was going to do with the money, nor did she care whether he could pay it back. She saved all this money bit by bit. Every time Lianghua's father gave her money, she couldn't spend it all. The main reason is that she is not interested in high consumption things and items, and she just likes to eat delicious food on a daily basis. Takagi Satoru suddenly felt that the bank card was heavy. It contained not only money, but also Ryoka's love. "Suzuka, you're so nice. Hello too, buy me some food. If you want to eat, I'll buy you food for the rest of your life." Takagi Satoru couldn't help but laugh. Ryoka was so naive. Well, from now on, no one else can deceive her, only I can deceive her. Takagi Satoru didn't listen to a single word of the whole morning class. If he hears one word, he loses. Fujino Tsunosaburo clearly felt that Takagi Satoru was not in good shape, so he immediately called him to his office for a talk. He couldn't just let go of the best talent in the country. Jio Muwu knocked on the office door, walked in and asked, "Teacher, are you looking for me?" Fujino Tsunosaburo nodded, picked up the cup on the table and took a sip of tea. "Are all teachers like this? I asked you to come without telling you first, and then I'll let you sit for a while and have some tea first. Xiaowu, I feel like something's not right with your studies lately. Several teachers have told me about this. I know you're a strong learner, but you still need to work hard. After all, your goal is to graduate from college with the best grades in the country. I know Ryoka is beautiful, but you can't let that distract you." Like most teachers, Fujino Tsunosaburo believed that Takagi Satoru's lack of concentration was due to Suzuka. "There's no way. Lianghua is so beautiful that any normal boy would be attracted to her." Fujino Tsunosaburo pushed up his glasses and said, "Xiaowu, do you have anything to say?" "Teachers, I understand everything you say. It doesn't matter whether I listen or not." When Takagi Satoru said this, Fujino Tsunosaburo almost spit out the tea he had just drunk. "It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy." It was the first time that Fujino Tsunosaburo heard such arrogant words. "Teacher, if you don't believe me, you will know after the exam next week. Next week is the first exam of the sophomore semester." "Good." When Fujino Tsunosaburo heard him say this, he stopped talking. After having lunch with Lianghua at noon, Takagi Satoru ran out of the classroom during the lunch break. He and Hirakawa she agreed to meet at this time. 28. A man's mouth is a lie. Takagi Satoru came to the school bathroom. He didn't know why they agreed to meet in such a place. "Do you just like the smell here?" Pinkwansi was surrounded by smoke inside. Jio Muwu said calmly, "Mieko seems to be unaware that you have been infected with this." Pinkwansi immediately put out the phone after hearing it and said hurriedly, "Don't tell my mother. It depends on my mood." With another handle in hand, Pingchuan Ji has no choice but to obey. I have already found the person named Masato you mentioned. What's your major? Which class? Takagi Satoru asked. Law major class 1. After Pinkwansi finished speaking, he added, she is really beautiful. Of course she is beautiful. Hanaroka Masato's appearance can compete with Suzuka. Tell me, is she beautiful? No matter how good looking it is, it has nothing to do with you. Pinkwansi rolled his eyes speechlessly and continued, I discovered another thing. What's up? Promise me that you won't tell my mother what just happened. Okay, I promise. Takagi Satoru has always taken promises lightly. As the saying goes, a man's mouth is a lie. I would rather believe a sow can fly than believe what a man says. Ping Chuanji said slowly, I found that others were bullying her in school. After saying this, an expression of resentment appeared on his face. Although Hirakawa Shigeki was uneducated and even joined a gang, he never bullied good people or honest people. Well, it's still quite fair. Bullying in schools is totally unreasonable. You didn't provoke others, they just don't like you. Well, give me a list of the people who bullied her. What are you going to do? Stand up for her. Takagi Satoru did not object to Hirakawa Shi's question. He really wanted to stand up for Masato. When Hirakawa Shi saw that Takagi Satoru did not object, he knew that he was right. I advise you to put this thought aside. This isn't a problem that can be solved by force. One of those people is from a wealthy family. What? Rich people should bully poor people? Takagi Satoru asked back. That's not what I meant. I meant that you can't beat them at all. You won't know unless you try. Then let me make it clear in advance that this matter has nothing to do with me. Don't involve me in this. Good. After saying this, Hirakawa Ji immediately rushed out angrily. Before he even walked out of the toilet door, he suddenly turned back. Do you really want to take care of her? Takagi Satoru nodded. Ping Chuanji said puzzledly, you just like her because she is pretty. Yes, I admit that she is quite pretty. Very pretty. But you shouldn't risk your life to save her. Hirakawa Shi knew how powerful that woman's background was, so he came to persuade Takagi Satoru. He is a poor boy with nothing. What can he use to protect himself? He can't even protect himself if he gets into trouble. You don't need to persuade me, I've made up my mind. Of course Takagi Satoru has the ability to help Masato, because he has a system. With the system in hand, he is not afraid of anyone. Okay, you're making me mad. Seeing that his persuasion was futile, Hirakawa Jijin ran out again. I'm so pissed off. Ding, Pinkwansi's mood changes from calm to angry, generating an emotion value of 1000, current emotion value. The emotion value of 1000 is enough to see how angry Hirakawa is. Remember to give me the list of names. New. After resolving this matter, Takagi Satoru prepared to return to the classroom with a relaxed pace. Suddenly I saw a familiar face. It was Masato Hanaroka. There were a few girls next to her, pulling her to a place. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that she was forced. Jieomuwu narrowed his eyes and followed quietly. The woman took Masato to the Cultural and Sports Center. Generally, these are iconic facilities that have rarely been open to the public and are just for show. Takagi Satoru was slightly surprised that they actually had the key to this place. Logically speaking, the key to the style of writing is in the hands of the teacher. There are two possibilities. One possibility is that the key was stolen. There is another type. The teacher is in the same group with them. Those people entered the writing room. After a woman entered, she looked outside and after confirming that there was no one there, she locked the room. We can't get in through the main gate like this. It seems they often bully Masato here, otherwise they wouldn't be so skilled. Takagi Satoru looked at the outer wall of the building and found that it was not very high. He ran up for a distance, pushed against the wall to gain momentum, and then reached out to grab the windowsill. This height is nothing to Takagi Satoru. Takagi Satoru quietly opened the window and looked down. After confirming that he had not been discovered, he breathed a sigh of relief. Masato stood there uncomfortably. She was very scared. Miri. The girl sitting on the chair was holding a pair of scissors. What are you doing? I heard you've been working in a breakfast restaurant lately, right? Yes. That should be a lot of money a month. I'm short of money recently. Can you lend me some? But you are not short of money at all. Dare to refuse me? Hold her down for me. She immediately told the boy next to her, and the boy immediately stepped forward and prepared to hold Masato down. 29 walked towards the sun. Fear was evident in Masato's eyes. It was not like she had not resisted before. But all was fruitless. The more you resist, the more excited they become. There is no use in resisting. No matter how you resist, you can't beat them. Only by transferring to another school can they stop. The boy came over angrily and was about to grab Misato's hair. Ding! Hanaroka Misato's mood changes from calm to fear, generating an emotion value of 5,000. Current emotion value. Takagi Satoru had already quietly come down from the windowsill and saw that the male student was about to take action. He simply picked up the basketball beside him and threw it at the boy. The basketball hit the boy's chest hard. Ah! The boy fell backwards in pain. The sudden change surprised them. Someone actually sneaked in. The woman sitting on the chair asked, "Kamakura Haruna, didn't I tell you to lock the door?" A hint of dissatisfaction flashed in Kamakura Haruna's eyes. "Chiji, I locked the door when I came in. Before locking it, I even checked to see if anyone was following us." They couldn't imagine that Takagi Satoru climbed up through the window. "Who's there?" "Sneaky. Why don't you dare to come out and see people?" Kamakura Haruna looked around and saw no one else. "Chiji, you must have seen it wrong. There's no one here." Yunya Chiji ignored her and stared at the door. About a second later, Takagi Satoru slowly walked out of the door. When Misato saw this, her heart ached as she recognized Takagi Satoru. "The person in front of me is the boy who bought breakfast this morning." Yunya Chenji saw him and sneered. "What? You want to learn how to be a hero and save the damsel in distress?" Takagi Satoru ignored him and walked forward, reaching out and pulling Misato behind him. Misato Hanaroka looked at Takagi Satoru's tall and strong back and felt very safe. She felt like she was in a dream, falling into a bottomless abyss, but just as she was falling, a hand caught her. "Ha!" Yunya Chenji snorted coldly and said sarcastically, "Another hero saving the damsel in distress? You're not the first one, but I guarantee you're definitely the worst off." Some people wanted to help Misato before, but they gave up after learning about Chi Kimono's background. There was also a young man who wanted to stand up for Misato, but ended up transferring to another school. Misato reacted and whispered to Takagi Satoru from behind, Don't worry about me, just leave." "It's okay, trust me." Takagi Satoru turned around and gave her a firm look. Misato's heart was hit hard, and an inexplicable trust arose in her heart. She herself didn't know why she trusted the boy she had only met once. "Ah, fine, fine." Yunya Chiji laughed loudly and shouted to the two boys beside him, "Kanasugi Aishuk, you wufu, break his legs for me." The two boys rushed forward. Yunya Chenji said, "I'm looking forward to the scene of you kneeling down and begging for mercy in front of me." She sat in the chair with a smug look on her face. Misato nervously grabbed the corner of Takagi Satoru's clothes, and Takagi Satoru turned around and patted her hand. "Believe me. I hope you can still say such words when you are beaten later." To be honest, these two boys are not as strong as Liang Yang-san by a finger. Bang! Bang! He knocked both of them down with two punches. Everyone present was dumbfounded. They were knocked down so easily? Others may not know, but Yunya Chiji knows that these two people are both athletes. Takagi Satoru doesn't look strong, so how could he take care of both of them so easily? Ding! The emotions of Chi Kimono, Haruna Kamakura, Aishuk Kanasugi, and Takeo Ame changed from calm to shocked, generating an emotion value of 1,000. Current emotion value. Ding! Hanaroka Misato's emotion changes from fear to shock, generating an emotion value of 3,000. Current emotion value. Takagi Satoru walked slowly towards Chi Kimono. She had long lost the spirit she had just had. "You. Don't come over here. I'm warning you. My family's money can buy lives. If you touch a hair on my head, my dad will never let you go." Chi Kimono was very panicked. She was afraid that Takagi Satoru would really take action. Unexpectedly, Takagi Satoru stopped less than 2 meters away from her and smiled. In Chi Kimono's eyes, Takagi Satoru's smile was comparable to the smile of the god of death, which made people sweat profusely. "Don't worry, I won't touch you. Touching you will only dirty my hands. I will give you back every bit of what you have done to her." Takagi Satoru walked over to Kamakura Haruna again. "Don't hit me either. Open the door." "Ah. Open the door." Okay. Haruna Kamakura hurried to open the door of the literary style room. Takagi Satoru walked up to Misato and gently touched her head with his hand. Misato's eyes were calm as she stood there. She felt like this was just a dream. Jie reached out and held her wrist, pulling her outside, walking towards the sunshine. It was noon and the sun was shining brightly outside. The sunlight shone on Misato, and she felt warm and as if she were alive again. All this was not a dream. She escaped from the abyss. A few lines of hot tears instantly flowed from the corners of her eyes, and the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time burst out at this moment. But she was holding back her tears and even cried very carefully. Jiamuu's heart suddenly ached. He looked at her and said gently, "If you want to cry, just cry out loud. You can lean on my chest." Jiamuu stretched out his hand and gently held her in his arms, and the shackles in Misato's heart were completely opened. At this moment, she finally escaped from the abyss. Chapter 30. There is no reason to like someone. After a while, Misato Hanaroka gradually stopped crying. Perhaps feeling that their situation was a little awkward, Misato quickly got up from his arms. Misato was crying so hard that her eyes were filled with tears. Her long eyelashes were even stained with remnants of tears, and her nose was red. Takagi Satoru smiled and joked, "I didn't expect that good-looking people would look so good even when they cry." When Misato heard what Takagi Satoru said, 2 shades of red appeared on her cheeks. A ding! Hanaroka Misato's mood changes from shock to shyness, generating an emotion value of 500. Current emotion value. Misato couldn't believe that the chance encounter in the morning would change her life. And she didn't even know the name of the person who changed her life. As if he had guessed what she was thinking, Jiamuu introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Jiamuu. Misato Hanaroka. Why do you want to help me?" Misato asked cautiously. She was afraid that the person in front of her was also attracted by her appearance. "Because this has happened before." Jiamuu replied, "There is no reason. Most things in this world don't make sense, just like those who bully you." Misato felt that what Takagi Satoru said made sense and she didn't provoke them at all. Then Takagi Satoru said something that made her heart tremble violently. Like, if having feelings for someone doesn't make sense. The two people looked into each other's eyes. Ding! Hanaroka Misato's mood changes from shy to even more shy, increasing her mood value by 600. Current mood value. Ding! Hanaroka Misato's favorability increased by 20, currently at 45. 2 lucky draw opportunities are granted, currently at 6. There is already a huge quarrel in the literary field. Yunya Chiji questioned Kamakura Haruna, "How did you guard the door and let that kid in?" Haruna Kamakura lowered her head and said nothing. In their group, Chi Kimono was their king. Have absolute right to speak. After scolding Haruna Kamakura, she still felt unsatisfied and started scolding the other 2 boys. "And you 2 losers, you can't even beat a weakling. What's the point of having you?" Chiji Yunya was extremely angry. No one had ever scolded her since she was a child. After scolding, Yunya Chiji felt unsatisfied and she wanted to get back at him no matter what. Takagi Satoru must know the consequences of provoking her. "Go, investigate that man for you. Doesn't he want to be a hero? I want him to know the price of being a hero." Yunya Chenji's mouth curled up into a smile. Kamakura Haruna knew that the boy was going to be in trouble. When Takagi Satoru returned to the classroom, Ryoka had already woken up. She pursed her lips, and when she saw Takagi Satoru coming back, joy flashed in her eyes, but she immediately suppressed it. Takagi Satoru was confused. He thought he didn't offend the rich woman. Lianghua asked Takagi Satoru, "What have you been doing now?" "Again?" "Yes, you went out yesterday at noon, and you went out today too, and you were out even longer than last time. So you didn't fall asleep." "I went to find the little girl." Lianghua saw that Takagi Satoru didn't say anything and stared at him with her big eyes. "Did you go out to eat something without calling me?" Takagi Satoru rolled his eyes. He really wanted to take Suzuka's head apart to see if there was only food inside. "No. Besides eating, there is also sleeping. No, I went to meet a friend." Takagi Satoru felt that his statement was very correct and rigorous. Ordinary friends are friends, and boyfriends and girlfriends are also friends. "Oh." Lianghua's expression suddenly understood. "So you didn't secretly eat delicious food behind my back." "I'm not a person who eats secretly." Jiamuwu defended himself, and then silently added in his heart, "I only eat openly." Later, Lianghua realized something was wrong. This was clearly not the point of what he had just said. Lianghua continued, "Friends? Friends better than me." For Lianghua, she has very few friends, and it seems that there is only one person, Takagi Satoru. She had changed schools countless times since she was little, and each time she made new friends, she changed schools. And because of her family background, few people would want to make friends with her. Jiamuwu knew from her expression that she was thinking about something again. He reached out and touched Lianghua's head and said, "What are you thinking about? Of course it's not as good as yours." Liang Hua is the best. Takagi Satoru said foremost in a row. Liang Hua was delighted after hearing this. She was very happy about what Takagi Satoru said and didn't even bother to tell whether it was true or not. A ding. Yamaguchi Ryoka's mood changes from calm to happy, generating an emotion value of 300. Current emotion value. After the lunch break, the afternoon classes began again. I was in class when the system suddenly interrupted me with a message. A ding. Yamaguchi Hiratada's mood changes from calm to angry, generating an emotion value of 500. Current emotion value. Shit, this old man probably heard the news about me touching Lianghua's head again. I have to say that old Deng got the news pretty quickly. Anyway, I got some free emotional points. Takagi Satoru's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had found a way to get rich. After thinking about it carefully, I decided not to do it anymore. I was really afraid that Mr. Yamaguchi would get angry and hire someone to kill me. During break, at the classroom door, holding a piece of paper in his hand, Hirakawa Ji looked at Takagi Satoru and asked again, "Have you really thought it through? Do you really want to be the first to stand out, the fool?" Hirakawa, she didn't know that Takagi Satoru had already offended Kimono Chi a long time ago. Of course, once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. "What are you talking about?" Pingchuan Ji scolded, and then said, "I have tried to persuade you. Now that you have made up your mind, just do it. If you need any help from me, just ask. Of course, just don't drag me into this." A warm feeling surged in Takagi Satoru's heart. Although Hirakawa she said to stay away from him, he would still help. After saying this, Hirakawa she showed a proud expression. "I am the young head of the Kawato Kai." Takagi Satoru rolled his eyes speechlessly. "You really make me feel superior." Maybe Hirakawa Shigeki would be useful in the future, so Takagi Satoru did not harm him. Gao Muwu took the note, opened it, and saw the first line. The only daughter of Nobuyuki Kimono, Vice President of the Kimono Chi River Rice Association. Chapter 31. I won't spoil you. Chi Uno. The only daughter of Nobuyuki Kimono, Vice President of the Kawakawa Rice Association. When Takagi Satoru saw the note, his eyes twitched slightly. I was wondering why Chi Uno was so arrogant and looked down on everyone. It turns out that Kawashima is her baka. The others are just side dishes, but Chiji Yunya is the main dish. After Gao Muwu Satoru looked carefully at Kimono Chi, he glanced at the other people and put the note away. Pinkwansi asked, "How is it? Do you still want to stand up for her now?" "It's not about whether I want to or not. I have already stood up for her." Gao Muwu smiled and replied, "No one can persuade me about my choice. Thank you for your help." After saying that, he returned to the classroom where he had his class. Ding. Pinkwansi's mood changes from anger to admiration, generating an emotion value of 1000. Current emotion value. After an afternoon of classes, Takagi Satoru walked to the door with Ryoka. Lianghua greeted Gao Muwu sweetly. "Xiaowu, see you tomorrow __." "Okay, see you tomorrow." Kai Haoshin, who was standing by, was eating a mouthful of dog food. Team leader Yamaguchi had told him to keep a distance between Takagi Satoru and Ryoka. But seeing Lianghua so happy, he felt a little bit reluctant, because he watched Lianghua grow up. Seeing her so happy, Ji Haoshin was sincerely happy. Kai Haoshin glanced at Takagi Satoru, and Takagi Satoru looked back. The two looked at each other, and then Ji Haoshin returned to the car. "Since you like Miss Lianghua, then show your corresponding abilities. It takes more than just good martial arts skills to become the son-in-law of the Yamaguchi family. Takagi Satoru needs to become a local tycoon." Seeing Suzuka's car gradually disappear from his sight, Takagi Satoru turned around and went back to school. He and Masato agreed to walk together after school. "I'm afraid no one can be as fair as I am." Takagi Satoru returned to class 5 and through the window saw Chi Kimono and the others surrounding Masato. "Where's your boyfriend? Why didn't I come to help you?" He. Aside from relying on that man, what else can you do? After talking to the others, Chi Yuno was still not satisfied, so she spat out the gum in her mouth and tried to stick it on Masato's hair. Damn! Takagi Satoru became furious and kicked the door open. Everyone present was stunned. They all saw Takagi Satoru leave with their own eyes, so how could he suddenly come back? Takagi Satoru kicked over the two boys who tried to block him and looked at Kimono Chi. "You can't touch me. If you touch me, my dad won't let you go." Chi Kimono's voice trembled because she was also afraid of what Takagi Satoru might do. Takagi Satoru ignored her threat and slapped Chi Kimono in the face. The sound of the slap was so clear and crisp that it echoed in the classroom. They were all dumbfounded. They didn't expect that Takagi Satoru would dare to take action. Didn't he know who Yunyi Chiji's father was? How dare he do that? The other two boys just fought, but Chi Kimono was different. Yunya Chenji screamed, "Ah! You actually hit me. Do you know who my father is?" Takagi Satoru looked at her with an extremely calm expression and said, "I'm going to hit you." "I know, Vice President of Sichuan Rice Association." Chi Kimono covered her red face with her hands, showing a shocked expression. Takagi Satoru knew that her father was the Vice President of the Kawado Association, but he still dared to hit her. "Are you going to die?" Ding. Yunya Chiji's mood changes from calm to shocked, generating an emotion value of 1000. Current emotion value. Ding. Kamakura Haruna, Kanasugi Aishuk, and Ayami Takeo's emotions change from calm to shocked, generating an emotion value of 1000. Current emotion value. Chiyuno now only felt that Takagi Satoru was a madman who was not afraid of anything. Takagi Satoru glanced at them with disdain, then took Misato's hand and walked outside. Misato kept her head down and remained silent. "What's wrong? Are you scared by them?" asked Takagi Satoru. No. What's wrong?" "Thank you very much. Thank you very much for helping me. Her family has a very powerful background. We can't resist at all." "So?" Misato took a deep breath, tears welling in her eyes. She continued, "So, you better not get involved with me." Because no one who got involved with her had a good ending. Jiamu reached out and touched her head. "So that's what you wanted to say. Believe me, I can definitely help you." Misato was extremely conflicted. She really didn't want Takagi Satoru to leave, but the consequence of not leaving would be revenge from Chi Kimono. The revenge of the Sichuan Rice Association. She didn't want Jiao Muwu to endure this. Misato's rented house is not far from the University of Tokyo, and can be walked in just over 10 minutes. After sending Misato home, Takagi Satoru rode his bike home. He promised Mieko that he would go home for dinner in the evening. All 3 bowls of water must be kept equal. Yunya Chiji's anger has reached its peak. She has never been beaten since she was a child. Not to mention a slap in the face. She picked up her phone and called number. "Uncle Changhong." "Chenji, why are you crying?" I was beaten." Yunya Chenji was crying with tears in her eyes. It was so miserable. "Who dares to hit you?" "I think he doesn't want to live anymore. Tell me and I'll make the decision for you." Masahiro Sugiura is the top leader of the Kawabata Indica Association responsible for the University of Tokyo area. How dare they attack Chenji on his territory? After Chi Kimono told Masahiro Sugiura the name of the man, he immediately issued a wanted order for his men. At this time, Hirakawa Ji was lying comfortably at home. Suddenly, a text message came to my hand. Advisor Masahiro Sugiura has issued a wanted order. All young leaders are required to lead their teams and hunt down Takagi Satoru. No excuses. Chapter 32 Surrounded. Advisor Masahiro Sugiura has issued a wanted order. All young leaders are required to lead their teams and hunt down Takagi Satoru. No excuses. When Pingchuan Ji saw the message on his mobile phone, he was stunned and then had a feeling that something was wrong. Damn, how could this guy act so quickly? He is actually on the wanted list of the Sichuan Rice Association. Hirakawa Ji hurriedly put on a coat and said to Mieko casually, "I'm going out for a while." Then he went out in a hurry, for he was afraid that if he went out too late, something bad would happen to Takagi Satoru. A group of younger brothers surrounded Pingchuan Ji. "Brother Ji, who is this Jie Muwu and why he is on the wanted list?" asked the yellow-haired boy in confusion. "Do you want to live or not?" "Of course I did." "If you want it, don't ask around, okay?" "And do you guys still want to live?" The brothers said in unison, "I want it." Pingchuan Ji told them, "Since you want it, then I'll tell you clearly, this guy is a heinous person. If you want to live, don't do it with him." The little yellow-haired boy said, "Why don't we just not go there?" Bang! Pingchuan Ji slapped the little yellow-haired boy on the back of his head and said, "You are really smart." The little yellow-haired boy was confused and wondered whether he was smart or not. If I was smart, why would Jiga slap his head? If I were not smart, why would Jiga say I was very smart? If you don't go, you're just asking for trouble. Oh Tilda, just remember this. You must not really do anything later. Got it? New. Hirakawa, she led a team to the location where Sugiura Masahiro was located, and there were about 20 people. When he arrived at the place, he saw from afar a group of people gathered there. Pinkwansi secretly thought that something was wrong, fearing that Jio-mu would get into trouble, and hurriedly said, "Let's go." When Pinkwansi ran closer, he saw that there were 5 young men at the scene, including him, for a total of about 100 people. The person surrounded inside was none other than Takagi Satoru. One of the young heads saw Jio-mu Satoru and said disdainfully, "Fuck, your name is Jio-mu Satoru." Takagi Satoru glanced around, his eyes fell on the young man, and he nodded slightly. Counselor Sugiura is truly confused. You're just a college student, and you're actually on a wanted list." The young man obviously didn't believe that Takagi Satoru could be put on the wanted list. After all, those who were on the wanted list in the past were all powerful figures. There is no one as harmless as Takagi Satoru. "Listen, we've surrounded you. Just behave and I'll let you go." Jiao Mushing said with disdain, "Yes, I am Jiao Mushing, and it is not me who is surrounded, but you who are surrounded by me." Hirakawa, she heard Takagi Satoru talking and immediately slapped his forehead. "If I had played dumb, I might have been able to get away with it, but now I couldn't." The 4 young ladies all laughed and said, "You surrounded us all by yourself. What big talk are you talking about?" Ping Chuan-ji said from the side, "Stop pretending. How could you be on the wanted list?" After saying this, he winked at Takagi Satoru, asking him to follow his words. With so many people present, Ping Chuan-ji couldn't tell him directly, so as not to arouse others' suspicion. Wakado said at this time, "What's the point of saying so much? Just look at the photos." Hirakawa, she cried out in his heart, "Oh no." This time he couldn't help Takagi Satoru. The scene now is not the same as the last time he confronted Takagi Satoru. How many people were there last time, and how many people are there this time? If you can fight 10 people at once, can you fight 100 people at once? Even if I beat Hirakawa she to death, I would never believe that Takagi Satoru could defeat more than 100 people. Wakado took out his cell phone, and Sugiura Masahiro had just sent them a photo. The person in the photo is Takagi Satoru. When Ping Chuan-ji saw it, he said to himself twice, "It's over, it's over. You dare to frame me, brothers, come on." The young leader was furious and gave orders directly to his younger brother. The other young ladies did the same. Pinkwansi whispered to them, "Remember what you said before you came." Takagi Satoru wasn't flustered at all and got ready. Every one of the people on the stage was no match for Takagi Satoru. In just a few minutes, dozens of people were defeated. Takagi Satoru was like a god of war, his physical strength not diminished at all. Tai Chi is mixed with Wing Chun, and the moves are extremely beautiful yet powerful. After a few more minutes, a large group of people had been defeated. Some of the younger brothers no longer want to go up. They are afraid and will just be cannon fodder if they go up. It's better not to go. The 4 young heads, Hirakawa Shi, and a group of younger brothers were all stunned. "Brother, are you so strong? Brother, are you still coming? Go ahead." After saying that, no one dared to go up. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that whoever rises will fall. The little yellow-haired boy was full of admiration for Ping Chuan-ji. It was his boss who had the foresight to tell them in advance. "Damn, this is not a human being. He is simply a living devil." Hirakawa Ji was also shocked by Takagi Satoru. This guy might be a god of war, which is beyond the scope of human beings. My previous worries about him seemed like a clown. Everyone was too timid to step forward. Takagi Satoru looked at them and smiled, then picked up his school bag that was lying on the ground. He asked, "Is there anyone else coming? If not, I'll go back first." "Stop right there. You really think we Sichuan rice will just sit there and eat?" Seeing that no one else came forward, the young man went forward himself. Jio-mu kicked him in the chest and he flew out. This kick was particularly powerful. Waste. Ding. The emotions of Ping Chuan-ji, Milang Jansaku, and others changed from calm to shocked, generating an emotion value of 5,000. Current emotion value. Jio-mu dusted himself off, got on his beloved bicycle, and swaggered out. "It delayed me from going home for dinner, and delayed me from going home to see Mieko." Chapter 33 President Calls. Takagi Satoru returned to the home he had longed for, and of course the person he had longed for was there. Takagi Satoru knocked on the door a few times and Mieko hurriedly opened it. "Shiawu." Mieko glanced behind him and found that Hirakawa she was not there. "Xiaoji is not with you?" Mieko asked. She thought Hirakawa she went to see Takagi Satoru. "Mieko, he should be back soon. I'll give him a call." In order to prevent Mieko from worrying, Takagi Satoru called Hirakawa Shi. The food in the house had already been prepared. Takagi Satoru felt warm in his heart. Whoever married Mieko would be enjoying a great life. Mieko is the typical good wife and mother. After a while, Ping Chuan-ji came back as expected, with a blank expression on his face. He didn't say a word at the dinner table. Mieko was very puzzled. Was this still her son? A complete change in temperament. Xiaoji, what's wrong with you? Mieko asked. Is the workload too heavy? It doesn't matter if you can't learn. Health is the most important thing. Mieko thought he had suddenly become silent because he was under so much pressure from the recent entrance exams. There have been such cases before. Mu almost spit out the rice he was eating. He put down the bowl and said to Mieko, "It's not because of studying." Why is that? Mieko asked with her head tilted. Takagi Satoru touched Hirakawa with his hand, and he finally reacted and came back to his senses. There was no way. Takagi Satoru had shocked him too deeply. No less than an asteroid hitting the Earth. Hirakawa responded and said, "It's okay." "Are you really all right?" "It's nothing." Mieko heard him say it twice before she gradually believed him. After dinner, Takagi Satoru and Hirakawa entered the room together. As soon as they entered the room, Hirakawa became uneasy. He hurried forward and held Takagi Satoru's shoulders. "Are you human or not? Don't be obsessed with me, I'm just a legend. Teach me." Ping Chuan-ji's eyes were full of desire for kung fu. There was nothing he could do about it. A passionate young man like him just preferred this. "I told you, I'll teach you when your grades improve." A flash of disappointment crossed Hirakawa's face, and then he realized the seriousness of what had just happened. Takagi Satoru has offended the people from Kawado Kai. What should he do in the future? At this moment, Takagi Satoru's cell phone rang, an unknown caller. I picked up the phone and answered it. I heard the voice of a middle-aged man in his 40s. Takagi Satoru. "Yes, I am. Who are you?" "Guess." "President of the Sichuan Rice Association." Takagi Satoru expressed his guess, and Hirakawa opened his eyes wide in shock. "President? I haven't even reached the level of the president, but Takagi Satoru has already. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others." However, if Hirakawa knew that Takagi Satoru had also met the leader of the Yamaguchi-gumi, his expression would definitely be very varied. "What's up? Shall we talk?" "What is there to talk to you about?" Takagi Satoru originally had no feelings towards the Kawabata Association, but now his favorable impression of the association has plummeted. "What do I have to talk to you about?" "Misato Hanaoka." The person on the other end of the line mentioned a name, and it seemed that he had already conducted a detailed investigation on himself. "When?" "How about this Sunday?" "Can." After a simple agreement, the phone was hung up. "What's going on?" Ping Chuan-ji asked, as if he had touched the top of the circle. As a young leader, he is involved in top-level affairs and brags without blinking an eye. Mu touched his chin and said, "Ask me a meeting." Ping Quanxi's first reaction was that he couldn't go, as this was definitely a trap. "I can't go." "It's okay. I have two plans." Musua waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. By the way, hurry up and review. The exam is this Friday. If your grades don't improve, how can I stay here?" "Oh." Ping Chuan-ji felt a headache when he heard about studying, but there was no other way. If he wanted to learn kung fu, he had to study. Takagi Satoru adopted the method of teaching students in accordance with their aptitude, and directly explained the problem-solving skills to him. Get as many points as you can, and improving your grades is the bottom line. Chapter 34, Pledge to Hang. Time flies, and Friday is here in the blink of an eye. After Friday, it's Saturday and Sunday. There is a saying that we are often happiest when we are closest to happiness. Of course, for students at the University of Tokyo, they are unhappy, because they have exams. Lianghua propped up her head and said, "Well, it's time for another exam. Xiao, are you nervous?" "Not nervous." "Ah." Lianghua seemed to have discovered something magical. He was not nervous during the exam. Generally speaking, there are only two types of people who are not nervous about exams. One is the top students, and the other is the poor students. "Why aren't you nervous?" "Because I touched my head." Lianghua looked confused. She wasn't nervous anymore if he touched her head? Someone else told me this method. If you touch your head when you're nervous, you won't be nervous anymore. Takagi Satoru said seriously. Lianghua was skeptical and decided to try the method Takagi Satoru said on her own. Result: a slender white hand touched Takagi Satoru's head. "Ah, you were clearly touching your own head. Why are you touching my head?" "Something is wrong." "Something is very wrong." Lianghua tilted her head and asked, "Did I touch The wrong thing? No, how could I have touched the wrong thing? Takagi Satoru said with a smile. Then, Takagi Satoru also reached out and touched Ryoka's head. Do well in the exam, Takagi Satoru urged. Xiao Wu, you too. Liang Yangsan on the side was in great pain, wondering if he could survive. You can review carefully here, and you two can talk about love here. Of course, this is just his opinion. Liang Hua doesn't understand love. Just friends. Ding. Yamaguchi Hirotada's mood changes from calm to angry, generating an emotion value of 1000. Current emotion value. This old man is really fast. Jio Muwu took out the bank card and returned it to Liang Hua. I will return it to you later. After hearing this, Liang Hua just said, oh, lightly. Money is the least important thing to her. The exam lasted the entire day, and by the time of the last exam, their hearts were already racing. While taking the exam, I was thinking about where to go for fun and what delicious food to eat after the exam. When the bell for the last exam rang, all the students ran out like crazy. Takagi Satoru walked out of the examination room with a calm expression, and then waited for Liang Hua outside the examination room. Liang Hua came out skipping and jumping with a happy smile on her face. How about it? It's okay. I wrote down the ones I know, and left blank the ones I don't know. Anyway, it's not empty. Suzuka. Takagi Satoru said softly. Liang Hua turned her head and looked at him. Are you free on Saturday? Yes, what's wrong? Would you like to go to the movies together? Takagi Satoru must get closer to Ryoka, as Ryoka's favorability rating has not changed during this period of time. It seems that she is still very dull in relationships, so I have to work harder. Of course. Liang Hua felt very happy at the thought of being able to play with Takagi Satoru. Let's put it this way, and don't lie. Takagi Satoru said seriously. Whoever lies is a puppy. Liang Hua also said. Hook. We've made a promise to each other for 100 years and we won't change. Whoever changes is a puppy. Liang Hua listened to the strange words coming out of Takagi Satoru's mouth. She had never heard them before, but this did not affect their agreement. Ji Haoxian looked at the two of them speechlessly. They were obviously adults, yet they were still doing such stupid things. After watching Liang Hua leave, Takagi Satoru turned back to school to find Masato. This is how he spends his days. In fact, he had been wondering whether or not to tell Liang Hua, but he was afraid that something might go wrong. This is a critical period and we cannot afford to make any mistakes. Liang Hua asked, what did you say? Could you say we are friends? What if Liang Hua also looks for such a friend? So I can't remember this. I have to take it slowly. Takagi Satoru returned to the classroom where Masato was. Ever since they taught Chi Kimono a lesson last time, they had tacitly agreed not to bother Masato anymore. This period of time is the happiest time in Miri's life. Masato. Takagi Satoru called out to her. Masato tilted her head, reached out to tuck her short hair behind her ear, and smiled sweetly. How did you do on the exam? Takagi Satoru asked with a grin. It's okay. Masato said modestly. Takagi Satoru had seen her academic performance and knew she was a very good student. She would be able to go to the University of Tokyo without any unexpected problems. Takagi Satoru couldn't help but admire Masato's perseverance. She was able to learn so well in such a harsh environment. I really didn't know that Hirakawa Ji usually learned chicken feathers. Takagi Satoru was just giving an example and it was definitely not directed at him. At this moment, Pingchuan Ji, who was riding a bicycle, suddenly sneezed and muttered in his heart, could it be that someone is missing me? Xiao Kui, or Xiao Hua. As a flower protector, Takagi Satoru escorted Masato home. In fact, he knew that Chi Kimono and the others would not come for the time being. But if I don't do this every day, how can I connect with Masato? If I don't connect with her, how can I occupy her heart? Masato stopped at the house she rented. She lowered her head and rubbed the corners of her clothes with her hands. These little movements all showed Masato's nervousness, and of course Takagi Satoru saw all of them. A ding, Hanaroka Masato's mood changes from calm to nervous, generating an emotion value of 1000. Current emotion value. Jio Muwu smiled and asked, Miri, I'm leaving now. Yeah. Masato lowered her head and remained silent. What? Is there something you want to tell me? Do you have time tomorrow? Masato's palms were sweating. This was her first time inviting a man to hang out, so she was extremely nervous. Of course we have time. How about tomorrow night? Takagi Satoru suggested. Real? Of course it's true. It's an honor to hang out with Miss Masato. Ding. Hanaoka Masato's favorability increased by 10, currently at 55. One more chance to win the lottery, currently at 7. After Gao Muwu made an agreement with Masato, he left. Liang Hua has an appointment, and Masato also has an appointment. 2 girls in a row. It seems I will have to act like 2 people tomorrow, but I never get tired of it. When Takagi Satoru returned to Miyako's house, Hirakawa she had already returned. I don't know since when, but Takagi Satoru always comes home a little later than this. Takagi Satoru didn't say it on his own initiative, and Miyako basically never asked. I'm sure Takagi Satoru did very well in the exam, Miyako asked with a smile. She was 100% confident in Takagi Satoru's ability. Not bad. Gao Muwu said modestly, then glanced at Pingchuan Ji and continued. Xiaoji must have done well in the exam. We predicted several major questions correctly. The day before the exam, Takagi Satoru gave Hirakawa she a lot of questions, and he got many of them right. I think his exam results will increase rapidly. In this way, one of Miyako's wishes will be fulfilled, and the relationship may even be taken to the next level. Really? Miyako couldn't help but feel happy. Xiaoji's improved grades made her happier than anything else. Ding. Miyako's mood changes from calm to happy, generating an emotion value of 1000. Current emotion value. Of course, right, Xiaoji. Takagi Satoru took over and said. Hirakawa she nodded, indicating that what Takagi Satoru said was true. Okay, let's eat first. The meal was extremely enjoyable and everything was going in a good direction. After dinner, Hirakawa went back to his room, and no one knew what he was doing. Chapter 35 Full Service. After Hirakawa she returned to his room, Miyako cleaned up the table and went to take a shower. Every time Takagi Satoru wanted to help Miyako clean up, she refused. You can complete the entrance examination by mid-March and start school in early April. With your own ability, it is no problem to go to the University of Tokyo. The University of Tokyo is the best university in our country. Misato can also go to the University of Tokyo, but I don't know how Ryoka's grades will be. If Liang Hua has a good foundation, it will be no problem for her to study at the University of Tokyo with her own tutoring. She just needs to wait for the results of this exam to come out. As I was thinking, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped and Miyako walked out. Waves of fragrance reached Takagi Satoru's nose. Miyako sat on the sofa, revealing her delicate collarbone. Shiou. What's wrong? I don't know why, but I've been having some pain in my neck and waist lately. Gao Muwu immediately understood what she meant. She wanted him to give her a massage. Gao Muwu said at this time, Miyako, how about I give you a massage? Is it okay? Miyako asked. Of course, Miyako works hard to cook for us every day, so a massage is no big deal. Ding. Hirakawa Miyako's mood changes from calm to happy, generating an emotion value of 1000. Current emotion value. System. Exchange some massage skills for me. Massage technique master requires 5000 emotional points. Do you need to redeem it? Yes. Takagi Satoru now has a lot of emotional points, so exchanging for a massage technique is not a problem at all. Exchange successful. Item has been distributed. A lot of knowledge suddenly appeared in Takagi Satoru's mind, as if he already had this knowledge. Shiou. Miyako was lying on the sofa and saw that Takagi Satoru hadn't moved and was just staring at her blankly. Could it be that he was stunned by looking at himself? It's not that Miyako was overthinking, but Takagi Satoru really acted like that. Ding. Hirakawa Miyako's mood changes from happy to shy, generating an emotion value of 1000. Current emotion value. Ah. Gao Muwu came back to his senses, touched the back of his head, and said with a smile, It's okay, I just thought of something. Are you too tired from studying? Miyako asked with concern. I just finished my exam today. Usually, I am very tired after a day of exams. Not tired. Xiao Wu, why don't you go and take a rest? It's okay, this is a break for me. Gao Muwu massaged Miyako for nearly 30 minutes. After finishing, Miyako asked Takagi Satoru, Xiao Wu, do you have anything to do tomorrow? No. Takagi Satoru said immediately. Even if something happens, you have to say it's okay. What's wrong? Well, I'm going to buy some things tomorrow. Why don't you come with me? Of course. How about tomorrow night? Takagi Satoru suggested. He had to set the time and couldn't leave it to Miyako. Miyako didn't think much about it and just let it be tonight. I didn't expect you to agree. What's the big deal, Miyako? I'll always be here as long as you need me. Takagi Satoru spoke with utmost seriousness and decisiveness. Mieko was deeply moved. Women are all emotional animals. It doesn't matter whether what you said is realized or not, as long as you said it. Ding, Hirakawa Mieko's favorability increased by +5, and the current favorability is 75. Mieko's favorability has finally risen again. But it will be hard for Takagi Satoru tomorrow. It seems that I can't split it into 2 people tomorrow. I have to split it into 3 people. Chapter 36 Holding Hands. On Saturday morning, the first rays of sunlight shone through the window onto the curtains. Takagi Satoru woke up early. Having to get up early on the weekend was more painful than killing him. However, when he thought about seeing Liang Hua soon, Takagi Satoru's sad mood was greatly alleviated. Takagi Satoru rode his bike to the largest shopping mall in Tokyo, and Ryoka was waiting outside the mall early. She was wearing an off-white long dress, a high ponytail, and a pair of red canvas shoes. Looked so sweet. People passing by were extremely surprised. They were really envious of having such a beautiful woman waiting for them. Ryuka, you've been waiting for a long time, right? Takagi Satoru said embarrassedly. No, I just arrived. Liang Hua said. But Takagi Satoru looked at Liang Hua's forehead, and beads of water had already appeared on her white forehead. Takagi Satoru reached out his hand to wipe the water droplets off Liang Hua's forehead. Liang Hua looked dazed. If it was someone else, for example, Misato's mood would have changed long ago. But Liang Hua is now in a very stable mood. Let's go, I'll take you to eat something delicious. When she heard the word eat, Liang Hua's eyes widened instantly. Hearing the word eating turned pale, and Takagi Satoru couldn't help but slap his forehead with laughter. Ding, Yamaguchi Ryoka's mood changes from calm to happy, generating a mood value of 1000. Current mood value. What a little foodie. Gao Muwu took Liang Hua into a restaurant and said, order whatever you want. Now all the money that Takagi Satoru spends is given by the rich woman Liang Hua, but he will definitely have to pay it back in the future. Let us keep things separate. If there was anything that could tempt Ryoka, it would be food. If there's anything that Liang Hua is more excited about than food, it must be lots and lots of delicious food. Gao Muwu looked at Liang Hua, who was eating in front of him with a smile in his eyes, and said softly, eat slowly, no one will snatch it from you. Oh tilde. As Gao Musuwa was eating, he thought to himself, we should be considered on a date now, right? However, who would just eat when on a date? Suzuka, let's go to the movies later. Movies? Sure. Liang Hua agreed happily. After they finished eating, they went to the cinema together. Takagi Satoru went to buy tickets and food and drinks, while Ryoka sat obediently on a chair nearby waiting for him. The waiter couldn't help but praise, your girlfriend is so pretty. Girlfriend? Yes, isn't that your girlfriend sitting on the chair? She's been looking at you. Haha, we are just friends. Takagi Satoru said with a smile. The waiter looked at me with an expression that said, I understand. You're starting as friends. There is a saying that goes, first be a friend, then a sister, and finally a little baby tilde. Takagi Satoru smiled without saying anything, took the ticket and returned to Liang Hua. When Liang Hua saw Gao Muwu coming back, she couldn't help but ask, what interesting things were you talking about just now? Oh, nothing. She complimented you on your beauty. Profound. Liang Hua has long been immune to this kind of praise. Unless Gao Muwu praises her, it will not cause any ripples in her heart. There aren't really any good movies released recently. There are 2 science fiction films, 1 action blockbuster, and 1 romance film. It was obviously inappropriate to watch science fiction movies or action blockbusters on the first date, so Gao Muwu decisively chose the only remaining romance movie. The movie is starting, let's go. Takagi Satoru took some popcorn and drinks and went into the screening room with Ryoka. The seat Takagi Satoru chose was in the middle, which provided the best viewing experience. The lights suddenly dimmed, and the ambiguous atmosphere in the theater instantly increased. Some of the young couples couldn't hold back and started kissing each other. Looking at Liang Hua, she was staring straight at the big screen. Everything outside the big screen seemed to have nothing to do with her. Takagi Satoru's face was filled with black lines. He didn't come here just to watch a movie. He took off his coat, then moved the armrest up between the 2 of them and placed the coat between them. In this way, the shackles between the 2 of them no longer exist. This is a melodramatic love movie, as melodramatic as it can be. Takagi Satoru was not interested in watching this. Whoever wants to watch this can watch it. He looked around and saw that there were not many people watching. They were either kissing or kissing. After all, who goes to the cinema to watch a romantic movie is to watch the movie, not to kiss. Well, I can't sit like this any longer. When Takagi Satoru was distracted, suddenly the male and female protagonists started kissing on the big screen. The atmosphere in the cinema became even more ambiguous. Takagi Satoru turned his head to look at Ryoka and found that she still had the same expression as before. By the way, will this kind of movie corrupt the simple-minded Liang Hua? Takagi Satoru's hand quietly slipped under his coat. Her hands were already wet with sweat. Liang Hua turned her head to look at Gyo Musuo. She leaned over and whispered, "Why do you think the two of them kissed?" "Well, if I want to kiss you, I can." Liang Hua's sudden question directly confused Gyo Musuo. "Because they are very, very good friends." "Can very good friends kiss?" "In theory, it's possible." "I have little education, so don't lie to me." "I can't lie to anyone but you." A ding. Yamaguchi Ryoka's favorability +5, current favorability 35. After hearing this, Liang Hua turned back contentedly and continued watching the movie. Takagi Satoru covered his hands with his coat, his emotions spreading silently. After watching a movie, I didn't remember anything except the kiss. But holding hands, their relationship has taken another step closer. After the finale, the lights in the cinema came back on. "Let's go," Takagi Satoru said. "Good." The two people's hands loosened the moment they stood up. "Where are we going next?" Liang Hua asked. "Catch the doll." "Catch the doll?" "Yes." Chapter 37, Catch Dolls. After leaving the cinema, the two took the elevator directly to the 4th floor of the shopping mall. The 4th floor is the video game arcade, which has many entertainment facilities. Takagi Satoru went to the front desk to exchange 100 coins. After getting the coins, he went to find Liang Hua. Liang Hua stood obediently in front of the claw machine, looking at the exquisite dolls inside, with a dazzling light in her eyes. She had never caught a doll before. Since she was a child, her father either asked her to learn music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, or learn something else. Her time is squeezed like crazy and she rarely goes out to play. "Does it look good?" "Nice." "Then let's catch it, okay?" The tone of Takagi Satoru's speech was as if he was talking to a child. But I can't." "It doesn't matter if you don't know how to do it. I know how to do it and I'll teach you." "System, exchange my emotion points for some doll catching skills." Takagi Satoru didn't feel bad about his emotional value. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. Does the host use 3,000 emotion points to purchase the doll grabbing skill Grandmaster? Yes. The item has been received, and the remaining emotion value is. After saying that, Takagi Satoru put the coin in. The machine started. Takagi Satoru shook his paws, then waited for the right moment and pressed the button directly. Sure enough, a doll was caught. Liang Hua had a shocked expression on her face and stared at the doll. Then the doll fell out of the mouth of the machine, and Liang Hua hurriedly bent down to pick it up. "Wow, it's so beautiful!" Liang Hua exclaimed in amazement. Takagi Satoru covered his face and smiled. He was so happy just by catching a doll. Then, it suddenly occurred to Takagi Satoru that Ryoka had never experienced this before. Alas, although Liang Hua has countless money, she has lost the joy of life. If it were you, what would you choose? Takagi Satoru doesn't know about others, but he would definitely choose money. Because the happiness of rich people is unimaginable. In that case, let me supply it for you, Takagi Satoru vowed secretly in his heart. "Suzuka, how about you learn it?" It seems that I can." "You do it again." "It's not enough to just know how to do something, you also need to practice it." Takagi Satoru handed Liang Hua 2 coins. Liang Hua took them and started her own journey of catching dolls. Ryoka aimed her eyes at a loopy doll, moved her paw over it, and pressed the button directly. The claws reached down and grabbed the doll, but when it reached the top, the doll fell off. Liang Hua's happy smile immediately disappeared and her little mouth pouted. "How annoying. I don't believe I can't catch him." Liang Hua took 2 more coins from Takagi Satoru and threw them in. Grab again. Same process and same result as before. Liang Hua turned her head and looked at Takagi Satoru. Her big watery eyes were so clear that they reflected Takagi Satoru's figure. "Don't worry, I'll teach you." Takagi Satoru comforted him. After saying that, Takagi Satoru stood behind Liang Hua, put the coin in, and began to teach her step by step. The distance between the two people is very close. Pushing her hand, the claw moved slowly, finding the right moment, and pressing the button directly. A pink doll grabbed it and finally moved slowly to the opening. "Success." Gyo Muwu smiled and said, "I didn't expect Liang Hua to be so lucky. With your help, I succeeded in one go." Liang Hua felt warm in her heart. She knew in her heart that it was not her luck at all, but the result of Takagi Satoru's good teaching. But who doesn't like to hear good words? Liang Hua likes to hear them too. Ding! Yamaguchi Ryoka's favorability increased by 5, currently at 40, 1 more chance to draw a lottery, currently 7 chances to draw a lottery. Ding! Yamaguchi Ryoka's mood changes from calm to happy, generating an emotion value of 2000. Current emotion value. 1 step closer to reaching 60. Suzuka, please try again. Takagi Satoru said. Okay. Liang Hua nodded. Following Gao Musua's example, I tried it once, but it didn't work. Ryoka turned her head and looked at Takagi Satoru with an innocent expression on her face. Gao Mu held his forehead and laughed. Liang Hua frowned and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Ryoka, do you know how adorable you are right now? Cute, really cute. Of course, Liang Hua is the cutest, no doubt about it. Takagi Satoru's little talk is full of nonsense, but it really helps Ryoka. A ding! Yamaguchi Ryoka's mood changes from joy to happiness, generating an emotion value of 1000. Current emotion value. That's right. I'll teach you again. Takagi Satoru taught Ryoka again as he did before. But when Liang Hua actually tried to catch it, she failed. It profoundly explains what it means to understand something but not be able to do it. This happened 5 times in a row. In the end, Takagi Satoru deeply suspected that Ryoka did it on purpose. However, the innocent Ryoka wouldn't do this on purpose. Gradually, Takagi Satoru had almost no coins left. A lot of dolls were caught, but they were all caught by Takagi Satoru alone, and Ryoka didn't catch any. Suzuka, how about we play something else for a while? Takagi Satoru suggested. Anything else? Okay. Then wait here for me. I'll go exchange the coins and be back soon. Liang Hua nodded obediently and saw Takagi Satoru leave. He took out 2 coins from the remaining coins and threw them into the claw machine. Liang Hua looked at the claw with a determined gaze, found the right moment, and pressed the button with a click. A doll was caught and then fell out. Liang Hua caught it, a success. Chapter 38, Scoring Twice. Takagi Satoru held a heavy pile of coins in his hand, and this time he wanted to take Ryoka to play through them all. Come on, play whichever one you want. I spent the whole morning playing here, except watching a movie. There are so many things that Liang Hua has never played with. She never got tired of it all, and Takagi Satoru also never got tired of playing with her. After they finished playing all the games, they planned to go out for dinner. We found a Chinese restaurant. Liang Hua had never eaten there before, so we took her to try some new flavors. Gao Muwu's eyes turned and said, Liang Hua, I have something to do in the afternoon, so I can't play with you. Oh, okay. Liang Hua is unusually obedient. Although she is reluctant to leave Takagi Satoru, she knows in her heart that there is more than just her in Takagi Satoru's life. A ding! Yamaguchi Ryoka's mood changes from happy to disappointed, generating an emotion value of 5000. Current emotion value. Can't bear to leave me. Takagi Satoru asked. Liang Hua said softly that this was her personality. She would say whatever she wanted and never hide anything. It's just a treasure white moonlight. Gao Muwu comforted him. Suzuka, don't be unhappy. We will have plenty of time in the future, right? Yes. Takagi Satoru couldn't bear to see Ryoka sad, but there was nothing he could do. From the beginning, he was destined to be unable to devote himself to one person. After the meal, Takagi Satoru and Suzuka parted ways. Takagi Satoru sets off for Misato's house. Misato was waiting quietly downstairs of her house, her temperament extremely quiet. Misato, Takagi Satoru called out to her. When Misato saw him, her eyes curved into crescents. You've been waiting for a long time, asked Takagi Satoru. No, I just came down. Come on, let's go to the movies. Movie. Misato's heart was pounding. She had never watched a movie with the opposite sex before. This is her first time. The two of them took a car to the cinema, the same cinema where they watched movies together with Liang Hua. After experiencing his morning experiences, Takagi Satoru immediately bought the romance movie he watched in the morning. Damn, this is the only love movie and Takagi Satoru has no other choice. It's rare to watch the same movie twice, and the most important thing is that the movie is not good. He has to eat the same shit twice. The lady who sold him the ticket was confused and asked, Didn't you just come here once this morning? She still remembered that she had praised Takagi Satoru's girlfriend for her good looks. Why is it happening again? The conductor looked at Misato, who was sitting in her seat, and her eyes widened. This is a woman who is as beautiful as Liang Hua. The ticket seller was even more shocked. What kind of charm did this person have that could attract two such beautiful people at once? Takagi Satoru noticed the conductor's gaze. Don't be obsessed with me, I'm just a legend. After saying that, Takagi Satoru picked up the ticket and left. When the movie started, Takagi Satoru went in with Misato. Bang! All the lights were turned off, and a sense of ambience permeated the air. Some young couple started again. Kiss who should be kissed, touch who should be touched. Only Takagi Satoru himself looked hopeless. However, he also has to do some of the things that belong to him. Same routine as Liang Hua. When she touched it, Misato's body trembled. It was the first time I held hands with someone of the opposite sex, but since I was in college, it wasn't a problem. Misato had complicated feelings for Takagi Satoru, but she didn't resist. Gao Muwu was a little happy after testing. Takagi Satoru has no interest in movies at all. Even if you see the flowers, it is still history. There will be no change. Misato saw Gao Musua's bored look and couldn't help asking, "Don't you like watching this movie?" "I'm okay. It's mainly because I'm with you that I don't have the energy to focus on the movie anymore." Misato blushed. Takagi Satoru's words were too blunt. A ding. Hanaroka Misato's mood changes from calm to joyful, generating an emotion value of 2000. Current emotion value. Misato looked ahead and saw several young couples hugging and kissing each other. She had never seen such a scene before and couldn't help feeling shy. Ding. Hanaroka Misato's mood changes from joy to shyness, generating an emotion value of 2000. Current emotion value. After watching a movie, I didn't see anything. Just watching the young couple biting each other. Anyone who wants to watch this kind of movie can watch it. Gao Muwu swore that he would never watch it again. If he does, he will be a dog. Miri, how about I take you to catch dolls? It's not that Takagi Satoru wants to catch a doll, but he can only play this. What else can he play? Then, the ticket seller at the arcade had the same reaction as the ticket seller at the cinema, with the same envious look. It was the same operation as last time, but the difference was that after teaching Misato a few times, she finally got it right. The more Takagi Satoru thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Could it be that this little girl Liang Hua was really pretending? The ticket seller of the claw machine was speechless when he saw the doll that Takagi Satoru had grabbed. He knew that you were here to bring girls to grab dolls, but if he didn't know, he would have thought you were here to purchase goods. Takagi Satoru took Misato to play all the games in the arcade again. He was really about to vomit, but seeing how pretty Misato was, he didn't feel like vomiting that much. Gao Muwu regards himself as sacrificing his life to accompany the beauty. After going through the same process, Takagi Satoru only felt that he was now incredibly strong. "Misato, after dinner, I have something to do and can't accompany you," Takagi Satoru said. Because he had to keep his third appointment. Misato shook her head and said, "No, it's okay. I'm already very happy today." "Really? Don't lie to me." "Of course I am very happy." Misato paused, then added, "This is the happiest time in my life." When Takagi Satoru heard her say this, he knew that she had not been happy in the past. "Miri, I'm here to make sure you're happy every day. Please trust me." Misato was deeply touched. No one had ever cared about her so much. A ding. Hanaroka Misato's mood changes from happy to touched, generating an emotion value of 5000. Current emotion value. Thank you. Chapter 39 again. After sending Misato back, Takagi Satoru looked at Misato's departing back, and his heart was filled with waves. Ryoka has a simple mind, while Misato is more sensitive. In short, both of them are good girls. Neither can be let down. Only children make choices, but adults have to have both. Before entering, Misato turned her head to look at Takagi Satoru. She smiled and greeted Takagi Satoru, then disappeared from sight. There is one last one. This time, Takagi Satoru didn't want to watch that dog-themed love movie anymore no matter what. Even if you beat him to death, he won't look at it again. "I don't want to go to the arcade anymore." Gao Muwu called Mieko and said, "Mieko, where are we going now?" "You're outside, aren't you?" "That's right." "Then let's go to the shopping mall and wait for me." Shopping mall. Gao Muwu was stunned. He was very familiar with this place. He had been there twice. "Hello." Mieko's voice came again, interrupting Takagi Satoru's thoughts. "Okay, I'll wait for you there." "Okay, I'll be there now." Mieko hung up the phone after saying this. Takagi Satoru took a car to the shopping mall. In less than 20 minutes, Mieko came from home. She was wearing a blue hip skirt and her long hair was slightly draped in front. A mature charm came over her. Mieko had light makeup on her face, and it was obvious that she attached great importance to this meeting. "Mieko," Takagi Satoru called softly. Mieko's eyes sparkled brightly, revealing her joy. "Xiao Wu, have you been waiting for a long time?" Mieko asked. I seem to have heard this conversation somewhere before, but now the two poles were reversed. "Have you eaten?" Takagi Satoru asked. "Have eaten." Mieko came over after having dinner. At this time, Mieko took over and said, "Xiao Wu, someone gave me 2 movie tickets." When Gao Muwu heard this, his heart skipped a beat. Something bad is happening. Why don't we go to the movies? Takagi Satoru took a deep breath. He had already watched 2 movies that day. Mieko saw his expression and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you? Don't you like watching movies?" "I like it, but no one can bear to watch 3 shows a day." "What?" Takagi Satoru spoke in a low voice and Mieko didn't hear clearly. "Nothing, let's go." The two of them went to the cinema together, one in front and one behind. At this time, Hirakawa Ji, who was playing outside, returned home. He was already hungry, and as soon as he entered the door, he shouted, "Mom, what are we eating today?" I called out but no one responded. This shouldn't be the case. Mieko shouldn't go out at dinner time. Pinkwansi saw food on the table, and a note on it. "Xiaoji, if you are hungry, remember to heat up your food." I have to go out for something. For the first time in his life, Hirakawa wondered where his mother was. Come to the cinema. It's still the same ticket seller, still Takagi Satoru, but this time the female lead has changed again. The ticket sellers are all exhausted. "Brother, you have to change 3 people a day. And there is more than one age group. Even Aquaman doesn't have such a wide range of people." Mieko scanned the movies and found only one romance movie. It always feels weird when Xiao Wu and I watch other types of movies. Or maybe a romance movie. "Xiao Wu, let's watch this movie." Takagi Satoru's heart skipped a beat. What was supposed to come finally came. He would eat it 3 times in a row. You can't let anything slip, or you'll have to explain. How about this? That's it. The ticket seller looked at Takagi Satoru with sympathy. She also knew that this movie was a bad one, but she still had to watch it. I bought the same food and drinks as before. Before Takagi Satoru even set foot in the theater, he had already guessed what kind of scene would happen. In a dark movie theater, a young couple kissed. As expected, there were a lot of young couples kissing each other again. However, compared to Ryoka and Masato, Mieko seemed very calm. She had seen everything and was no longer surprised by this. Gao Musuo followed the same operating procedure as before and stretched out his hand. Ding, Mieko's mood changes from calm to nervous, generating an emotion value of 2000. Current emotion value. Although she was shy, Mieko did not leave. This is the strength of 75 favorability. Mieko's favorability is 75, which saves a lot of trouble. Takagi Satoru's attention was not on the movie at all. He watched the movie twice in a row and he could act it out so well. Jiamu felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, like a thorn in his throat, like a fishbone stuck in his throat. If Mieko hadn't been here, he would have run away long ago. Finally, the movie is over. Takagi Satoru let out a long breath. Damn, I will never be a time management master again. I can't stand it. Xiao Wu, let's go to the arcade and play. Damn, Takagi Satoru is at the point of crying but has no tears. He tried to resist. Mieko, let's go somewhere else to play. What? Don't you want to play? I remember the last time I played was many, many years ago. I haven't played for a long time. After saying this, Mieko looked a little lonely. Okay, since Mieko-chan wants to play, I'll take you to play. Takagi Satoru said, gritting his teeth. Ding, Hirakawa Mieko's favorability increased by +5, currently at 80, 1 more chance to draw a lottery, currently 8 chances to draw a lottery. It's the same process as last time, and the time before that. However, Mieko really enjoyed the process, and Takagi Satoru felt it was worth it to see Mieko so happy. Chapter 40. The world has changed. Arcade. Gao Muwu looked at the claw machine and asked Mieko, Mieko, do you want to play this? Mieko looked at the claw machine with a look of delight, then dimmed. Let's just forget it. Mieko paused and then said, You are already old, why are you playing with childish things? Mieko will always be 18 years old in my heart, so she is perfect for playing these games. Forever 18. Age issue is always a taboo for women, and this sentence hit Mieko's heart hard. Seeing that her heart was moved, Muwu took advantage of the situation and said, "Mieko, I'm going to buy some coins. You wait here for me." Mieko waited for him obediently, and after a few minutes, Takagi Satoru came back with a small basket of coins in his hand. "Mieko, let me teach you. I'm very good at catching dolls," Takagi Satoru said proudly. After all, he bought these skills from the system with real money, so if he doesn't use them, it will be a waste. Takagi Satoru directly tossed 2 coins, intending to show off his skills to Mieko. Snap, a doll was caught up. Takagi Satoru took out the doll and handed it to Mieko. "Hey, Mieko, this is for you." Mieko took the doll and was very happy. "Mieko, you try it." Takagi Satoru handed her the coin and said, "Mieko relies entirely on her luck. If she can catch it, she will catch it. If she can't, then forget it." But Muwu doesn't care about this. It's enough to be happy. Happiness is the most precious thing in this world. It was already dark when we came out. It can be seen from the smile on Mieko's face that she had a lot of fun this time. But Takagi Satoru's expression was not very good. He was very tired of these projects now. "Xiaowu, are you going home tonight?" "If I don't go home, Takagi Satoru can't figure out where I'm going." "Go home. What's wrong, Mieko?" "Why don't you come to our house? That will save you the trouble of running back and forth tomorrow." "Your house?" Takagi Satoru was stunned. Something was wrong with Mieko. However, Takagi Satoru is a gentleman and would never do that. So Takagi Satoru smiled and said, "Okay, thank you for your hard work, Mieko." "It's not hard, it's not hard." Takagi Satoru went home with Ryoka. When they arrived at the door of their house, Lianghua took out the key and inserted it. There was a snapping sound. The door opened. Mieko and Takagi Satoru were both stunned. They saw Hirakawa sitting on a chair with his arms folded, looking at them with indignation. Mieko didn't expect that Xiaoji had been waiting for them. Xiaoji, why are you here?" Pingquan-ji did not answer Mieko's words, but asked, "Where have you two been?" Mieko's eyes gradually became flustered. Normally at this time, Hirakawa-ji would definitely be in the room, but today was unusual. Xiaoji. We. Mieko stammered, and it was obvious that something was wrong. Muwu's eyes turned and he took over the conversation and said, "I went out for dinner." Okay. Pingquan-ji said okay twice in a row and continued, "You guys didn't call me for dinner. Do you know that I eat leftovers at home?" I really don't know." Muwu looked at Pingquan-ji's aggrieved expression and instantly laughed. "Xiaoji, you know, dish people don't deserve to eat." After saying that, he went back to his room. Pingquan-ji cried out to Mieko, "Mom." Like most people, Pingquan-ji calls his mother when he feels wronged. Mieko looked at Hirakawa with sympathy. "I think Xiaowu is right." After saying that, Mieko also went back to her room. Only Hirakawa-ji was left with a confused look on his face. How come the world changed just after I went out for a trip? Are people who eat vegetables really not worthy of eating? Pingquan-ji couldn't figure it out, so he went back to his room to continue thinking. The next day, Takagi Satoru didn't wake up until around 9 o'clock. "It's so hard to get a late night's sleep, so you should enjoy it." Takagi Satoru came out of the room. Mieko was sitting on the sofa. When she saw Takagi Satoru coming out, she smiled and said to him, "Xiaowu, you're awake. Go wash up. I've prepared the meal. You can just heat it up and eat it." "Okay." Takagi Satoru nodded with a smile. He went into the bathroom, squeezed toothpaste onto his toothbrush, and then wet it with water. It only took 10 minutes to wash up. When he came out, Hirakawa-ji had already come out of the room and sat on the chair in front of the dining table. Hirakawa looked at Takagi Satoru and whispered, "When are you going?" "Go. Go for what?" "You forgot." Hirakawa glanced at Mieko, and realizing she wasn't paying attention, he continued, "Of course it's the Kawato Kai." "Oh, you're talking about this. Let's go eat later." Today is the day that the Kawato Association has agreed with him. The danger of this trip cannot be compared with his trip to the Yamaguchi Gumi. Why do you ask that? Can I come with you? Pingquan-ji looked at him expectantly, almost kneeling down to beg him. Takagi Satoru realized that this kid wanted to show off. Really want to go? Hirakawa nodded vigorously. Muwu smiled and gave the answer. No. Chapter 41. Stretching. No. Takagi Satoru rejected him directly without any hesitation. Why? No reason. Takagi Satoru gave the answer. Pingquan-ji did not give up, and continued, "If I go, It will be very useful to you. Jieomuwu became interested and asked, "Why do you have to go with me?" Ping Xuanji stammered and couldn't explain it clearly. Even if Hirakawa she didn't say it, Takagi Satoru knew in his heart that he definitely wanted to show his face in front of the top leaders of the Kawado Association. However, the outcome of this trip is still unknown. If the negotiations fail, it would mean a fallout with the Sichuan Rice Association. How can Ping Xuanji continue to work in Sichuan Dao Club? If you can't make it, you don't have to. Jieomuwu thought to himself and nodded. Since you want to go so much, then come with me. Ping Xuanji was stunned. Why did you suddenly agree? Why, I agreed, but you don't want to go anymore. After hearing this, Ping Xuanzi immediately shook his head and said, just let me go. As soon as she finished speaking, Miyako's meal was already heated up and placed on the table. Xiaoji, why are you up so early? Mom, Xiao Wu and I will go out for a while later. Oh, okay. Miyako agreed immediately after hearing this. She had complete faith in Takagi Satoru. If it were normal times when Hirakawa Ji was just out playing, she would have asked a few more questions, but now Miyako didn't ask a single question. Hirakawa she once again felt the unfairness of this world. Ding, Ping Xuanzi's mood changes from calm to angry, generating an emotion value of 1000. Current emotion value. Angry. Takagi Satoru was puzzled as to why he suddenly became angry. After a simple meal, the two set off for the Sichuan Rice Association. The headquarters of the Kawado Kai is in the heart of Tokyo. If the Yamaguchi Gumi wants to gain a foothold in Tokyo, it must obtain the recognition of the local gang, the Kawabata Indica Association. Therefore, the competition in a week is crucial. Hirakawa Ji and Jieomu Satoru got in the car. He carefully asked Jieomu Satoru, "Who wants to see you?" Jieomu said slowly, "The president of Kawado Kai." "We." Ping Xuanzi's voice suddenly became louder, and then he felt something was wrong, and then whispered, "Our president." "That's right." Takagi Satoru nodded lightly. "No. Aren't you so calm?" Hirakawa Ji asked in disbelief. He is the president of the Kawamaki Rice Association and is considered a top figure in Tokyo. Takagi Satoru acted too calm, to the point where something was wrong with his calmness. Takagi Satoru smiled indifferently. He had even met the leader of the Yamaguchi Gumi, so what was there to be afraid of? "Don't be obsessed with me, I'm just a legend." Takagi Satoru said with a smile. Ding, Ping Xuanzi's mood changes from calm to admiration, generating an emotion value of 2000. Current emotion value. The two came to the headquarters of the Sichuan Rice Association. A dozen bodyguards from the Kawado Kai were standing at the door, stopping Takagi Satoru and Hirakawa Shi. "Your president is looking for me." "President? You said the president would look for him, so the president will look for him. You two, get out of here right now." The bodyguards on duty looked at them with a sneer on their faces. These two people looked very young, so how could they possibly meet the president? Ping Xuanji had never suffered such an injustice before, and he wanted to go up and argue. The bodyguard didn't care about that. When he saw Ping Xuanji coming forward, he threw a punch. They are all trained martial artists. If this punch hits Ping Xuanji, he will probably have to lie down for 10 days or half a month. Takagi Satoru quickly grabbed Hirakawa Shi with one hand and stretched out his other hand to face him directly. A head-on confrontation. The bodyguard showed a look of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect that this guy was so capable that he could actually block his punch. "Interesting. Let's see how many of my punches you can take." After saying that, the bodyguard started fighting with Takagi Satoru. After fighting with a group of masters from the Yamaguchi Gumi, I found that these small fry were really not enough. Snap! Snap! The bodyguard was knocked to the ground with 2 punches. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Go! Kill him for me!" More than a dozen bodyguards came up and besieged Takagi Satoru, but Takagi Satoru was not panicked at all, as he had encountered more difficult situations than this. Takagi Satoru responded calmly, and within a minute, a large group of people were lying on the ground. The bodyguards were all shocked. When had they met someone with such strong skills? Ding, the bodyguard's emotions changed from calm to shocked, generating an emotion value of 3000. Current emotion value. Ping Xuanji glanced at them proudly and said, "Are you still a dog? You look down on people. Are you still barking?" Takagi Satoru rolled his eyes and said, "You look so arrogant. I would have thought you were the one who knocked them down." At this time, a man in his 40s came out. He was consultant Masahiro Sugiura, the head of a region at the University of Tokyo. He first glanced at the fallen bodyguard, then looked at Jio Musuo and said, "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. It's okay, I just stretched my muscles. Takagi Satoru said with a smile. The corners of Sugiura Masahiro's mouth twitched slightly. Is there anyone who exercises as much as you do? You are so shameless in pretending to be so cool. Even though he thought so, he still smiled and said, Sorry for the long wait, the master is inside. Takagi Satoru nodded and walked in. Hirakawa she wanted to go in but was stopped by Sugiura Masahiro. He's my friend. If he can't come in, then I'm sorry, I won't come in either. Masahiro Sugiura glanced at Takagi Satoru, then let Hirakawa she enter. The bodyguards were all dumbfounded. They didn't expect what he said was true. Chapter 42 Forget it. Let us just start fighting. Masahiro Sugiura led them inside. The headquarters of the Kawado Kai was larger than that of the Yamaguchi-gumi. The two were taken to the hall by Sugiura Masahiro. While walking, Takagi Satoru saw countless bodyguards. Not a single bird can fly out of the Sichuan Rice Association S base camp. Sugiura Masahiro looked forward and said, The master is inside. Takagi Satoru nodded slightly, wondering how Kyoto Kenro compared to Yamaguchi Hironaka. However, with Ryoka around, Takagi Satoru's heart is definitely leaning towards the Yamaguchi-gumi. I opened the door and there were about 3 or 4 people inside. Sitting in the middle was Kenro Kyoto, who was wearing glasses and had a shaggy hairstyle, and looked extremely gentle. I don't feel any bossy temperament. I feel like an ordinary person. There were several other people. Hirakawa she introduced them softly in Takagi Satoru's ear as he walked over. The one wearing glasses in the middle is the president of Kawado Kai, Kyoto Kenro, and the one closest to him is Vice President Kimono Nobuyuki. Following Hirakawa she's words, Takagi Satoru looked at the person closest to Kyoto Kenro Kimono Nobuyuki. It just so happened that Nobuyuki Kimono was also looking at him, with a sinister look in his eyes. Ding, Yanyi Nobuyuki's mood changes from calm to angry, generating an emotion value of 5,000. Current emotion value. You are still angry, Jiomuwu snorted disdainfully in his heart. You don't know what your daughter has done. No, he clearly knew what kind of person his daughter was, but he still covered up for her, which is an even greater crime. Not worthy of sympathy. Takagi Satoru also looked at him without avoiding the gaze at all. Masahiro Sugiura saluted Kyoto Kenro and said, President, the person has been brought here. Kyoto Kenro nodded, looked at the boy in front of him, and said, Your name is Takagi Satoru. That's right. Takagi Satoru didn't avoid his gaze and looked straight at him. Kenro Kyoto nodded slightly. He had already made a preliminary evaluation of Takagi Satoru in his mind. This kid should not be underestimated. Do you know why I called you here? I can probably guess it. Oh, tell me about it. Why should I say that? Takagi Satoru asked back, and everyone present was stunned. Jiomuwu continued, Shouldn't you be the ones to say it first? You came to me. Everyone thought about it carefully. It seems to be true. Ha ha ha. Kyoto Kenro laughed. Yes, we asked you to come here to find out about the competition next week. Takagi Satoru's heart skipped a beat. His guess turned out to be correct. Next week, we will have a competition with the Yamaguchi-gumi. I heard that the Yamaguchi-gumi has found someone with great martial arts skills, and that person is only in his 20s. After saying that, Kyoto Kenro looked at Takagi Satoru. All these characteristics pointed to Takagi Satoru. Do you know the person I'm talking about? Asked Kenro Kyoto. Jiomuwu chuckled after hearing this. The person you are talking about is me. Kenro Kyoto was stunned. He didn't expect that Takagi Satoru would admit it himself. No one present expected that he would actually admit it. According to their expectations, Takagi Satoru should have strongly opposed it, so why did he suddenly admit it? Ding, Kyoto Kenro's mood changes from calm to slightly shocked, generating an emotion value of 1,000. Current emotion value. Ding, Kimono Nobuyuki's mood changes from anger to slight shock, generating an emotion value of 1,000. Current emotion value. Ding, Sugiura Masahiro's mood changes from calm to slightly shocked, generating an emotion value of 1,000. Current emotion value. Bite. After a little show-off, Takagi Satoru has reached the emotional value he needs. Since you've admitted it, then make a condition. Make a condition. That's right. What benefits do you want to avoid participating in the competition on behalf of the Yamaguchi-gumi? Since you asked me to make the conditions, I will do it. Jiomuwu said directly, Open his door. What? Everyone was shocked. This kid was so arrogant that he even wanted to fire Yunya Nobuyuki. Who is Kimono Nobuyuki? He is the second in command of the Kodokai and has made great contributions. How can you open a house just like that? Kimono Nobuyuki immediately stood up and shouted angrily, Baker, what are you talking about? What qualifications do you have to shout here? Anxious, he is anxious. Takagi Satoru also knew in his heart that it was impossible for Kyoto Kenro to do as he was told. So it was impossible to reach a consensus in this negotiation from the very beginning. Kenro Kyoto was a shrewd man and he immediately understood what Takagi Satoru meant. This is not going to be negotiated. Kyoto Kenro laughed and replied, Okay, I'll do as you say and expel him from the Kawato Association. Nobuyuki Kimono glanced at Kenro Kyoto and then sat down. He knew that Kenro Kyoto would never do that. Okay, when the president removes him from the Kawato Society, I will give up the duel. Okay, then the rest will be left to you too. The two of us. Kimono Nobuyuki stood up and said, Yes, the two of us. What can I say to you? Baker, do you want to listen to what you are saying? You slapped my daughter for no reason. Is that right? Oh, you're talking about this. Takagi Satoru paused, then said something that almost pissed off Kimono Nobuyuki to death. She brought this upon herself and cannot blame anyone else. After saying this, Takagi Satoru wanted to leave. This was not a place to stay for long. Yunya Nobuyuki was not happy with this. What do you think this is? You can come and go as you please. Sorry, if I want to leave, no one can stop me. Arrogant. This is really too arrogant. A ding. Yunya Nobuyuki's mood changes from calm to angry, generating an emotion value of 1000. Current emotion value. Nobuyuki Kimono clapped his hands, and immediately many people rushed in from outside. They directly surrounded Takagi Satoru. Although the number of people this time was not as many as the last time when several Wakado led the group, their quality was high. One person is worth several people. Everyone present sat down on their stools, knowing that something interesting was about to happen. I can't help but wonder whether Takagi Satoru will kneel down and beg for mercy, or kneel down and beg for mercy. They all knew that Nobuyuki Kimono was a daughter slave, and Takagi Satoru had touched his sore spot. If you kneel down and kowtow to me today, I might spare your life. Yunya Nobuyuki said harshly. It was the familiar segment of making harsh remarks, and Takagi Satoru wondered if these harsh remarks could be a little more innovative. I'm tired of listening to it myself. Forget it, let's just start fighting. Chapter 43 The Fickle Man. Forget it, let's just start fighting. Takagi Satoru took off his coat and threw it aside, then looked at the group of people calmly. Nobuyuki Kimono was very angry. He expected that Takagi Satoru would be so scared that he would kneel down and beg for mercy. But now it is not what he expected at all. Let's see how long you can keep pretending. Come on. Kimono Nobuyuki ordered. A group of people rushed towards Takagi Satoru at the same time, but Takagi Satoru was not panicked at all and got ready. The three martial arts are integrated and every move is displayed to the fullest extent. His movements were efficient and each one of them was capable of knocking down the enemy with one blow. Kenro Kyoto stared closely at Takagi Satoru's moves and signaled with his eyes to the man in his 30s standing next to him. The man nodded slightly and looked at Takagi Satoru's moves with his eagle-like eyes. The expression on his face was either surprise or confusion. His brows relaxed and then furrowed, and then relaxed, changing back and forth continuously. I don't know, I thought it was a face change. For 1 minute, Takagi Satoru was still as brave as ever, like a god of war. Nobuyuki Kimono's men couldn't do anything to Takagi Satoru at all. Nobuyuki Kimono became uneasy. How come Takagi Satoru is more difficult to deal with than he imagined? 10 minutes later, everyone present fell to the ground. Ding. Kyoto Kenro's mood changes from calm to slightly shocked, generating an emotion value of 1000. Current emotion value. Ding. Yanyi Nobuyuki's emotion changes from anger to slight shock, generating an emotion value of 1000. Current emotion value. Ding. Sugiyura Masahiro's mood changes from calm to slightly shocked, generating an emotion value of 1000. Current emotion value. Bite. The emotional value was reached directly. Jiamuwu patted the dust off his clothes with a relaxed look on his face. I said that if I want to leave, no one can stop me. After that, he said to Pingchu and Ji, let's go. The two left the Sichuan Rice Association without any hindrance. After Takagi Satoru left, Kyoto Kenro looked at Tsuneja Ruja who was standing beside him, the top master he had hired. Did you see the pattern of his moves? Heng Salongji frowned and said, I can see it clearly, but his moves are varied and divided into 3 different types. What's more terrifying is that he has mastered them all to perfection. Kyoto Kenro didn't want to hear these words, so he asked directly, "How confident are you that you can beat him?" "About 50%. It will take a long time to crack all his moves." Heng Salongji said a minimum number, and he was not sure about the number going higher than that. "Well, in this competition next week, you must not lose. Do you understand?" "Hi." Heng Salongji nodded. Kenro Kyoto looked in the direction where Takagi Satoru left. It would not be easy for the Yamaguchi Gumi to enter Tokyo. At this time, Yunya Nobuyuki stepped forward and said, "President, why don't we capture his family and threaten him?" Kyoto Kenro shook his head and said, "It's not very realistic. Do you think the Yamaguchi Gumi members are all freeloaders? They probably expected you to do this a long time ago. Don't waste your energy." Kimono Nobuyuki shouted, "So, that's it. He will not stop until he has avenged his daughter. If you want to touch him, at least not now." Takagi Satoru and Hirakawa Shi walked outside. Hirakawa asked, "Does Kyoto Kenro agree to get rid of Kimono Nobuyuki?" Takagi Satoru didn't expect Hirakawa Shi to be so simple. "How is that possible? Of course I didn't agree." Takagi Satoru said with a pout. "So what are you talking about?" Pingchuan Ji asked in confusion. "Children should stop asking about adult matters." Takagi Satoru gave Hirakawa Shi a harmless smile. Then he strode forward with big strides. Pingchuan Ji stood there, bewildered. He felt that he was insulted, but he could not find any evidence. Pingquansi hurriedly followed him, and Gaomuwu said to him, "You should just leave the Kawato Kai." Chuandao would tilt his head and ask, "Why?" "Think about it. You went with me, and now I'm breaking up with the Chuandao Club. Do you think you can stay out of it?" "Ah, that seems to be the case." Hirakawa Shi suddenly realized that not only did he fail to help Takagi Satoru, but he also got himself involved. Not only did we lose the lady, but we also lost our soldiers. In Pingquansi's mind, a scene of Kawadao causing trouble for him has already appeared. Pingchuan Ji hurriedly asked him, "What should we do now?" "What to do? Just let it sit." "Brother, you are my good brother." When Hirakawa Shi saw that Takagi Satoru didn't speak the truth, he immediately started to flatter him. Gaomuwu chuckled, "Even if you don't say it, I'm still your good brother." Hirakawa clenched his fists, but of course he only clenched them for a second before letting them go. Between ideals and reality, he chose reality. Pingquansi continued, Yes, good brother, can you give me some advice now?" Takagi Satoru burst out laughing. It was the first time he saw Hirakawa Shi like this. Pretty disgusting. "Okay, then I'll reluctantly come up with a little plan for my brother." Takagi Satoru waved at him and Hirakawa Shi came over. "You can join the Yamaguchi Gumi." After hearing this, Pingchuan Ji almost said, "CNM, what you said is the same as if you didn't say anything." "Why? Don't want to." "Of course I don't want to. I'm the young leader of the Sichuan Rice Association. You know what a young leader is? Besides, I'm still so young, and there's a lot of room for advancement." Hirakawa Shi felt extremely proud when he said that he was a Wakashira. Gaomuwu nodded and said, "Wakato, I know, in layman's terms, it means class monitor. But if you join the Yamaguchi Gumi, I can't say how much you will achieve in the future, but it will definitely be higher than the Kawato Kai." Hirakawa Ji looked at him with a half-believing and half-doubting look. He didn't know whether what Takagi Satoru said was true or not. "If you don't believe me, you should have heard the president of the Kawato Kai say that I represented the Yamaguchi Gumi. With my relationship with the leader of the Yamaguchi Gumi, it wouldn't be a problem for me to promote you." There was nothing wrong with what Takagi Satoru said. He and Yamaguchi Hiratada had the relationship of father-in-law and son-in-law. Really? I'm not well educated, so don't lie to me. How is that possible? I never lie to children. You are really my good brother. Hirakawa Ji immediately smiled happily. Looking at his fickle face, Gaomuwu couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, men are fickle. Chapter 44 Favorability. The two then went home one after the other. Pingchuan Ji was extremely happy inside, even happier than if he had gotten high scores. Ding, Pingquansi's mood changes from calm to happy, generating 1,000 emotions, current emotion value. Takagi Satoru couldn't help but smile and shook his head. Hirakawa Shi was really like a child. When the two of them returned home, Mieko had already prepared the meal. Takagi Satoru and Hirakawa Shi were at home all afternoon, and Takagi Satoru was tutoring Hirakawa Shi. He won't know his results until he goes to school tomorrow, and Takagi Satoru is very confident in himself. If Hirakawa Ji was not a fool, his grades would definitely improve. Of course, this is possible. What if Pingchuan Ji is a fool? Hirakawa Ji was lying on the bed and sneezed. Is there anyone missing me? The next morning, Takagi Satoru woke up from his sleep. He went to school at 8 o'clock in the morning. Nothing is more painful than this. Morning, Mieko. Xiao Wu is awake. Go wash up quickly. Okay, Tilda. If anything can bring energy to Takagi Satoru, it must be Mieko. Seeing her, the feeling of annoyance is not as strong anymore. Takagi Satoru thought it was time to start his own business. Well, making money is the most important thing. But if you have a wealthy woman, it's not impossible to live off her. After all, my stomach is not in good condition and the doctor has advised me to eat soft food. After breakfast, Takagi Satoru rode his bike to the University of Tokyo. As usual, I bought breakfast at a hotel in Miri. Misato was wearing a white long dress with her long hair tied behind her, looking very capable. Misato looked at him, her eyes curved into little crescents. Gao Muwu ordered 2 servings in a row and left one for her as usual. A ding. Hanaroka Misato's mood changes from calm to happy, generating an emotion value of 1000. Current emotion value. Takagi Satoru carried breakfast to the classroom to find Ryoka. Liang Hua was sitting in the classroom, and a boy walked up to her and asked, "Hello, is there anyone sitting here?" Ryoka nodded. This was the seat she had reserved for Takagi Satoru. Takagi Satoru will come over soon, and bring some delicious food. Okay. The man had a disappointed look on his face and returned empty-handed. Then he found a seat very close to Liang Hua, which was the row behind her. Takagi Satoru smiled and shook his head at the back door. It was true that beautiful people could still become the focus even if they did nothing. Takagiya walked over and sat directly next to Ryoka. The man was unhappy and patted Gao Muwu's shoulder. "Brother, there are already people here." "I know. You know you are still sitting here." His tone was very impolite. After all, seeing Takagi Satoru sitting with the goddess was more painful than killing him. Gao Muwu showed his teeth and smiled wickedly. "Sorry, the person she was talking about is me." Takagi Satoru's words hit her like a bolt from the blue. What? Gao Muwu didn't have time to pay attention to him. He turned around, handed the meal to Liang Hua and said, "Hey, little greedy cat, your meal is here." Liang Hua's eyes lit up when she saw the food. She is simply a little foodie. The man behind was no longer calm. No, why should he? Today is the day when the scores are announced. Takagi Satoru took a look at the transcript and saw that he was first in his major. It was easy to pass, and the most terrifying thing is that I got full marks in several subjects. There is a good saying. The genius student scored 100 points because the full score is only 100 points. The top student scored 98 points because his ability can only rely on 98 points. When Liang Yangsan saw the report card, he felt even more hopeless. Now he is no match for Takagi Satoru, and has no chance against Ryoka at all. After Liang Hua took a look at the report card, a surprised expression appeared on her face at first, and then she returned to normal. "How come you are so awesome?" It's okay. Ryoka's results were also very good, only 3 places below Takagi Satoru, but the difference was quite a bit. "Then will you treat me to lunch at noon?" Liang Hua's eyes sparkled brightly, and she became excited when she heard about food. "Okay, so you were waiting for me here. Is that okay?" Okay, whatever you say is fine." "That's settled, then." Liang Hua's smile is like a beautiful flower blooming. Takagi Satoru was happy, and the guys behind him wanted to stab him. I didn't listen to anything in the whole class. I was just thinking about one question. Where exactly am I lacking? Why am I not as good as Takagi Satoru? After the class, a man rushed to Takagi Satoru's classroom. He arrived before Takagi Satoru had finished cleaning up. "Xiaoji, what are you doing here?" Takagi Satoru asked puzzledly. Hirakawa Ji smiled happily. Ha, my grades have improved." No wonder he is so happy. However, Takagi Satoru is very calm. If I tutor Hirakawa Shigeki and his grades don't improve, that would be questioning my level. Okay, just upgrade it. Pinkwansi said happily, "I want to tell my mother." Takagi Satoru nodded. Hirakawa Shi's achievement was one of Mieko's wishes, and now it was fulfilled. After Hirakawa finished talking to Takagi Satoru, he skipped away, planning to tell Mieko the news. Ding, Pinkwansi's mood changes from calm to excited, generating an emotion value of 5000. Current emotion value. A ding. Hirakawa Miyako's mood changes from calm to excited, generating an emotion value of 5,000. Current emotion value. Ding. Hirakawa Miyako's favorability increased by +10, currently at 90. One lucky draw opportunity is given, currently at 9 opportunities. Chapter 45. Really easy to raise. Miyako was so happy when she heard that Hirakawa-shi's grades had improved. This was one of her biggest wishes, and it actually came true. Miyako now felt as if she were in a dream. She knew that all this was thanks to Takagi Satoru. Without him, Xiaoji's grades would not have been so good. I have to find a way to thank Xiao Wu. A ding. Hirakawa Miyako's first wish. I hope my son's grades can be among the best has been fulfilled. Reward the host with a Penguin program source code, which has been sent to the host's backpack. Penguin source code. As Takagi Satoru listened to the system's voice report, he began to murmur in his heart. He was very familiar with Penguin, the largest communication software in his previous life. Is this the level of reward from the system, Dad? Takagi Satoru said that he could increase the intensity. Takagi Satoru was confident that he could live 10 lifetimes just relying on this Penguin communication app. Well, now that the system has been released, we can't delay it. We have to get it out quickly to seize the opportunity. Takagi Satoru had already planned his own prototype in his mind. The development of the internet in this world was very slow. However, Takagi Satoru knew very well how rapid the development of the internet was. This is a blue ocean. Yamaguchi Ryoka looked at Takagi Satoru with a confused look on her face, not understanding why Hirakawa-shi was so excited. Jia-mu smiled and explained for Hirakawa-ji, he is crazy, don't pay attention to him. The two of them attended an early morning class and only had one class in the afternoon, so today was a very relaxing day. Takagi Satoru said to Yamaguchi Ryoka, Ryoka, I have something to do. Please go to the library and wait for me. Oh, okay. Yamaguchi Ryoka nodded obediently. Yamaguchi Ryoka is really obedient. After the two parted ways, Gao Musuo immediately called Hirakawa-ji and said, Xiao-ji, do you know any people in the computer science department? Preferably senior students. Takagi Satoru thought of using college students to operate the software on a daily basis, because college students know everything and are cheap labor. Each one of them is very useful. Pinkwansi wondered, why are you asking this? I have my own uses, just tell me if I have any. Have. Takagi Satoru now holds a very high position in Hirakawa-shi's heart. Okay, find me some people, and I'll pay them according to the part-time salary of our local students. Okay. Takagi Satoru is not worried at all about Hirakawa-shi's connections. If he can't find the person, then it is likely that others won't be able to find him either. Takagi Satoru occupied a classroom, and within 20 minutes, a girl came. She wears glasses and has a ponytail. Looks silly, stupid, and cute. Well, to sum it up in one sentence, this person should be easy to deceive. After receiving the message from Hirakawa Shifa, Taiha Yinghua rushed over immediately. She looked at Takagi Satoru and asked softly, Excuse me, are you Takagi Satoru-san? Yes, I am. Kong Nijiwa, Wadasi Taiha Yinghua. It's the computer science student you're looking for, right? Yes, that's me. What do you want? Gao Musuo simply said, I don't have any other requirements. I just have a software that I need to release, and no one is maintaining it, so I want to find someone to maintain it. Taiha Yinghua nodded thoughtfully. Software? Did you develop it yourself? I guess so. There's nothing wrong with what Takagi Satoru said. This is a parallel world. It's amazing that we can actually develop software. Ding. Taiha Yinghua's mood changes from calm to admiration, generating an emotion value of 5,000. Current emotion value. This is admiration for me. Takagi Satoru was stunned. Why did he feel that Taigo Eika was easier to fool than Yamaguchi Ryoka? It's okay. Takagi Satoru said modestly. See if you can do it, and I'll pay you the highest student wage. Gao Muwu knew that this was a sure-win business, and that no matter how expensive college students were, they couldn't be that expensive. Taiha Yinghua nodded vigorously. Sure. I've done similar work before, so I'm fully qualified for it. Takagi Satoru knew that Taigo Eika was not lying when he saw her innocent look. Okay, I'll try it first. By the way, if you feel you are too busy, you can find someone else. Okay. Taiha Yinghua nodded heavily. If Takagi Satoru wants to set up a company in the future, talented people are essential. The students of the University of Tokyo are of high quality, and they took the initiative to seize the items before they were robbed. Poor Taigo Eika, was taught a lesson by Takagi Satoru before she even entered society. Okay, tell me your phone number. Nowadays, people mainly communicate through text messages and phone calls. It is easy to imagine how big an impact the release of Penguin communication software will have on the market. Takagi Satoru talked with Taigo Aika about the details again, and then left to find Liang Hua. You can't go to see Liang Hua empty-handed. If I go with a brand name bag, Liang Hua might be happy, but not really happy. If you bring snacks and milk tea, Liang Hua will definitely be happy from the bottom of her heart. Jia Muwu looked at the big bag of food and a cup of milk tea in his hand and couldn't help laughing. Liang Hua is really easy to grow.